SWB audio capture, not registered.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, Dad!
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
What? I'm staying in the race!
Would you drum up?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Climate and everything are the same. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ridgeway, man. That's hot.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Just crazy enough to work.
People come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Freezing.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Could you drum up?
Right now.
I see that you know your judo.
China. I have to have my China. China.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's science.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up just like my wife's vagina.
Consequences.
What?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch. Oh, girl, baby girl.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Welcome to the resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Aren't I a good guy?
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Illegal.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been too long since we've seen each other last, which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about, space fams. As always, I must urge you to use your seatbelts, as these space flights of ours are often quite dangerous and filled with peril. Before we set off into the void, I just want to say what's up to everybody in chat. Some shout outs here. Moanoap and Mozart, 1 and 2. Atticus Among Us, number 3. BCat, a very, very close 4th. I also see Hermit Horologist, Gato Gato, Bob Carmody, Lanzetta, The Reference Frame, Look Swine, Mozart, Orb Brummer, Janelle Walker, Decipher, Scouts, Joe 47771, Shakespeare. And that's the end. Okay, good, great, good and great, good and also great. So good to see all of you here on this Tuesday evening. Got a hell of a lot to talk about. Didn't get as many streams in as I would have liked to Sunday or Monday when I was planning to stream. Yesterday I fell ill. Suddenly my, I mean, I cannot describe just how much pain I was in. Thankfully I am here right now. Looney Tunes resubscribing. Why did I not hear the subscribey sound? Anyway, thankfully it would seem that the stream is back to working, generally speaking, not gone space but we had a decent stream Saturday, for those of you that turned in, but it's been a struggle trying to get back to things, but I will not be deterred, and I will keep on going forward. Alright, to start off, let's go to the United States. talk about the state of everything.
Vigland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Mehdi Hassan, editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo News, and a early happy birthday to Zeteo, Mehdi. It's been I can't believe it's been a year, frankly, but I have to say, Zeteo has had, in my mind, I mean, at least in my consumption, but I think broadly speaking, such an impact so quickly, and it's really impressive what you've been able to do over there in such a short amount of time. Yep. So congratulations, particularly in this environment, but really in any type of media environment. It's been really incredibly impressive.
Thank you so much, Sam. That means a lot, especially coming from you. You were one of the early adopters of independent journalism and alternative media and standing up to quote unquote MSM. So I feel very honored to get that praise from you. We are a year.
By the way, I just want to point something out. I felt this was a great, first off, it was a great interview, but I don't know if you noticed, it's not me that's lagging. That's right, Mehdi Hassan. YouTube wonderkind, like Sam just mentioned. This guy in a year built his channel, something incredible. He's having lag issues, so, you know, it felt like right to start off with this video, considering how many problems we have had recently. To see Mehdi's video lagging, it's not me. Like I said, you know, if you pay attention, Sam and Emma are not lagging, but Mehdi is lagging.
And it's amazing that we've
managed to pull
off a year. If you'd asked me a year ago, would we still be around a year from now? We're growing, we're expanding. We've got a big new documentary coming out next week. We're on a world tour, live city tour. We were in London. We're going to be in LA and Toronto, New York, Washington, D.C. So we're celebrating our year. But look, it's a tough time for the media right now. We have a president and a government that is openly anti-First Amendment, free speech, and the media. So, you know, we're celebrating, but we're also cautious about the future.
Yeah. And speaking of that, President, I don't know. There seems to be some controversy, at least in my head, as to when the first 100 days is. But then I don't care. I mean, it really is just a made up measure. But this is like a measure where everybody checks in. And I don't know, broadly speaking, what's your sense of this first 100 days?
Hard to answer that question, because on the one hand, when Trump, as he said on ABC News, well, people voted for this is what they wanted. He's got a point. Like, he's done a lot of the stuff that he said he would do. He said he would do tariffs and go after China. He has done that. He said he would close the border and end the right to asylum. He's done that. He
also said a lot of things. I don't know if you remember back when we were like watching all of the sort of like on the ground reporting at Trump rallies, but a lot of people were saying, oh, Trump, he doesn't mean a lot of the things that he says and all this other shit. So I don't know.
After journalists, and he would go after higher education, and he's done all of that. Government bureaucrats, he's done that, right? Whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it or not. Now, at the same time, it's been a crazy 100 days where he's just unrolled things that no one voted for, right? Not even his base. His base did not vote for a first quarter of negative growth or a prospect of a recession. They didn't vote for their 401ks being decimated. They didn't vote for, you know, threats of war with Denmark, Panama, and Iran. This was supposed to be the anti-war president. They didn't vote for a lot of this stuff. They certainly didn't vote for green card holders, permanent legal residents to be detained and almost deported, or U.S. citizen children, as we've seen, basically kidnapped and removed from their own country, a 4-year-old with cancer, as happened last week. So none of that was on the ballot box for sure. So look, the one thing, you know, giving me some hope is that the American people have turned quite quickly against him, quicker than against any previous president in their 100 days. He's the most unpopular president at this point in the 100-day cycle. He's had the worst stock market performance for 100 days, going back to Richard Nixon. He's underwater, not just on the economy in terms of polling, which is an issue he led on, but on immigration too, which was supposed to be his secret weapon and the Democrats' Achilles heel. Not quite.
Well, yeah, those immigration numbers, that's news to some Democrats like Chuck Schumer, who would rather focus on the car tax that is really affecting the suburbanites that he so covets.
The video sound is too low. The levels are the same as my mic levels. Is anybody else experiencing low video sound? I might want to reset or something. I don't know. It doesn't make sense that you're having volume problems.
I mean, what has been your reaction, Mehdi, to seeing this? What'd you say, Sam?
Hell no!
Hell no!
We will
this,
win.
like, split between the Democrats and, I mean, Slotkin, I would say, and Schumer are on this side of just kitchen table issues. They never identify what the kitchen table issues are. They just say we shouldn't be talking about trans people and immigration. But it appears that the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case in particular has hurt Donald Trump in polling just as much as inflation and cost of living and the tariffs, which we're now beginning to see the effects of. There was like an article in CNN about how Trump last night allowed the de minimis exemption on goods under $800 to expire, and there was a stat in that nearly 50% of de minimis packages are shipped to the poorest counties in the entire country. Like, that is going to they're going to start to feel those effects. But the immigration stuff, that's clearly a major part of what's driving his approval rating falling apart.
So, yeah, let's just take both of those issues. Very interesting, immigration and the economy, how Democrats approach, because he's underwater on both. And these are, I will remind your viewers, two issues he has consistently led on. When he was in opposition, when he was in power. As frustrating as I find it, he's led on the economy, even though he has no economic policy to talk of. And yet, look at immigration, where, yes, he's doing, people love his border security, but Kilmar Abrego Garcia was the single most unpopular issue that the New York Times Siena poll found him on just a couple of weeks ago. And Democrats were saying, oh, no, we should stay away from this. Republicans were like, it's an 80-20 issue. Democrats are on the wrong side. Yet Chris Van Hollen had the guts to go out there. Maxwell Frost went out there. Other Democrats made a song and dance. Peter Welch of Vermont went and visited Mohsen Madavi in prison before he was released this week, right? And there were other Democrats just cowering, crouching in that classic defensive posture, saying, we can't win on this issue. These are unpopular people. Actually, turns out the American people are outraged when you tell them what is going on, when their rights and due process are being undermined and the Supreme Court 9-0 is being ignored. So Democrats can lead on that issue. The other issue, Emma, that you mentioned, which is, kitchen table issues, ironically, that's an issue where Democrats don't actually need to say much, right? Because you don't need Democrats to tell you that you're hurting or that prices are up. You can see that on your own. You don't actually need Democrats to do that much. Donald Trump's doing all the damage to himself. These are all self-inflicted wounds. He inherited a very strong economy with 2.4% growth in the last quarter of.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one thing that we've been talking about a lot. Donald Trump's plummeting numbers on the economy, something that was the number one issue for him on the campaign trail. But one other thing, I mean, going back to what Mehdi is saying here, he truthed out on Truth Social in 2 months, shortly after he got into office. He said, this is the Trump stock market. I think it was like the end of January, which was around the peak of the stock market. And then 2 months later, he was tweeting this, like, as the markets were imploding. Trump was like, this is the Biden stock market. After already claiming it was the Trump stock market. So I guess we went back in time to the Biden stock market. Dude is floundering already.
2024, and now he gave us minus 0.3% in the first quarter of 2025. And then he says dumb shit like, I don't know if you saw him this week in the Oval Office saying, well, if they have $30, they can have $2 and they can pay a couple bucks more for it. First of all, who is Trump hanging out with other than Barron, who has $30?
Kids have $3,000.
I have 2 kids. They do not have $30, and if they do, I'm outraged about it. I'm going to go double check, but I'm pretty sure I didn't buy them $30, certainly not in one go, for a couple of bucks more. So this is just this ridiculous stance that he's taken, where he's completely out of touch with the American people and his own base on some of this stuff. So I actually think it's the reverse of the kind of slot consumer. I actually think the economy takes care of itself right now, and they should focus on the due process, the Supreme Court, the American citizens, children. By the way, the Republican Party claims to be the anti-child trafficking party. They are literally trafficking American citizen children out of this country to Honduras. Insane. A child with cancer.
I couldn't agree more, particularly about those, the two sequencing and how I mean, on some level, what Van Hollen and Frost and
it is perverse though that Donald Trump has, beyond the other deportations, detentions without charge and all these other things that he's doing. I mean, this sort of reverse Make-A-Wish thing that he's doing with kids with cancer. I mean, it's like you have to be intentionally being as cruel as possible to do such a thing.
All have shown is that you can take an issue like this, and particularly when it's so egregious, and change that polling. I mean, that's the thing that Democrats seem to be allergic to. I don't know if it's a function of the consultant class or whatnot, but I mean, how they, there are, this is a target-rich environment, as they say. Let's play this clip of Stephen Miller in the, I don't know where he was yesterday. It was a White House briefing room.
Yeah.
In this instance, he is Chiron or labeled the Homeland Security Advisor. He seems to be the advisor on just about everything with Donald Trump. Right. He really does seem to be the number, really the number two guy. I'm sure there's 100%. Sort of some type of like Wiles and he are, both seem to have access to the White House at any time of the day. I mean, I should say the Oval Office. Here is
yeah, and I mean, with Elon there, the focus on Stephen Miller up to this point had been sort of minimal, but we saw it during the Signal group chat where, while everybody was going back and forth about all this shit, Stephen Miller just sort of cut into the conversation and said, no, this is what the president wants. Basically, speaking on behalf of the president in the group chat.
Stephen Miller.
Most of your papers never covered her story when it happened. To the extent that you covered it at all, it was because President Trump forced you to cover it by highlighting it repeatedly over and over again. He had to shame you into covering it. And each and every one of you that sides over and over again with these MS-13 terrorists, to the extent that you have the financial means to do so, you all choose to live in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Tren de Aragua, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage, are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people as their neighbors, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. The way that he frames this shit is wild. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who've invaded our homes and our country.
Thanks, Nosferatu.
You know what's amazing to me about, just aside from how sort of fascistic-y he is, but this whole thing where we have terrorist cells in the country, an invading army, and we haven't had one shootout yet with ICE officials and these invading terrorists.
So true.
It's
What's
because
going
of
on?
The wokeness under Biden. They prevented that kind of thing from happening, right?
They took all the guns away. No, somebody said that recently. One of the many innocent people whose homes were raided recently said, what if I had a gun? These ICE people are turning up with no ID, their faces behind masks, grabbing people on the streets, grabbing people outside churches, grabbing people in courthouses. It is amazing that no one has actually pulled a gun in the United States of America. This is the Don't Tread on Me party, the right to bear arms, the Second Amendment folks, the stand your ground people in Florida, right? If somebody comes up to you in the street and just grabs you with no ID, why wouldn't you defend yourself by any means necessary? It's amazing. Thank God we've avoided that. But yes.
It's a great point. It's a great point. Speaking of Florida and stand your ground, let's go here. To Congress. See what Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett had to say. Mo and Noep first on the Twitch. I see you. Great job. Why can't we just have? It's a good question. Why can't we just have free rent? That seems like a decent plan, actually. Minus the fear-mongering.
To explain the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple amendment that is actually about public safety of everyone involved, ICE agents as well as the community at large, as well as those that potentially are going to be apprehended by ICE. And simply, it would require that ICE identify themselves and ensure that they do not wear masks except if medically necessary or if necessary to preserve the integrity of undercover operations in order to use funds for civil ICE enforcement actions. With every day that passes in this administration, we are seeing more and more ICE officers rounding up people off the streets into vehicles, and honestly, some of them look like they are supposed to be my criminal defendants in court. It looks like people are getting robbed. It looks like people are about to endure a carjacking, and in fact, I have a video to describe what I'm talking about.
Shocking video showing the moment ICE agents smashed a car window and forcibly removed a man in New Bedford. 29-year-old Juan Francisco Mendez has no criminal record and was...
went viral earlier this week after police say Johnson impersonated an ICE officer.
You got caught, Mo. Where you from, Mexico? You from Mexico?
Now, this is what we have going on in our country. The sad part is that, honestly, both of them look like they could be part of the same team. And unfortunately, you have people in both of those situations. The first situation, when the officers were busting out their windows, to be clear, there was no record. There was no reason to go after the people that were in that car. And then in the second situation, you had someone that literally took their car keys, and you're talking about people sitting there in fear because they literally don't know if this is somebody who is authorized to do this. So this is about safety, and let me tell you about safety. Now, I know Lance Goodness running around here somewhere. Now, Lance Goodness from Texas like I am, Chip Roy is from Texas like I am. Any of us can tell y'all about how we do it in Texas. We carry. When I say we, all of us. I'm licensed to carry, as well as I'm sure a number of my colleagues on that side of the aisle are licensed to carry. And essentially, we have a stand your ground law in the state of Texas. We have seen officers, police officers that have gone in under no-knock raids. This is legislation that I carried when I was on the state level, trying to make sure that I could keep law enforcement safe, because when you go into a home and you haven't identified yourself, it is the most dangerous time for law enforcement agents. And I know that we have some former law enforcement on this side of the aisle as well. In fact, I had a number of law enforcement agencies that were backing my no-knock bill because they understood how dangerous it was. So one of the things that we always do typically in criminal law before we can charge anybody with evading arrest or failing to ID is we have to make sure that people even know that it was law enforcement. When you have somebody that say does something like this, like busting my window out, you try that in Texas. It may not turn out too well. It needs to be that we are all on the same page and we say, you need to be properly...
This is what I've been saying too. You know, this is very similar to what I've been saying. I've heard other people say it now too. And it's a fair, I think it's a fair criticism of what's going on. And it is sort of shocking, considering how many guns are floating around the United States, that this hasn't happened. Especially considering all of the fear-mongering about these people in specific, right? When you juxtapose the dichotomy of the fear-mongering and the lack of violence, you know, because believe me, if they had gone to pick somebody up and there was a gunfight, we would have seen it. It would have been all over the goddamn internet. It'd been, look, proof, look. It's proof of all the invasion, the violent gang invasion. But as many of us probably know, there's not been a ton of evidence for many of these people, for the vast majority of the people who have been deported and or detained, having any affiliation with a gang, many without any criminal history. And the New York Times even has done an investigation into all this and has found little to no evidence linking most people deported. Oh, wait, I forgot. We got to
in March in order to speedily deport 238 Venezuelan under an 18th century law. President Trump declared many of them to be alien enemies. He claimed there were...
Just remembered I saw that you all needed some emotional support characters.
In March, in order to speedily deport 238 Venezuelan men under an 18th century law, President Trump declared many of them to be alien enemies. He claimed they were members of a transnational criminal organization called Tren de Aragua, which he said was conducting irregular warfare and undertaking hostile actions against the United States. But a New York Times investigation couldn't find any evidence linking many of the men to that gang. Ali Rogan spoke with Julie Turkowitz, the Times Andes bureau chief based in Bogota, Colombia, and the lead reporter on that investigation.
Thank you so much for joining us. In your investigation, for how many of these 238 men did you find connections to Tren de Aragua, and how did you go about making those determinations?
We spent a couple of weeks doing record searches in the US, in Venezuela, in Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Colombia. And what we found is that of the 238 individuals sent on March 15th to a prison in El Salvador, 32 of them.
I gotta say, that, before we get too much of the figures here, like that level of like investigative journalism is why I'm willing to defend journalism pretty across the board. You know, when people are doing genuine journalism like this, like you gotta, you know, this is when I think it makes apparent just how important they are. Even if there's countless times I have problems with the New York Times, it's stuff like this. I mean, like, the amount of effort, I don't know exactly how much manpower went into this search, but going through records of multiple countries, like she just listed like 8+ countries, including the entire United States, for hundreds of people.
In Venezuela, in Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Colombia. And what we found is that of the 238 individuals sent on March 15th to a prison in El Salvador, 32 of them appear to have some kind of serious criminal record.
So
An
10%,
even smaller
less than 10%.
number, just a handful, appeared to have some possible connection to this gang, Tren de Aragua. And this is reporting to the best of our abilities, barring any real information from the Trump administration.
You also reported on how the administration has been making these determinations, what criteria they're using. Tell us about that.
Some of the documents that have come out in court filings in recent weeks indicate that the Trump administration is using a rubric to
so stupid.
Essentially grade individuals who law enforcement believes might be Tren de Aragua. When the person gets to 8 whole points, they become a quote
This is insane. A rubric. Threat level agua.
Raid individuals who law enforcement believes might be Tren de Agua. When the person gets to 8 whole points, they become a quote validated member of Tren de Agua and thus are eligible to be deported under the Trump administration's qualifications as an alien enemy. And so 4 points, according to this rubric, are given for someone who has suspicious tattoos that the Trump administration, that law enforcement officials believe are connected to Tren de Agua. Another 4 points are given out for style of dress that law enforcement officials believe are Tren de Agua. And
wrong clothes,
said,
sorry.
hey, like these specifications don't match with what we know about this group. The example being tattoos specifically, obviously, are worth sort of half of the points that make someone a quote validated member of Tren de Agua. But experts in Venezuela tell my colleague in Venezuela that no, in fact, this group doesn't use tattoos as a marker of membership.
One of the
that one just dumbfounds me. I shouldn't be shocked by it. It's not like this is not a new trend. The Trump administration just running their policy by way of fiction. It's like even though there is no evidence that tattoos are any sort of indicator, we're going to use it as as one of the main indicators. I mean, that's where we're at. Just complete nonsense policy. Just based upon the musings of Stephen Miller. I'm pretty sure they have tattoos. Freak. Did you hear about this one? Donald Trump administration is planning to pay immigrants to leave the United States.
The Department of Homeland Security is announcing this travel assistance program for undocumented immigrants who self-deport. What are you hearing about that and how that'll work?
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, before President Trump came in, you'd use an app called CBP One to apply for asylum in the United States. Now there's going to be an app called CBP Home where you can use that app to self-deport. What we're hearing from the Department of Homeland Security is better than getting arrested.
This is freaking idiotic. I cannot believe that they are doing this. They're giving out $1,000 for people to leave the country. It is insane. I'm wondering to myself whether or not citizens can take advantage of this. I'd like to self-deport at this point. Sick of this garbage. Just kidding. Just kidding. But this is a wildly idiotic idea, and there's no way of knowing with any certainty. I mean, the Trump administration, the guys who hate paying their bills, they're gonna pay you once you get to you. That's the thing that I've heard about this, is that they will pay people once they get to their home country. So yeah, right, you're gonna walk off the plane in Venezuela with $1,000 extra. Probably, I can almost guarantee not. Afroponics. Using that member highlighted message. I'm an individual of galactic proportions. It's true. It is true. All of that. All of that is true. I don't expect a lot of people to take him up on this one. Even being overly skeptical. But that's my assumption. Narwhal by Nature getting us started off on the Galactic Super Chat. Go So we're in hell, I'm fairly sure. And Chuck Schumer still sucks. It's true. This is true. Thank you for the super chat. Breaking the ice. Breaking it. I only need 4 more. Okay. Did you hear about this one? This one's great. This one's fun. Donald Trump says that he's going to reopen Alcatraz prison. I think it's technically the Bay of Waters, the San Francisco Bay, I think. I know it's near San Francisco. I know it's quite nearby. But it's in the middle of the ocean, basically.
Where did you get the idea for reopening Alcatraz?
Just an idea I've had, and I guess because the judges, so many of these radicalized judges, they want to have trials for every single, think of it, every single person that's in our country illegally.
Wait, okay, so when he brings up the judges, the supposedly radical judges, as he puts it, right after being asked why he's opening up Alcatraz and how long it's gonna take to I can't tell what the plan is. Is he planning to actually hold the hearings? Because technically, he keeps saying trials. That's not true. That's not true. If you're an undocumented immigrant, you will only have to. There will only have to be a hearing, right? It's a lower threshold. You still have to have. It's part of the due process, but unless there is, I mean, there are some cases in which a trial might need to be had. Right, but in many cases these things are not, they don't rise to that level. You don't get a jury for most of these hearings. But I can't tell if he's suggesting that he's going to start holding hearings, or if instead of deporting people he's just going to start filling up. I mean, Alcatraz is not a very big, I don't know if Donald Trump's ever been there. It's not very big.
They came in illegally, that would mean millions of trials, and it's just so ridiculous what's happening.
What do you mean that?
It's long been a symbol, Alcatraz, of whatever it is.
Of whatever it is. It's long been a symbol of whatever.
It's a symbol.
It's long been a symbol of whatever it is. I don't know, but I'm going to reopen it. Now, my understanding is that it's capable of housing like a few hundred people. Not only that, it was shut down because of the lack of efficiency of this place. Like, it's extra secure. It's hard to get off of this island as a prisoner. But in terms of efficient, like for the money, the amount of money spent per prison, it's wildly. I mean, it's worse. It's less efficient than Donald Trump holding a military parade on his birthday. By the way, I don't know if you heard, Donald Trump is holding a military parade on his birthday. Let's see what some San Fran tourists had to say to Donald Trump's desire to reopen Alcatraz, which is a museum. I'm just going to point that out. It's just a museum. It's not a prison anymore.
I'm standing in Alcatraz Landing with tourists take a boat to go visit Alcatraz Island, which was once a notorious federal prison that housed infamous criminals like Al Capone. Today is a national park and one of the most popular tourist attractions in San Francisco Bay. But President Trump wants to again turn it into a federal prison to house the nation's most violent criminal. But President Trump has offered few details about the plan, which is likely to be costly and face local opposition. Alcatraz prison closed in 1963 because it was falling apart, and it was too
yeah, it's clear. I mean, look at this picture right here, dude. This building we're looking at is barely standing together. It's being held up by what do you call them, like temporary pylons. You see them in the window, these like 3 bars. Those are not original to the building. The whole thing is just crumbling. Donald Trump wants to reopen the there's more seagulls on the island than there are prisoners. There's 0 prisoners. It's inhabited by seagulls. This is the most idiotic thing. What a dumb plan.
Alcatraz prison closed in 1963 because it was falling apart and it was too expensive to transfer prisoners there and to bring in supplies by boat.
I think it's a waste of money, way too expensive. Hopefully it's just all talk and not serious.
This guy's an idiot.
Infrastructure, it'd be too hard to get potable water.
I am so sick of hearing people saying, I hope Donald Trump is not serious. Or, oh, he's just saying things again. The dude he keeps trying to do all the things that he says. And it's just such an annoying thing now to me. Oh, God. Just this wildly naive. It's like, yeah, Donald, he just says stuff. He never, oh my God.
Sewer there, employees there to build it. It just wouldn't be effective of use of the taxpayers' money. I like tough on criminals, but I don't like wasting money on stupid ideas, which is, I think it would be a stupid idea to build out in the desert. It'd be a little cheaper than build it in an island that people want to use as tourist items.
So I thought this might be one of the last opportunities I get to go out to Alcatraz and see it before it becomes another prison and they close it to tourists.
If they do actually reopen this thing, it's going to be a complete massive waste of money. This is so dumb. You know, this next story we're going to go to, it's got nothing to, well, it's not nothing. I think that there's a direct correlation actually between the sort of rhetoric that the Trump administration is spreading, along with their policies, that creates the environment for situations like this one in New York. Eyewitness News, ABC 7 from yesterday.
A horribly violent story in Orange County. A highway superintendent facing serious charges for shooting a DoorDash delivery man who got lost and knocked on the superintendent's front door for directions. There was, we're told, something of a language barrier between the two. And when it was over, the 24-year-old driver from West Africa was shot in the back with serious injuries.
There are 3 very important facts in this. It was all said in about 10 seconds span. A, there was a language barrier. B, this guy is from West Africa. And C, where was he shot? In the back.
Illegal.
I'm not saying that it happened for sure because of Donald Trump's policies or rhetoric, but this man who was just shot was clearly moving away from the man who shot him. And who was the man? Oh, he was a man in power, the highway superintendent of Orange County.
The 24-year-old driver from West Africa was shot in the back with serious injuries. But how and why this happened in the town of Chester remains troubling, to say the least. With the story, here's Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tuckman.
A DoorDash worker drove down this driveway Friday, apparently looking for help, only to be met with gunfire. A town of Chester elected official now accused of shooting him.
My heart goes out to the driver.
State police say the 24-year-old DoorDash delivery driver had been trying to drop off food on Valerie Drive, but phone died. He went up to several homes to ask for directions before eventually approaching the home.
I'm shocked to see that none of the people in this neighborhood would come and help this guy. Orange County. Shocking. Yeah, there was clearly an element, I think, here. I mean, this guy was just lost, looking for directions, and he gets shot in the back. That's where we're at. That's where we're at in this world right now. It's kind of garbage. Honestly, it's not that I was expecting. I've been expecting to see stuff like this, and there's been plenty of stuff. This one was just like, dude, this is the environment we live in. This nationalistic hellhole, spewing hate about immigrants constantly. Orange County's not really Western New York, it's upstate. It's on the other side of the bridge. It's west of New York City, but it's not Western New York. I don't think Western New York really starts until like the skinny part, like past Watertown. That's Western New York. I don't know why I'm debating the semantics of different portions of New York. It is not important. What's important is we need to stop shit like this. I mean, this guy needs to lose his job. This highway superintendent guy. I mean, it is insane. There's no justification for shooting an unarmed dude in the back. Being black and not speaking English so good, it's not a valid reason to shoot somebody. Or being lost, or asking for help. Or walking away from you. Let's go here to the signing of an executive order over this, I think it was over the weekend. Donald Trump attempting to block funding.
The head of PBS says President Donald Trump's executive order aiming to slash public subsidies to PBS and NPR is unlawful. Public Broadcasting Service CEO Paula Kerger said Friday the Republican president's order threatens PBS's ability to serve the American public with educational.
No, you're right. He should be in jail too. He should. There wasn't enough information on that, so I wasn't sure if he was in jail or not. But it just, I mean, this is America. This is America. This dude's in power. I find it hard to believe that he'll actually face any justice. I just realized these are out of order. But let's go. We might as well do this. This was I think it was on Saturday. Donald Trump attempted to, by executive order, cut the funds that were appropriated by Congress to NPR and PBS. But before we do that, I'm gonna get you another emotional support character.
The head of PBS says President Donald Trump's executive order aiming to slash public subsidies to PBS and NPR is unlawful. Public Broadcasting Service CEO Paula Kerger said Friday the Republican president's order threatens PBS's ability to serve the American public with educational programming as it has for 50-plus years. Trump signed the order Thursday, alleging, quote, bias in the broadcaster's reporting. Trump's order instructs the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and other federal agencies to, quote, cease federal funding for PBS and National Public Radio. The broadcasters get roughly $500 million in public money and have been preparing for the possibility of stiff cuts since Trump's election. The vast majority of public money for the services goes directly to its hundreds of local stations, which operate on a combination of government funding, donations, and philanthropic grants.
Yeah. The fact is Donald Trump can't cut this money on his own, but the House is currently working on doing just that. There's been a committee going on in the House, but the fact is they'd have to undo the budget that already appropriated these funds. Not sure how you do that. It's a little late. It's a little late. But Donald Trump doesn't give a shit. He's going to try and cut the funds regardless. He's going to force it into the court. Every single thing he tries to do. Like, this is the thing. Like, his continued assault on just the governmental norms and like expectations of the president, they all keep getting kicked to the courts. And until the rulings come down, they are proceeding as if they are within the bounds of the law. Which is, you know, it's massively problematic for everyone. Because it means that some of this stuff may or may, this is impossible to know for sure, but, you know, some of this stuff is just going to happen regardless. And it's going to take time to undo it. And his attack on news media, on education, on immigrants, and people who have said nasty things, it's all one and the same. It's all part of the same attack, right? Even if it's hitting at different parts of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, it's all part of the same, just this attempt to dismantle by decree everything that the government's supposed to stand for. That's a fucking disaster is what it is. Yeah, and let's talk more about Donald Trump's attacks on the Constitution, on the judiciary, and what his supporters seem to be doing amidst all of this, in concert with Donald Trump's attacks. Families of judges apparently are receiving threats for having ruled against Donald Trump.
Illegal. Family members of federal judges who have ruled against the Trump administration have faced increasing threats and harassment. Intimidating voicemails and emails singling out family members by name have flooded judges' chambers. Social media posts have targeted relatives. Pizzas have even been delivered to their homes by anonymous senders, a tactic meant to intimidate, signaling that strangers know where you live. Legal scholars fear the growing threats against judges' families could have a chilling effect on the judiciary.
The number of really credible threats has just exploded in the last 2 or 3 years. So it's a phenomenon that has been building over time. It has come from both sides of the political spectrum, but this tendency to go beyond criticism of the judge themselves and to mention family members, call them out, talk about them, and give information about where they may work or live, that really crosses a line. My name is Paul Grimm. I'm a retired United States District Judge from the District of Maryland, and I'm currently a professor of the practice of law at Duke Law School. I still have many friends who are on the bench, and what I can say sort of across the board is those that have experienced this or seen their colleagues experience this, they know it's wrong. They don't like it. Does it worry them? I'm sure that it does. But to a person, they're committed to doing the job. There are times colleagues of mine have had marshal's protection for a period of time. And that
wow. This is an unhinged message. Jesus Christ.
necessary at times when the threats become more than just angry, even personal or insulting or demeaning, become actual threats when people act on it. The more you repeat that to a broader audience, the greater the likelihood that someone in that audience.
Yeah, Laura Loomer, impeach Judge Boasberg and revoke the 501c3 status of partners. Yeah, I mean, they are all attacking the judiciary out in plain sight. Donald, this is a response to Donald Trump, or actually, was this a Trump response to Laura Loomer, and then whatever it is. Elon Musk. There needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This is, you know, in some countries, this is I mean, you know, in France, doing this is illegal.
Illegal?
Like, the judiciary is not supposed to be attacked for their rulings, essentially. But the United States, it's a little different. Speaking of unconstitutional, a judge over the weekend, I think this was actually, was this Friday? No, this was Saturday, I think. I guess the judge was working the weekend, but permanently blocked an order by Donald Trump's White House targeting law firm Perkins Coie. Or Coie? Perkins Coie? I forget how you pronounce this. Declaring it unconstitutional.
Illegal.
A federal judge tonight has just permanently blocked the president's executive order that targeted a law firm which represented Hillary Clinton in 2016. The judge is ruling tonight that the president's order was an unconstitutional effort to amass power. And the ruling from Judge Beryl Howell is scathing because it says this, and I'm quoting now, "In purpose and effect, this action draws from a playbook as old as Shakespeare, who penned the phrase, 'The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers.'" She goes on to write, "When Shakespeare's character, a rebel leader intent on becoming king, hears this suggestion, he promptly incorporates this tactic as a part of his plan to assume power." My legal source tonight is former federal prosecutor and a friend of the show, Ellie Honig. I'm pretty sure you have also quoted this on the show before. Am I right?
Yeah, no, I like that quote. I dug into the Cliff's Notes. It's from Henry VI. The character that says
Do you like that quote?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it doesn't mean...
You're a lawyer.
Right, so but it doesn't mean, hey, let's throw Ellie Honig in the river and all his friends. It means if you want to take over, if you want to be autocratic, if you want a lawless society, get those pesky lawyers out of the way. So I think it's applicable here.
Some people might say that anyway.
Could be.
Really, though, in terms of...
55 likes. Not bad. Not bad. I'll get you some more emotional support.
This ruling means.
Yeah.
We've been watching this fight with the courts and Trump all along. To say that they're permanently blocking this, I mean, what does that mean for other law firms that are fighting Trump?
I want to make a public service announcement. Every law firm that fights this in court will win. These executive orders, and I don't mean to be overly dramatic here, these executive orders are wildly, patently over the top illegal. They violate the First Amendment right to free speech.
Illegal.
They violate the First Amendment right to free association because they punish people at law firms around these people Trump has singled out. They punish clients. They violate the right to counsel that people have, right of counsel of their choosing. It is no surprise this judge struck this down, and I think other law firms who are finding themselves in this dilemma should take a lesson from this.
But I was thinking, my first thought today was, oh, what does this mean for the law firms that already settled with Trump and agreed to do 1 kajillion hours of pro bono for him, and also his aides made money in the process of brokering it outside the White House?
Right. The firms that have bent the knee here and entered into these quote-unquote settlements, what I would call shakedown agreements, they probably are and should be feeling some buyer's remorse now. And The thing about these deals these firms have struck is they have no guarantee that they'll be protected from here on out. I mean, extortionists do not stop when you pay them the first time. What's to stop Donald Trump?
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Donald Trump, well, why? What's to stop Donald Trump from saying, I need you to do some more work for me? But yeah, judge ruled permanently blocking Donald Trump from going after law firms. Whether or not it will actually deter him, we will have to wait and see. Donald Trump doesn't seem to give a shit what the judiciary has to say. Seems to kind of hate the Constitution. And said, I mean, they didn't quite say that exact statement, but said some troubling statements about the Constitution on NBC News in an interview over the weekend.
So let's talk about this, because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return, you've talked about this in the past, of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the
this first part of the statement, before he actually responds, like, to the merits of it, which he kind of tries to do, but like, this first statement should be genuinely troubling to everyone. Okay? Now, I am not giving credence to the statements Donald Trump was making during the election or before it about lawfare, about the DOJ being targeted against him in particular for political reasons, as if he hadn't committed any crimes to warrant it. But this is exactly the thing that he was fear-mongering about and playing victim about the whole time, right? When he claims that the Department of Justice is somehow his personal law firm or something, that should be so troubling to everyone who's listening to this. It's like, that is the exact thing that he was complaining about in his sort of hiatus over the last 4 years. This is genuine political, it's hard to call it justice, but political lawfare. Donald Trump is acting like the independent judiciary branch is his legal team. It's not.
I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in
supposed to rely on the Supreme Court.
Or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all.
Doesn't matter.
It's a totally different
It doesn't
decision.
matter.
Well, you say you have the power to...
It doesn't matter. And I wish you would have stopped him in the middle of this and said, dude, it does not fucking matter. It does not matter if Pam Bondi doesn't agree with the Supreme Court. She is in a lower court. The Department of Justice is a lower court. There's a reason it's called the Supreme Court. It's the top of all of the courts. He's like, I don't know, I don't care, but I don't know what's illegal or legal. Pam tells me, and I just say, okay, great. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. The Supreme Court said what? They 9-0 in my favor, Stephen Miller. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen, who's not a lawyer, thank you for telling me.
Back, though, your Attorney General says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know,
like
and your Attorney General has said
sentence.
the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know.
as
It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. Some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers,
what he did not say was that he was going to remove people without due process. And that's the thing that seems to be actually coming back to bite him, at least in the numbers on this particular issue. But you know, his suggestion before that oh god, he says so many lies all at once, it's hard to keep them fucking straight in my head. Oh, what was he saying? Oh, son of a bitch. I knew I should have stopped it in the middle, otherwise I was going to get lost in it. Oh, Donald, why do you have to say so many lies at once? This dude is just insane.
Worst, most dangerous people on earth.
Oh,
I
right.
was elected to.
His suggestion that getting people out, that you can circumvent the law as long as it's convenient to you is fucking laughable. I would love to hear him try and defend something similar. Any Republicans defends a Democrat doing that. You know, you had Democrats with the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and then the president decided to circumvent the law.
Them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
but even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration?
And Donald, I understand. I think Donald Trump is kind of being, I mean, he's completely, he's incapable of forming the opinions necessary that a president needs to be able to form. And so he's got people like Stephen Miller, people like, you know, Russell Vogt, basically directing him in many cases, right? Russell Vogt doesn't come out and talk. Stephen Miller is the talking version of that duo, right? Those two, I think, are hand in hand on all this, and basically just feeding Donald Trump whatever they think they can feed him, telling him. Like, I think a lot of this stuff, some of these fucking press conferences, it feels like Donald Trump is just learning things for the first time when Stephen Miller says something, and he's just accepting that as all being fact because it's convenient what he's doing. But this is not the way. You're not supposed to be taking the word of some random guy, your advisor, over the Supreme Court. But that's exactly what he's suggesting he do. Stephen telling me it's actually fine. Pam Bondi, my lawyer Pam Bondi of the DOJ, told me it's actually great. It's just a horrifying state of affairs. Yeah, let's talk about this one. The governor of Wisconsin is being threatened by Tom Homan. Tom Buttstuff Homan. Of course, Tom Homan, aka Mr. Buttstuff, threatened Buttstuff on Eric Adams on Fox News earlier this year in relation to his complying and assistance in ICE detentions.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
No, Stephen Miller is not a
in
lawyer.
Wisconsin, where Democratic governor.
No, really, that's the thing. Exactly. No, Jerry. Stephen Miller's absolutely not a lawyer. He's just a guy. Just a creepy guy.
Tony Evers is pushing back after Trump's so-called border czar Tom Homan suggested Wisconsin officials could be arrested if they follow local immigration policies that defy Trump's mass deportation agenda. He made the veiled threat when questioned last Thursday by the far-right website Gateway Pundit.
Your comments on the Wisconsin governor sending directives to state agencies to not comply with ICE and actually stop your deportation efforts.
Wait to see what's coming.
Any updates on the military?
I meant what I said. You can not support what we're doing. And you can support sanctuary cities. That's what you want to do. But if you cross that line of impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing illegal alien, that is a felony. And we're treated as such.
Wait to see what's coming, said White House border czar Tom Homan, threatening Governor Tony Evers. Well, on Friday, the Wisconsin governor responded to Homan in a video statement posted online. Evers spoke in part about a memo he issued last month to Wisconsin state employees that echoes guidance given by other state and city governments, which instructs them to call a state lawyer if an ICE agent or other federal agent shows up at their workplace and questions them. It also tells workers not to give agents access to non-public areas. This is an excerpt of the video statement by Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers.
Yesterday, a Trump administration official, in not so many words, apparently threatened to arrest me for distributing guidance that asks state agency employees to consult with an attorney if federal agents show up at state buildings with legal documents. The goal of this guidance was simple: to provide clear, consistent instructions to state employees and ensure they have a lawyer to help them comply with all federal and state laws. Nothing more, nothing less. But Republicans and their right-wing allies, including Elon Musk, lied about this guidance, spread misinformation, accused me of doing things I didn't do or say, and fueled a fake controversy of their own creation. Now, I'm used to Republicans and the right wing lying about me. It comes with the job. But this time, these lies came at a cost. I haven't broken the law, I haven't committed a crime, and I've never encouraged or directed anyone to break any laws or commit any crimes. But when President Trump's hand-picked appointee, Tom Homan, was asked about me in this guidance after he apparently threatened to arrest elected officials across the country, he said, "Wait till you see what's coming. Wait till you see what's coming." Overnight, Republican lawmakers piled on, encouraging the Trump administration to arrest me. Showing threats like this should be of concern to every Wisconsinite and every American who cares about this country and the values held here. We live in the United States of America, folks. We are a country of laws. The rule of law matters. Following the law matters. In this country, the federal government doesn't get to abuse its power to
I just cannot believe that Republican, I mean, I should believe it, but do they genuinely think that none of this will ever come back to haunt them? That all of this sort of spineless lack of concern for the Constitution and all of this fear-mongering they've been doing over lawfare in the past. I mean, Democrats really weren't going after, they barely, I mean, the Jan 6ers, most of them did not see that much time before being pardoned, of course. And some of them were already out before the pardons, and it was really Jan 6ers and Trump. But now that they are cheering on a bunch of stuff that is genuinely shocking to see. Suggesting that judges should be arrested, governors should be arrested. It's insane. It is fucking insane. Not for crimes, just for disagreeing with Trump, doing something that doesn't help Trump. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Threaten everyday Americans. In this country, the federal government doesn't get to arrest American citizens who have not committed a crime. In this country, we don't threaten to persecute people just because they belong to a different political party. These threats represent a concerning trajectory in this country. We now have a federal government that will threaten or arrest an elected official or even everyday American citizens who have broken no laws, committed no crimes, and done nothing wrong. And as disgusted as I am about the continued actions of the Trump administration, I'm not afraid. I've never once been discouraged from doing the right thing, and I will not start today.
Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers speaking in a video posted online Friday. This comes after the Trump administration escalated its attacks on judges and immigrants the week before, when FBI agents arrested Milwaukee, Wisconsin County Judge Hannah Dugan on charges of obstructing justice and concealing an immigrant from arrest as federal agents waited in the courthouse hallway. She opened a side door for the immigrant to pass out of. Meanwhile, in an interview on NBC's Meet the Press, President Trump says he doesn't know if he needs to uphold the Constitution or if people in the U.S. are entitled to due process rights. For more, we're joined in Superior, Wisconsin by Lisa Graves. She's the former Deputy Assistant Attorney General of the United States, now the director and founder of the policy research group True North Research, and co-host of the podcast Legal AF. Her forthcoming book is titled Without Precedent: How Chief Justice Roberts and his accomplices rewrote the Constitution and dismantled our rights. We welcome you back to Democracy Now!, Lisa. Without precedent could also describe our president, Donald Trump. If you could first respond to this direct threat against the Wisconsin governor, Tony Evers.
Well, it really is an outrageous act, this veiled threat against Governor Evers and any elected official in the United States. What Governor Evers did was issue guidance to consult lawyers. Of course, state and local officials have a right to consult lawyers when they encounter federal agents or local and state agents. And so it's really nothing abnormal at all that the governor did. And what's abnormal, what's outrageous, is the threats being made by this administration. In fact, what we're seeing, obviously, what we're witnessing is this escalation of attacks on pillars of civil society, as well as on the actual responsibilities under the Constitution that the president and senators and other officers take an oath to uphold.
So,
yeah, and this is the constitutional crisis. I mean, we are living in it right now. The last handful of stories that we've gone through all outline different aspects of what is the Constitution. People who are still pretending like it's not here, or you know, that there shouldn't be action taken at this point, are in denial. Okay, and it's long been a constitutional crisis. And these events are just piling on top of each other. Every single time Donald Trump just outwardly, outwardly scorns this Constitution by either ignoring the orders of the Supreme Court, going after the judiciary in a way that's basically never happened before. Essentially the direction of the Trump administration to do all sorts of things, all the executive orders that attempted to take away power from the Congress, usurp all these things, and he seems to think that all of it's all above board. It's just troubling. It's incredibly troubling. I'm just going to go to the end of this.
The Supreme Court ruling about facilitating the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, yet being extremely somewhat vague about it. And the fact that Trump has been defiant in saying no, what does that mean when it comes to executive power and judiciary power?
I was concerned about that language because even though on the surface that order seemed to command that the president take action and return this Maryland man to his home, it seemed as though it was not the strongest language that could be issued by this court. And Donald Trump has exploited that language to basically suggest that he can't do it, although he recently suggested that he could do it, he just won't do it. The fact is that this court needs to take robust action to defend the ordinary laws in this country and these norms that you just cannot ship someone out of this country, declare them a terrorist with no evidence to any independent judge to assess whether there's any validity to that. People have been removed from this country who have not been convicted of crimes, and notwithstanding the assertions of Donald Trump on that most recent interview that there are millions of murderers roaming the streets who are immigrants, that's not actually true. Many people who are convicted of crimes are serving sentences. At the end of those sentences, they are often deported. This is a fake crisis that he has basically tried to plant in people's minds in order to exercise extraordinary unconstitutional, anti-constitutional powers.
Illegal.
And it is the duty of this Supreme Court, of our Supreme Court, to stand up for the rule of law, to stand up for the due process clause and the writ of habeas corpus and insist that it be followed. And I'm not sure that John Roberts, given his background, given his efforts to advance the Republican Party in numerous ways, will actually stand up, or whether he will stand with other Republican appointees to the Supreme Court and find technical ways for Donald Trump to get away with this assault on core principles of our democracy and our Constitution. And quite frankly, Amy, given the fact that John Roberts invented immunity for the president, criminal immunity for the president, that has never existed in our constitutional history, to have this type of immunity, this broad immunity, I don't have confidence that that John Roberts and his fellow Republican appointees will correctly interpret the 14th Amendment when it comes to the rights of citizens, including American citizens born in this country. That is the first clause of the 14th Amendment. This court has veered away from the plain meaning of the Constitution, the plain language, when it suits them to aid Donald Trump. And we need to have a court, the American people deserve a court we can have confidence in, that won't play partisan politics, won't put its thumb on the scale of justice in favor of Donald Trump or any other president because of their party or their allegiance or alignment.
Lisa Gray.
Yeah, it was disturbing just how partisan the Supreme Court is. You know, I remember growing up, at least for quite some time, thinking that the Supreme Court were these sort of, I hate to say it, but these sort of like philosopher, you know, sort of like Aristotelian philosophers, you know. That has gone way out the door so long ago now. It feels like and in recent history they have just doubled down on some of the worst stuff, and then like she just mentioned, like creating this immunity for the president, reversing Roe v. Wade, all these other things they've done in the most recent history have just sort of destroyed any of the last facets of that facade that was built up. And I was told we were going to get a packed Supreme Court at one point. We were going to add seats. Democrats had 4 years, at least 2 years to do it. That didn't happen. Now, this comment I found to be fascinating. Now, this is not the person Donald Trump is going to for advice on this matter. But let's see what Kristi Noem had to say.
Do you believe the Constitution guarantees due process to everyone in America?
Due process is exactly what this Congress lays out.
Yes or no?
It is,
Okay,
and the
ma'am,
tools
I'll
that
take
you
that as
give
a
us
no.
on due process
Excuse me,
is
I'm trying,
afforded to.
ma'am, I'm trying to ascertain your understanding of the law as it applies to your department. And you as its leader should be able to give us a yes or no answer, because judge after judge has ruled that the law is not being followed. Do you believe that the U.S. government has the authority to deport American citizens?
No, and we are not
Okay,
deporting
great.
U.S. citizens.
I'm so happy to hear that you do not believe that the law gives you that authority, because the federal government has no authority under U.S. laws to deport any American citizen. And as I know, everyone viewing this hearing today knows that several American citizens have been deported to date.
That is not
Secretary
true.
Noem, that was not a question. Secretary Noem,
Oh.
that oath that we both swore
That
before
was
taking
not a
office was to
question.
protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. Not the president, not a political party, the Constitution. And that's what we're going to keep doing here at the Appropriations Committee. Thank you. I yield back.
I loved that. That was not a question. Shut up, Christy.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Yeah. Christy did not want to actually admit that, though. And she struggled real hard to even suggest that American citizens had rights. It's just disturbing. It is fucking disturbing how hard it was to get her to just answer one of the most basic questions. Yay. Alright, this is the last video on immigration for the day. The horrible tactics of the Trump administration, including the messaging, seems to be a bit dystopian and horrifying.
This is your tax dollars at work. I think this video is less for people to self-deport and more for them to sell to.
Take two. I gotta get you some emotional support characters first. Another one. 60 likes. Great job, everyone. Great job to everyone.
This is your tax dollars at work. I think this video is less for people to self-deport and more for them to sell to the Trump voter that they're doing this. Because they're also putting out flyers that are like this too. Ronald Reagan, of obviously an immigration attorney, got a hold of one of these flyers in immigration court. Message to illegal aliens, a warning to self-deport, benefits, with an arrow going up, and consequences if you don't do it with an arrow going down. All in English, incidentally. Here is where do we know where this ad is playing at all, or is it just they put this video out?
It was posted. It was posted onto Facebook and Instagram.
Again, I think this is for domestic, like their own voters' consumption.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that.
Leave now. If you don't, we will find you, and we will deport you. You will never leave.
Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it.
If you cross the border, pause it for a second. I sort of feel like they needed a to transcribe Homan.
I know.
I just don't think it's that scary when somebody goes, "Baba's
Right.
This is that Sam's Tom Holland impression.
It's like one of those dogs bred to have breeding.
People they don't understand exactly what's going on.
He's a French bulldog. He
looks more up his butt.
He's an American bulldog.
Forgive it.
If you cross the border, your chances of being apprehended are much greater, and if you are apprehended, you're going to be removed from the country.
Somebody's at the door. Oh, there we go. Okay, now turn the volume down on that. And they had John Denver playing in the background.
Country Road, Take Me Home.
Wait, so the guy watching that was an immigrant?
I think he's in a trailer watching in a trailer watching TV, and then he hears the call of his CBP1 app to take him home. You know.
I thought that was a Trump supporter watching the thing, but it's whatever.
Yeah, they don't want to make it like they want to make that vague, I think.
Yeah, it was weird because it was definitely a white guy watching. It was like watching Fox News. They're deporting white guys who watched Fox News. Huh? Okay. Silver linings.
I do think that this is for very clearly for their own voters to this is their advertisement. Look what we're doing. But I do think there's probably a lot of people who have left the country. And we're going to see a drop in immigration. And I think we're going to feel the pain of having in certain sectors farm worker shortages. I think we're going to see a lot of fruit that's going to end up spoiling. There's going to exacerbate issues for farmers. I think we're going to see inflation like jet fuel in construction because of both labor costs are going to shoot up, and we're going to see material cost shoot up because of tariffs placed on Canadian lumber. I think it's going to be nuts.
Right.
The United Farm Workers posted about a raid where the ICE agents had names of, coincidentally, all the people organizing.
I saw that. 14 people were named, and I think only 3 they ended up taking away, but it was really an intimidation tactic.
Which is how Trump used, wasn't ICE at the time, border security or deportation services back.
Yeah, I just wanted to watch this one mostly for that clip. That shit is insane. It is such a strange vibe. And the amount of effort, and I'm just wondering how much money is being spent on all of these little productions that the White House is putting out, right? I mean, we keep seeing all sorts of, I mean, at least with some production value, videos and clips and montages and all this other shit are coming out of Trump. And the White House's own YouTube account has been posting all these vids. They did one with the on the ground in El Salvador when the deportations first started. They did the Liberation Day montage. All this other, I mean, there's so many strange things. It just seems like a lot of money is being spent on this stuff. I wonder just how that's being justified, since we're being told that this government's cutting spending. They seem to be spending a lot of money congratulating themselves. They also, you know, it's just, it's all very strange. Let's talk about one man who's from another country, who came here on a visa. Is it a visa or a green card? I can't remember. Marco Rubio.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Little Marco. How... Wow, his life story is just fascinating. Cuban immigrant. Journey, quite a journey. Used to be a big rival of Donald Trump's back in the day, and now out here doing half the jobs. Soon the cabinet meetings are just gonna be Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and like Stephen Miller, and that'll be it. It'll be like a three-man cabinet.
President Donald Trump is putting more trust in his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, tapping him to fill a vacancy as his national security advisor. It's another step in the evolving relationship between Trump and Rubio, who went from political rivals in 2016 to close allies during Trump's second term. As candidates, they traded personal insults when competing for the Republican presidential nomination.
You know that in Florida, they hate little Marco Rubio so much. It's true.
I will go anywhere to speak to anyone before I let a con artist get a hold of the Republican Party and the conservative movement.
After Trump won, their relationship remained contentious, but 8 years later, Rubio campaigned for Trump during his return to the White House.
We are not garbage. We are patriots who love America, and thank you for running, Mr. President.
Now Rubio's proven he's adept at aligning himself with Trump's America First foreign policy positions and turning away from previously held priorities. Rubio was once a major supporter of foreign aid, but oversaw the widespread purge of USAID programs as acting administrator of...
Yeah, it turns out that Marco Rubio has turned his back on most of his purported beliefs, values. Very scrupulous man in terms of, you know, where he sees the power, that's where he gravitates. It doesn't matter what he said or supposedly believes in. That is superfluous, okay? It's important is proximity to power. Marco's doing great on that front. He's got like 4 different jobs right now. He's head of the National Archives, the acting administrator of USAID, the Secretary of State, and the National Security Advisor. 4 different jobs. It's truly incredible. How he could possibly have time to even do 2 of those jobs effectively. Many people suggest that's not actually it's actually not possible. But hey, little Marco's got it figured out, I'm sure.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
By the way, I think I misspoke. I meant to say he was the son of immigrants. He didn't personally immigrate here from Cuba, I don't think. I saw someone try and correct me in chat. If I said it that way, that's my bad. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be right back after these space messages. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss any of the latest spacecasts. Wouldn't want to do that. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope in this galaxy of ours. So many great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, all of which are counted towards the goal which we are trying to reach, ensuring that we get all of the latest galactic content. We've also got Twitch with the bits and the subs, Cash App, and PayPal, but of course the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. $3 a month. Get you an avatar, a shout out, and much, much more. So go on to the website and find out all that we have to offer. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the show. I gotta say, it is nice to be able to look back at the stream and have it working again. It was frustrating me for over a week. Caused us to lose a lot of galactic revenue. Really put us in a bind, especially looking towards June. Things are not good. Why are these breaks so short? They've always been the exact same. The breaks have always been the exact same length. We always play the same songs during the break. Same four. It's never not been this short and or long, however you want to look at it. I say glass half full. Alright, well, with all of these unconstitutional actions, horrifying, idiotic trade moves, although I should have put this at the end. We could have talked about the trade moves before, but we know. We'll get to trade after this. After a few of these. But let's talk about the changing numbers, the shifting sands for Donald Trump and Republicans. Starting here, CNN, from 2 days ago.
Awful. Weak.
Anthony Albanese was reelected in the early hours this morning, defying the odds of last year's incumbency curse in a landslide victory. The final votes are still being counted, but the country's center-left government is set to
Oh, by the way,
increase its majority.
almost forgot.
It made me
I also meant to not start this here. Almost forgot to mention, because it happened right after I stood up. Series. Hoping for confetti, fingers crossed, knock on Spacewood. Thank you, Series, for the super chat. Gets us 2 of 5, which means we were only 3 left to get us all of the way. I too am hoping for confetti. The confetti is great. Ooh, before I could even move along from that one, and back to the content, Becky D coming in with another super chat towards the goal. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Becky D, for being here as well and contributing to the goal, of which we now only need 2 more super chats, super stickers, or some requisite number of memberships. I forget. It's 2 to 1 on the memberships. That's just how we do it. Although we can't get confetti without it being super chats, but we can get the office confetti. We just can't get chat confetti. It's annoying, but it's not me. It's YouTube. They hate us. Also, we don't need this whole thing. Yeah, we'll get to Harry. Actually, you know what? I should have put this later in the discussion. This is I don't know what's wrong with me. We're gonna skip this. I'm gonna put it down. We're gonna watch this one later. I'm gonna put this. I'm sorry, chat. This was accidental. Oh shit! Scouts coming in with 5. Count them. Sweet galactic membies gifted to the chat. Harry Puddles, Sue Fairy Dust B, MIDI Doctors Decipher, and what the hell. All people I've seen in this chat who I am fairly certain will enjoy those galactic memberships that you've just gifted, which will get us all the way to the end of the goal. I can leave the goal open. I know people are partial to the confetti, so I can leave the goal going, but just rest assured, everyone, that does get us all the way to completing the goal. I feel like chat. One's in chat if you want me to keep it open so we can get confetti. I know that in some way it's cathartic to complete the goal. For me too. I mean, I enjoy it. 70 likes, Jerry, reminding me to give you another more emotional sport. It's like I had plans. I had plans to do things here, and you've all thwarted it with your generosity. Are we past 1,000? 1,000 what? Subscribers? No, we're at 938 subscribers. Wait, we have that, don't we? Wait, no, we don't. No, I'm thinking. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna move this video before I skip, so I don't forget to do this later, because this is important, but it's not the right spot. So it's gonna take me a second. Gotta put it in the correct place. Sorry, United States invading the later halves. As usual. Seems like people want me to leave the goal open. I will do that. I will do that. That's what I was saying, though. I had a feeling people would want that. So yeah, just rest assured. Your donations will not be of necessity to complete the goal. We've already gotten it, but oh shit. My god. Kirkenstein's monster with the sweet super chat, getting us to 4. I can't ever think of anything clever to say. Glad to see the stream going smooth. I missed you, StreamLord. I missed you, Kirkenstein's monster. Good to see you. And really appreciate that super chat. Incredibly generous. Hold on, do I have this in the right spot now? Not quite. Not quite. Almost there. Son of a bee. Lost it. Where is it? Oh god. Why is this? Why I need to like tell YouTube about why this is, how fucked up this is, and why it shouldn't be like this. It's very rude. Okay. All right. I did it. I solved it. All right. We're going to talk numbers. But let's talk about numbers in the House of Representatives, which may be shifting for Republicans. Apparently, some Republicans have big dreams, and they're sick of being in the House. I mean, I get it. Hey, your constitutional powers are being usurped by the president. Might as well consider going to bigger and better things. Here's CBS News 3 hours ago. Why isn't it? Oh, it's paused. I was like, what is happening? I was just sitting here, like, staring off into the distance. Jesus
Welcome
Christ.
back to America Decides. As we get closer to the 2026 elections, we are inching so much more closely. It's all happening because already officials are declaring their candidacy for a different office from the one they're sitting in right now. What effect could this end up having on the balance of power in the now GOP-controlled House? Look how tick-tock tight it is there between them. Anyone going missing for a day and a vote could get canceled. That's how tight it is. Hunter Woodall may have the answer for us. He joins us now. Sir, good to see you. There are a handful of races you're watching in which a House member risks flipping their seat to the other party by leaving to run for a higher office. Which ones are you watching specifically?
Well, this is that time where, candidates, especially these folks that are in the House, they can start testing their ambitions. So there's 3 contests I'm really interested in. There's a House seat in Minnesota where Representative Angie Craig, she's running for the Senate. There's a House seat in Michigan. John James, he's running for governor. He's a Republican. And you also have a House seat in New Hampshire. Chris Pappas, he's running for the Senate seat that's being vacated in 2026. This is that time where candidates who are looking at this, they're thinking, hey, can I be something more than a U.S. House member? Can I represent my state statewide?
And is there an instance from the last go-round of a member of Congress who ran for a different office and a member of the opposite party ended up taking their seat?
Absolutely. You just have to look at the presidential battleground state of Michigan. You had Alyssa Slotkin. She was a House member in 2024. She ran statewide for the Senate seat, narrowly won, helped, that was a bright spot for Democrats during a very, very tough election cycle. But she also,
Hard to hear anybody describe Alyssa Slotkin as a bright spot for Democrats.
Seat she left behind ended up flipping. A Republican, Tom Barrett, won that seat, albeit in a close race. That's that kind of risk that each party can run. You have an ambitious, talented candidate. They've held a House seat that can be tough to keep. They move on to a higher office, and then that seat can flip.
And, midterms can often be sort of a moment of reckoning for the party in power in the White House. Aren't the odds in the Democrats' favor anyway in most of these races?
Ed, it's so early. There's all those numbers about, what we've seen in past midterm cycles and tradition. The House Republicans campaign arm is arguing, hey, they think they're in a much better spot than they were at this time in 2017 when Donald Trump, was serving his first term ahead of that first midterm of his in 2018. But right now, Democrats, they're still struggling to figure out that path out of, these tough setbacks they had in the 2020.
Maybe Democrats should start messaging better. Rather than continuing to say the same stupid, oh my god, confetti. No whip, finishing our goal, my god. We need actual confetti as well on the monitor. In case anyone missed that confetti, you get this confetti too. By the way, did you know? Your fun fact. Fun fact. Ready for this fun fact? I can change the color of the confetti anytime I want. Look at that. Blam. Oh. Oh. Look at that. It's magical confetti. I know. Your mind is blown. Great job, everyone. Great job. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed by the awesomeness. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for your contributions that got us here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Democrats could put pressure on Republicans pretty easily here. And they're not doing enough, in my opinion. I blame leadership. And the fact that we don't, the many reasons, but the sort of ossified ancient leadership of the Democratic Party right now is what is leading to where we are right now, where even though there are opportunities to be taken, many of them are just sort of going by the wayside. They should be messaging about these seats already. They're not. I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing a peep. All right, let's go to a couple of random Trump attacks. Shockingly, Donald Trump was going after women with baseless attacks over the last day or so. I know. What?
What? What you talking about?
I know, it's true. We're all shocked to hear that.
I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding.
The fact that you just got done engaging in a conversation where we
there's a trend on the people that Donald Trump calls high IQ and low IQ. I'm going to leave you to figure it out. But it's fascinating that he sees this woman as being low IQ. Now, Jasmine Crockett is a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. So she has, some would say, a higher degree, since Donald Trump doesn't have a postgraduate degree, to my understanding. It's wild that he would suggest this. Just listen to that again.
They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding.
The fact that you just got done engaging in a conversation where we have a president of the United States who has no idea about the oath that he just took on January 20th tells me everything that I need to know. He didn't even have good sense enough in that same interview to say something as simple as, yes, I will follow the Constitution. You know, the thing that actually derived from the oath that he was supposed to take. And he supposedly took an oath, which there's a lot of people that point out that he never put his hand on the Bible, even though he acts as if he could somehow be the Pope. But nevertheless, that oath specifically says that you will defend the Constitution.
It does say that. Jasmine's correct. I had to double check, but I've watched multiple iterations of this oath. Supposed oath that Donald Trump has taken on multiple occasions. Two times. He said it multiple times. He was going to defend the Constitution. It's fascinating as he tries to dismantle it. Here's something I've been thinking. Is that once we complete the first goal, maybe we should just create smaller goals. Like the minimum size goal. I think it's 5 of the $2 super chats. But like, just for the sake of confetti, I don't know. We did it last stream. Who suggested it? Monope suggested it last stream. I don't know. I don't know if stream. What do you think, chat? I'm just thinking out loud. It's really not that important to me, one way or the other. But something about having goals in life. It's a good thing. All right, let's go here to another baseless attack on another woman. Can you guess her ethnicity? You guess black. Good job.
You and perhaps the Attorney General. The Justice Department recently received a criminal referral against New York Attorney General Tish James for fraud. We haven't heard much about it. Could you or the Attorney General give us an update as to what's going on with that investigation?
Well, I don't want to get involved in something that Pamela's involved with. If you'd like to say something, Pam?
Pam, you got something on this one? No, Pam?
I can say
shaking
unrelated to
okay.
that. She's a disaster for New York. She's a horrible, horrible human being.
Horrible.
And I think she's a total crook. There's no question about it. But that's just my opinion. Pam's going to have to do what she wants. She's a very bad person. She's a very, very bad person who campaigned solely on, I'm going to get Donald Trump over and over again. She's a sick person. But that's has nothing to do with what Pam does. Pam is going to...
It's got nothing to do with Pam. Jesus Christ. She's a horrible, 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 sick, terrible woman. Letitia James. That's who he's talking about. He's talking about Letitia James, the AG of New York. It's insane. It's got nothing to do with Pam, even though Pam is head of the DOJ. Pam, you gotta comment on that? No, see? Pam agrees with me. Seems like chat wants me to do the goal, so I'll do the goal. That's what I'm saying. We'll do just a straight up confetti goal. Straight up confetti goal. What's the smallest goal we can do? And my browser stopped working. That's helpful. That's helpful. Okay, alright, we're good. We are good. Okay, well, since we didn't get Sunday Funday, which also would have been May the 4th, which should have been a day of greatness for us, I have tried to throw some stuff in here that is sort of fun, that would have deserved to be on Sunday Funday, that I had been considering doing on Sunday Funday. Some of that's been left in here. Not a lot, because I'm trying to mitigate some issues I've been having lately. I also found out recently that when we do streams over 12 hours, the end of it gets cut off. Did anybody notice that we lost 4 hours on the previous stream? The 16-hour stream got cut off by 4 hours. It was horrifying when I noticed. I can't remember who brought it to my attention, but I was horrified. Alright, a little fun, The comedy portion, the comedy podcast. Not sure what to call it. Yeah, I guess it's the comedy podcast, the offshoot. I mean, even Zateo is made up of so many different branches now. They have all sorts of different things, but what is this one called? I forget what the comedy podcast portion of Zateo is called. Anyway, Medi had on a guy we've gone to for some comedy action in the past, Gianmarco Soresi.
Do you feel that your Jewishness allows you to address that topic in a way that if I did it on stage, it'd just be, well, you're an anti-Semite?
A lot of like the edgy comedy, like the kill Tonys of it all. Sometimes when Israel comes up, being pro-Palestine is woke. But on the other side of it, they love making anti-Semitic jokes.
Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel are actually screwing over American Jews in many ways.
They're cozying up with people who are anti-Semites, who do not like the Jews, who will turn on the Jews, all in the name of a country they're not even citizens of.
I mean, he's talking about sending American citizens to El Salvador now, not just alleged MS-13.
I mean, the Republicans can barely say the word anti-Semitism properly. We've heard multiple. I mean, we got anti-Semitogen.
Anti-Semitogen.
Who was it? It was Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. He came up with like 4 different ways to say anti-Semitism I had never heard before. Anti-systemicism. Willie in Detroit. Question. What's computer? Answer. Everything. It's true. Everything is computer. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Getting us started on the new confetti goal. I see you already. So much love in the chat tonight.
MS-13 members, he's talking about sending American citizens who commit crimes to a foreign gulag.
And I think there's just not enough people who are taught what bullshit is and how to see through it. And I don't think the Democratic Party is interested either because they got their own round of bullshit. You know, at the end of the day, Bill Maher and Trump have a lot more in common than not.
He's been obsessed with the woke left and free speech.
Of course.
And here he is having dinner with the most anti-free speech politician in modern American history.
We're watching huge comedians like toe the line for the president? Well, then you're not a fucking comedian anymore. You are a propagandist.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Gianmarco Cerezi.
And we're not kidding. The podcast from Zateo where I get to talk to funny people about serious things, and I hope funny things as well. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
It's so good to have you. First time on.
I know.
On our anniversary show.
I'm thrilled.
As we celebrate our first Webby, we're not kidding, just won a Webby award. It's very nice to win an award.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I hope we can go...
I love how Mehdi had to pepper that in there. He's like, and we just won. Like it was like it's like the first thing he says. We're a minute and 30 seconds in, and we just won. I don't know if you heard. I'm not sure if you've been keeping up on Webby Awards or not, but we won. We just won one. You clap for myself. I gotta say, great job. Great job, Mehdi. Really am impressed. It is impressive just how far he's come in such a short time.
Yeah. So we're starting the new year of We're Not Kidding with you, who I've been following on social media. I know lots of people probably come to you and saw you through clips.
Yeah.
Your clips are very viral.
Yeah.
They're very entertaining. We're going to show some of them soon. But what are you up to right now? We're in DC, but you're not...
If I'm not mistaken, this was up on the website before this got posted. This was technically I was gonna try and watch it on Sunday, but didn't stream because we did the 16-hour stream, and you would not believe how long I slept after that. It's on me. I've been pushing it too much over here, I think.
DCA?
No, I grew up in Potomac, Maryland.
Okay.
So I was here for big DC. I was here for the DC Sniper. That's always a cultural cornerstone for people
hiding
who grew
in
up
gas
here.
stations, like ducking.
Oh, well, I was about to fail out of PE, and they canceled it because of the DC Sniper. So
the DC Sniper helped you get grades.
Get to 8th grade.
Wow. PE was blocking you from
PE,
8th grade, not math.
No, not math.
Physics.
Just soccer. Just being a lazy kid.
But you are of Italian heritage.
Italian.
Not good at soccer?
Italian. Oh, my
Football?
God. No. The Jewish side took over
I was just
there.
in Italy, and I got in an Uber, and the driver couldn't speak English, and I can't speak Italian, but we bonded over football, soccer. We just literally talked to each other
just
through
said
players'
goal
names.
back and forth.
No,
Oh,
we just said
players'
players' names.
names,
He was like Lazio, which was his club, and I said Paul Gascoigne. He went Gaza. It was really good.
That's
and my
beautiful.
daughter was a backseat who was also a football fan. I said, see, universal language.
Sports is very powerful. It's
Very,
a language
very
I
powerful.
don't speak.
No, I don't normally speak it, but I'm from childhood. So, actually, I want to talk to you about your childhood. I want to talk a lot of things about you because I find you fascinating. But before I get to that, where can people see you? I just want to say, where are you going right now? Where are you on tour?
I'm on tour all the time, going to Milwaukee, going to Nashville, going to Europe, going to London.
Going to London, my
Going
city.
to London.
Have you done comedy in London before?
I have done comedy in London before. It's great.
What's the British audience like versus American audience?
I mean, honestly, it's curated so that they like American comedy. It's fans, you know. It's the days are gone where you go and you perform for just anybody.
Yeah. And then you get some drunk British heckler.
No, I don't.
Oi, mate, that's not funny.
We'll see when I do Edinburgh later in August.
Not
but no,
funny.
that's beautiful.
But I was.
I gotta take breaks. Well, one thing I am gonna definitely start doing is, we gotta limit the streams to 12 hours. I had no idea that YouTube cuts them off, and I can't be downloading all of them off of Twitch. Plus, anything that happens after 12 hours just doesn't. It's ridiculous, but it's just that's apparently something YouTube does. It just cuts them all off at 12 hours. So I'm gonna have to start thinking about how to set up these lists to be approximately 12 hours or less every time. That counts as a break, right? I'm giving myself a break there. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You've been doing comedy for over a decade, I believe. I've seen you on social media. A lot of people have seen you over the last year, in particular on the subject of Israel.
Sure.
You are Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, I think it's fair to say, but it's accurate to say that you are Jewish. Are you fully Jewish, half Jewish?
I mean, my mom's Jewish,
Okay.
so according
you're
to the thing,
yeah, you're Jewish.
I'm
But
Jewish.
then you've got a very Italian name. So your dad?
Yeah, but my dad's like a little bit Italian, so he's playing it up.
Okay.
Mom's fully Jewish. In fact, she's playing it down. She got the nose job. But I'm sure we look a lot more alike than
They played you up Italian with Gianmarco. They went full on.
They did, because my dad enjoys The Godfather, all these things. But no, very, very Jewish.
Well, let's start our conversation with a clip that I saw of you. One of the first clips I saw, which I was like, this is hilarious. We're going to play this clip about you talking about anti-Semitism.
Jewish on my mom's side, Italian on my dad's side. I'm part of a secret group that runs the world's plumbing. That's an example of an anti-Semitic joke. And I bring that up because that's what anti-Semitism used to mean. It used to mean you'd say, oh, Jews, they run the banks, they run Hollywood, they're all cheap, they all have big noses. But then something changed. Something changed, and now anti-Semitism seems to mean criticizing Israel in any way, shape, or form, which feels different. I mean, now if you say something like, oh, I think Israel should stop bombing innocent civilians, some people are like, that's a stereotype. Not all Jews shouldn't bomb innocent civilians.
I've got so many things I want to say about that clip.
Please.
First of all, did you make a conscious attempt post-October the 7th to talk more about issues like this? Or were you always doing this kind of humor?
No, I think per my point earlier, my mom, we never really talked about Judaism in any meaningful way. We went to temple once or twice a year, but I never got the Israel talk that I very quickly learned. I did do Birthright.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did when I was like, I went to college for musical theater, so I knew very little about the world. That's my only defense.
Okay.
That I called, someone told me, they said, oh, you can get this free trip to a thing. And I was like, cool.
Okay.
And they did an interview. They said, how many times do you go to temple? I said, 5 times this year, my whole life. And then at the end, they go, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And I was like, oh my God, not if you let me go. And so I did this. I did that trip. But again, very, very zero understanding of politics. I was just kind of a good Democrat boy. That's just how I fell in line.
But you went to Israel as a kid. You came back and thought what?
They did very little there. I remember like all the soldiers on the trip were like liberal in that they said we should do a 2-state solution. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. So I didn't learn anything, really. I didn't really fully grasp a lick. And then it was only later that kind of I learned a little bit more about politics and kind of figured out the things that I valued and cared about and what was being done. And then I think I just learned more, particularly, I knew some certainly before October 7th, but I think after it's kind of synthesizing with like the people whose views I respected in other areas, talking about the Palestinian suffering and investigating it further through their eyes, while also seeing this incredible a sizable fraction of Jewish people who I'd never seen be political in their entire lives suddenly feel gung-ho certainty Israel is it can do whatever, it can do no wrong. And I think just kind of witnessing that schism made me learn fast more about the history. And I think I talk about the things that I feel like I have the right to talk about. And so I saw Jewish friends, American Jewish friends, suddenly claim anti-Semitism in this new way that was very clearly hypocritical in my view. So even like, you know, the jokes that I make, they're really about the thing that I know, which is the American Jews using anti-Semitism as a undefeatable argument against any critique of a country that they're not even a citizen of. And that's the hypocrisy that I felt like, because I was so close, I could see it so within me, that I found an angle on, a comedic angle, but one that...
Yeah, and I think he does his... I've enjoyed much of his comedy. Dude is just genuinely funny, regardless of the content. I've seen... he's got it. PB with a super sticker. Redux. Hoping for some more confetti, eh? 2 of 5 on our confetti-based goal already. Shocking. Sorry, we can't watch this whole thing. It's pretty long. It's almost like an hour long. It's not actually Sunday Fun Day, so we can't just, just go all in on this. We got a lot of stuff to get into today, and we got a bunch of stuff to get over with Earth news, stuff that I have been like, I don't know about dying to talk about, but we need to get through. We just get caught up on what's been happening in the rest of the Earth, not just North America, and the environment. Geopolitics and internal politics in some places like Australia. Actually, not just Australia.
You said it's so fascinating about the kind of anti-Semitic tropes about Hollywood, and it goes beyond Hollywood, right? It goes to the government, it goes to Wall Street. These tropes exist everywhere, right? The Jews run the banks.
Sure.
The Jews run the cinemas, the Jews own Congress. These are all anti-Semitic tropes.
Of course.
My worry as someone who has studied anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic tropes, and seen the return of old-school anti-Semitism, not the new anti-Semitism, which is criticizing Israel, but the old-school stuff, which is the Jews are too powerful, is when you have instances whereby people are silenced in the name of defending Israel. That's only going to increase anti-Semitism, because that's going to take every bigoted trope and say, well, it's true. See? They're going to point to every example of another public figure silencing criticism for Israel and saying, see? And it really worries. And I don't understand how so many people, I say this as a Muslim, my cousins in the Jewish community don't see how dangerous a road that is to go down. To fuel the right wing, by the way, the right wing people.
To fuel the right wing that will turn on them in a second.
Exactly. When people say, oh, the left is anti-Semitic, I'm like, can you point to me a leftist who has walked into a synagogue and gunned down Jews? I don't know of any. But I do know under Trump, 2 right wingers echoing Trumpian rhetoric walked into synagogues and gunned down Jews. Right? So for me, that is a very real, and the same people, who gun down Jews, gun down Muslims. We know that evidence shows that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia tends to exist in the same person.
Of course.
So for me, I'm looking at this thinking, this is really bad. Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel are actually screwing over American Jews in many ways.
Of course, I think, and it's got to be a conundrum. I think as a Jewish person, it's to be a conundrum where, of course, there are anti-Semitic people who who love the idea of a place where all the Jews should go live. Yeah. Like that is in line with a certain kind of thinking, and I think that's
some of the earliest supporters of Zionism held that view.
Of course,
like, get them out of Europe.
And so I think it's a short-sighted thing where again, I didn't have this kind of indoctrination in childhood of just thinking that, maybe when everything goes to shit, this one place is going to be safe, so they prioritize Israel above all other views. But they're cozying up with people who are anti-Semites, who do not like the Jews, who will turn on the Jews. All in the name of a country they're not even citizens of.
You've also got conservative Christians who like Israel because they think that once all the Jews are in one place and dead, then Jesus will come back, which I've always found a fascinating alliance.
I remember that one clip of Mitt Romney talking about what he thinks will happen eventually, and you're like, oh, okay, this is
not just him. It's him. It's Huckabee. It's all
Do people ever say anti-Semitic things to you about Jews, not realizing that you're Jewish?
I think I give off enough Jew that they can tell. I mean, there's not. I cannot pass a Hasidic guy, whether they're 12. Or whether they're 80, and they go, are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? So they can tell. They can see it.
You mentioned the kind of crackdowns for a foreign country. Bassem Youssef, who's often a co-host on this show, made a point very recently with me on this show that he moved from Egypt to the US because he couldn't criticize his own government in Egypt. He gets to the US and he discovers he can't criticize a foreign government in the US, which is a bizarre state of affairs. Like Harvard just adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, where many of the examples of anti-Semitism, I think 7 out of 11, relate to criticism of Israel. And there's this ironic position now wherein, for example, in Harvard, you can say America was born out of racism, and that's fine. If you say Israel was born out of racism, that's one of the anti-Semitic definitions. So we're in this bizarre world now where free speech is under threat because Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government and their supporters in the US have pushed these definitions. And I just wonder, when you look at, for example, the situation with Mahmoud Khalil, I know you're based in New York, what happened to this Columbia grad student whose wife recently gave birth? He asked, could he be let out from Louisiana for a couple of weeks to go be with his wife? And I said no. He's being held, a permanent resident, husband of an American citizen who just had an American child, because of his speech, his views. They've got nothing else on him. We've seen no evidence of terrorism, support for Hamas, just because he's pro-Palestinian.
And from the party that was so virulent about free speech, I just think conservatives are very good at kind of hammering home a big concept like free speech and hiding the asterisk that they introduce when they're in power, whether freedom, but all sorts of things. The thing is, they use language. So obviously, what do they go? They go, well, free speech, but you were supporting a terrorist group. And then if you go further into what do you mean supporting a terrorist group, and it's like a pamphlet that said like, please stop killing some innocent people. And so I just think
exactly
the American population is so not trained to see past.
I love that sort of framing, the asterisk, right? It's the freedom asterisk. It's the free speech asterisk. It's like, we believe in free speech for us while we're out of power. And then when we're in power, the asterisk was like, well, okay, well, now we're in power. It was free speech. That free speech is amended with all of these other things. Like, hey, did you say something we didn't like? That might actually be terrorism.
Illegal. Illegal.
American population is so not trained to see past what seems to me like a very first level layer of bullshit easily. So all you have to do is free speech, but you're supporting a terrorist group, and they don't go, well, what does that mean? What do you mean? How can that definition of supporting a terrorist group mean whatever the fuck you want it to?
Isn't it because they never really believed in free speech? It was always about free speech for us, for people I agree with. They don't actually believe in the concept of free speech.
Of course, but that's why all those people who kept claiming it, I think they have to be just skewered constantly. Yes. Because it was not that long ago. Yeah. It was so recent that all we were talking about was free speech and be allowed to say it. And it's like, okay, if you really wanted to say this slur, then at least you got to join it with this. If you really want to believe in free speech, hammer it home, or you just have to humiliate them. Say you do not believe in free speech. And that needs to be the moniker for Trump, for any of the people supporting these
it's not even old, right? They're currently, while cracking down on free speech, are continuing to say we're the party of free speech. Trump administration is giving out awards for free speech champions while they crack down on Mahmoud Khalil and multiple other people for their speech. You mentioned bullshit. I mean, Donald Trump is the master of bullshit in our era. As a comedian in the Trump era for a second Trump term, what was your November last year? He wins. What was your reaction? Were you thinking this is good for business, bad for America?
No. I think listen, you can make jokes out of anything. It's more just all Trump shows is just how broken all systems of accountability are, and I include that.
Okay. we can't watch this whole thing. That's it. Gotta move past it. It's honestly, I thought this was a really good discussion between him and Mehdi, and a lot of funny moments in it too, as well as great insights. But falling down the path of too much Sunday fun day. Gotta get back. It's not Sunday. It's Tuesday night / Wednesday for some, which means we gotta get caught up with everything that's been going on out there. A lot of stuff happening, including in the economy. Let's talk about the economy. CNBC, according to them, home prices are starting to crack.
All right, a big shift coming right in the heart of the spring housing market, something we haven't seen in quite a while. Diana Olick joins us right now with more. And what's the shift that we're seeing right now, Diana?
Well, Becky, it's prices. They are still gaining slightly, but they are slowing down quickly. And in several major markets, they are now lower compared with a year ago. Take a look at these numbers from Parcel Labs, which runs real-time price data. Miami, Atlanta, Tampa, San Francisco, Nashville, and Minneapolis are now negative year over year in prices. And Austin, a major pandemic migration market, is tanking. Other large markets like Phoenix and Denver, they're right on the verge of being in the red. Now, another report from Redfin showed home sellers gave concessions to buyers in 44% of sales transactions in.
So yeah, I mean, these numbers are pretty wild. You know, home prices haven't fallen in quite some time. And 22% is utterly just astounding. And that's not a typo. 22% down in Austin, Texas. Seems like everybody's moving back to Silicon Valley. Now, one reason why home prices might be starting to crack are things like this. You know, the fact is we have an aging population, of which many are the majority share of homeowners, right? Older people looking to downsize, while there's not a lot of people
we know this
to
firsthand.
buy.
The cost of making it in the Bay continues to soar. New numbers show just how much you're going to need to make to buy a home here. It's a lot. Here's NBC's Ian Cole.
The cost of making it in the Bay is soaring. New data shows a big jump in the amount of money you need to buy a home in the Bay Area in just the past 5 years. The latest figures from Realtor.com show you need to make $263,000 a year to afford the median home price in the San Francisco and Oakland market. In the South Bay, you'll need a household income of $370,000. That's 50.
That is insane. That is fucking insane. You need to be making $400,000 a year to live in Santa Clara and $250,000 a year in San Francisco. And this in Alameda County. It was just insane. Now, it's not necessarily the case in all places in the United States, but all of this is certainly representative of how the United States is. The cost of living continues to go up, whether it's interest rates, which is certainly a big portion of that figure, not entirely though. You know, the home prices going up increases taxes on the property. As well as expected cost of maintenance and whatever other fees are associated with home ownership. Fact is Americans are apparently, you know, they're stretched thin as is, right? Cost of living is up, rent. Even if home prices are coming down, people still can't afford these big numbers in most cases. And some Americans are literally buying groceries on credit cards right now, more than usual.
U.S. consumer confidence fell for the 5th straight month, hitting its lowest level since May of 2020. And this comes as a new LendingTree survey shows some pretty eye-opening numbers. Look at this. 25% of Americans who have buy now, pay later loans are using them to help afford groceries. And that number...
This is insane. 25% of people are using loans to buy groceries. This is supposed to be the richest country on earth, and we have people going into debt to feed themselves and their families. And then half of those people, not quite half, 2/5 of those people, 41%, are paying late, which means they can't even afford to eat. That's what these two numbers, they don't quite spell it out in this, but that's what this is. 1 in 4 people are using debt to finance their ability to feed their families. And then 2 in 5 of those people cannot. They basically just can't afford to eat. They're going into debt, and their financial situation is getting worse just by eating. That's a horrifying statistic. We should all be genuinely offended and upset over this. Donald Trump said, this guy got elected saying he was going to make grocery prices much, much cheaper day one, and it's day 107 or something like that. And America's going into debt just to eat. A lot of people are staying in relationships that may or may not be good for them, according to a new study, because of money.
Couples are seeing red, and not the love kind of red, but the red you see when a checking account runs low. As Fox 5's Richard Jacobus shows us, breaking up is hard to do, especially when money is involved. It's even leading some couples to put off breaking up.
The Beatles once sang the words, "Money can't buy me love," and that may be true, but there are some things that money can do, like make you stick with your spouse, even if there is no more love.
That saying where it's cheaper to keep her, it's not so much it's cheaper to keep her, it's cheaper to keep him.
There's this little stigma that girls depend on guys for money most of the time.
It turns out it doesn't matter what the sex is.
Sounds like your own personal. It's like a you thing.
Once romantically involved, but maybe grown apart, are still living nice and comfy at home, all because of, you guessed it, money.
I might be the wrong guy to answer this question because I just came out of a divorce.
The study from Self Financial claims that 1 in 4 Americans are still in relationships that may have lost its luster. That's nearly a quarter of the 1,000 or so surveyed. For many, it's the only way to maintain financial stability in an otherwise uncertain economy.
We both got, good careers. We could both live on our own. We don't really rely on each other financially.
But is it really all about the Benjamins? Well, don't bet.
I love how she came out and contradicted this guy. He's like, God damn it. Why are you contradicting me? You depend on me. She's like, we could both live our own lives. Fuck him.
We rely on each other financially.
But is it really all about the Benjamins? Well, don't bet your bottom dollar just yet.
Like Sherlock Holmes says, fear is wisdom in the face of...
Okay. Well, according to that study, couples are staying together because of money, potentially. Even if they aren't necessarily feeling it in the bedroom or otherwise, that rent, you gotta pay that rent. Meanwhile, government funding is being cut. That's definitely going to affect people's ability to have access to food programs, things like that. Here is WKBW TV from 4 hours ago. USDA terminates crucial funding.
Tonight, growing frustrations for some farm owners in Orchard Park after losing $750,000 of government funding. The directors of the Providence Farm Collective were recently sent an email from the U.S. Department of Agriculture telling them their $750,000 3-year grant has been terminated. That grant, part of a project to support training for immigrant and refugee farmers. But the letter says the USDA does not support diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Get it out of here. DEI farms. We need whites-only farms.
But the letter says the USDA does not support diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Providence Farm Collective harvests over 100,000 pounds of produce each year, providing food access to more than 14,000 Western New Yorkers. Tonight, 7 News reporter Jordan Johnson is sharing the voices of the farm directors who say they are heartbroken over this move.
Both rows the radishes here.
Here at the Providence Farm Collective, another tough blow has been dealt to the nonprofit that helps feed communities throughout Western New York.
We always supply what we have to their food pantry.
Late last month, the USDA told the farm their $750,000 3-year grant has been terminated.
And I was just heartbroken.
Hamadi Ali is the deputy farm director of the Providence Farm Collective and tells me the email took him by surprise. But Kristen Heltman-Weiss, the group's executive director, is encouraging all of the refugees and immigrants that work here to continue their important mission.
And at the bottom of...
This is so sad. This is so fucked. Why? It's all just... This is all punitive. It's punishment for being diverse. That's what America has become now. You get punished for being diverse. You get your funding cut for just having included words like diversity or immigrants. It's fucking horrifying. And these are the sort of program. I mean, having local produce accessible to all communities, it's one of the stated goals of this administration. Let alone, I mean, I was told that they were going to make America healthy again. That now they're canceling funding for farms just because they used some words in their charter. It is disgusting. You know who's not going to have to worry about not getting access to food? Warren Buffett. A guy who's apparently quitting his job as of 2 days ago.
Follow the rich white man.
Tonight, one of the greatest and longest running shows in American capitalism is coming to an end. In Omaha, Nebraska, a surprise from Warren Buffett. The 94-year-old spent nearly 3 hours answering questions from investors before revealing his plans to step down as Berkshire Hathaway's CEO. The company operates all kinds of businesses, including Dairy Queen, Benjamin Moore Paints, and Geico Insurance. CBS's Jolene Ken is in Los Angeles and leads us off tonight with more on Buffett's announcement and his new warning for President Trump. Jolene, good evening.
Jerika, this was an emotional moment in Omaha. Warren Buffett, the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, announcing his plans to step down as the CEO of the empire he built at the end of the year. While there's long been a succession plan in place, the crowds were taken by surprise.
It just won.
When the Oracle of Omaha made his announcement, the crowd went wild.
The enthusiasm shown by that response can be interpreted in 2 ways, but I'll take a surprise.
94-year-old Warren Buffett shocked tens of thousands of people at his annual shareholders meeting in Omaha, divulging his plans to retire as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway at the end of the year.
Whatever will he do? Where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end.
This has always been Buffett's plan. Vice Chair Greg Abel was designated as a successor years ago. Buffett took over Berkshire Hathaway back in 1965 with his friend Charlie Munger, transforming it from a small textile company in Nebraska into a trillion-dollar behemoth admired around the world. Today, he's worth more than $160 billion, but still lives in the same Omaha house he purchased in 1958 for $31,500. And investors still hang on to his
I just want to say something. I mean, the way they talk about that, oh, he's still living in the same house that he bought in the 50s for over $30,000. Just going to point this out. How? I'm pretty sure in the 50s, gas cost like a nickel or like 10 cents. Like it's like you can multiply that number by like 30. I don't know, maybe not quite that much, but do you get what I'm saying here? $30,000 in 1955. Buying whatever the equivalent home in now would not certainly wouldn't be $30,000. Probably be 15, 20 times as much. But hey, you know, Warren Buffett is ending his long reign over Berkshire Hathaway, a company which oversees a lot. You look up the number of companies. There's Geico. They own Heinz. They own Duracell. They own. What else do they own? There's so many different. I can't even think of all of them. But they've got a long list of companies that they own that you may not even know. They also happen to own a shit ton of real estate all over the nation. There's probably a Berkshire Hathaway house owned, or some other property owned in your neighborhood, actually. It's kind of a high likelihood. I don't know exactly how high it is, but it's up there. Anyway, let's talk tariffs a little bit. This was 4 days ago. Talking about a loophole which Donald Trump opened up for a period of time on Canadian auto parts.
New guidance on auto tariffs was released by U.S. Customs and Border Protection late this afternoon. It adds a new twist to the situation. American border authorities will charge 0 tariffs on auto parts that are compliant with the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. But this is only good news for about half the industry.
The Canadian auto parts suppliers ship about $40 billion worth of goods from factories here. Half in a normal year go to the United States. So this is good news that there's no tariff on auto parts that travel as parts to the US. But the other half are destined for assembly of vehicles in Canada, and those cars get shipped to the US, and those cars still have a tariff on them.
Foreign cars and parts will continue to face tariffs, so Canadian-made parts that go into vehicles assembled in Canada will still be hit with duties. Volpe says this is only halfway to a victory and still far from a solution. Donald Trump says he will also give car makers some rebates on tariffs to...
Donald Trump says a lot of things, and it's not clear. From my understanding, this is supposedly just a pause. It's all very confusing because Donald Trump says so many goddamn things all the time. But since this video came out, I think I heard, because this was 4 days ago, I heard that this is just a short pause on the tariffs. Because apparently someone told him it takes time to build a factory, I guess. But this was 2 days ago. CNN. New tariffs go into effect as economic uncertainty grows.
From the executive director here that has already caused a drop of 35% in imports, in arrivals through here, because business owners are saying, I'm just going to wait and see what happens with these tariffs before I buy any more merchandise that might be subject to these tariffs. One business, though, that is actually booming at this time is something called bonded warehouses. It's being used as a bit of a loophole by business owners because it is a completely legal way to store your goods in U.S. soil, but without paying the tariffs or any taxes on it until you withdraw it. Take a listen.
The other benefit is maybe you find a buyer. Maybe you sell your product at a higher price and you find a buyer who's willing to pay that higher price. You can still house it here until you find that buyer.
Sound like a vulture.
So it's just giving everybody a pause.
This woman sounds like a vulture. I think she's in charge of this bonded warehouse, but I hate the way that they're talking about it. It's like, hey, you can store a bunch of stuff in my bonded warehouse, and maybe you can make some profit somewhere. You know, you can sell it for a higher price to people when they have nothing. It's all horrifying. Late stage capitalism is collapsing, and Donald Trump is sort of spurring it on, whether or not he knows it.
To try and figure out is it their new price structure? Is it I think right now we're waiting to see if the tariffs are going to come down. That's the biggie, the tariffs on the Chinese products.
Now, this wait and see, Omar, is in itself a gamble. They're hoping that talks with China will go well and that will lead to a drop in these tariffs. But the whole time that this merchandise is in these warehouses is also not hitting the shelves, and that could cause a whole other host of issues.
All right, thank you, Julia. Joining me now is the Washington bureau chief for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Tia Mitchell. Tia, so let's start on the economy. Any talks of a recession aside, how much real estate does President Trump actually have here in terms of let's wait and see, trust me on this, until a trade deal actually needs to get done?
Yeah, I think he ran on an economic message. A lot of people voted for him based on that economic message, and he promised results on day one. So I think there are some people who voted for Trump. They're willing to give him time, but they are disappointed that some of the things he promised have not happened.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been met with the actual reality of their decision to vote for that man. On a number of issues, especially the economy, but not just that. Alright, let's keep going. Now, let's talk about the tariff deals. Because Donald Trump has said all sorts of insane things about these deals. How he's going to get 200 deals done in 90 days. He had this to say earlier today. This is Forbes breaking news from like 6 hours ago. Although I think it was slightly earlier in the day.
Yeah. Announce later this week. Well, I can announce all of them now. I could announce 50 to 100 deals right now because, you know, I'm the shopkeeper and I keep the store.
I do it.
And, you know, I know what countries are looking for, and I know what we're looking for, and I can just set those terms, and they can go shopping, or they don't have to go shopping, because everybody...
What does any of that fucking mean, dude? I could announce 50, I could announce 100 of them. I am the shopkeeper. What the fuck does that mean? Is he just suggesting that he'll unilaterally decide without having talked to anybody? And then, what the fuck is the shopping comment? They could go shopping, they could not go shopping. Everybody loves shopping, but sometimes you don't have to do it.
And, you know, I know what countries are looking for, and I know what we're looking for, and I can just set those terms, and they can go shopping, or they don't have to go shopping, because everybody wants to shop here.
Everybody wants to shop.
This is like a beautiful store. This is like one of Bernard Arnault, or maybe I should say Alex, even more importantly, young, the future. But Bernard's an honor to have you. We'll have a meeting after this. But he has the greatest stores in the world, and they want to shop. Our country is the greatest store in the world of that kind.
America is the greatest store, and that's why everyone has been buying stuff from us. They just want to buy. That's why we have a huge trade deficit. People buy a lot of stuff. They just want to buy. We're going to let them do it.
Everybody wants a piece of it, and they took advantage of us for years because we allowed presidents. Our presidents allowed it to happen. You know, I don't blame China, and I don't blame Vietnam, and I could name every single country all the way up and down the line.
I don't blame them. I just attack them in the trade war and a lot of other stuff. And that's normal for people that you don't blame, is to hit them with extraordinarily large tariffs.
South Korea, Every single country took advantage of us without exception.
You can tell just how little I blame China by how high the tariff is. It's actually an inverse relationship. The less I blame you, the higher the tariff is.
Japan, these are friends of mine, but they took advantage of this country. They ripped off our country, selling us millions and millions of cars a year, and we sold them none. We weren't allowed to sell them a car. They took advantage of us. I don't blame them. I blame the people that sat behind that desk that allowed it to happen, but I don't allow it to happen. I
blame all these Nazi people, including the U.S. Actually, the USMCA is great. USMCA, the greatest deal ever, which happened behind a different desk, was a great deal. Okay. Let us move on from that sort of word salad of idiocy onto some obsequious muttering from Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury. Had a lot to say about Trump's tariffs and regulations during testimony at Congress.
Good.
Earlier
Thank you, Mr.
on Tuesday.
Chairman, the Congressman Hoyer.
Actually,
member.
we don't need this whole thing.
The Chairman Joyce, Ranking Member.
Please shut up. Sort of the back half, I think. We don't really need this part of it.
Opportunity for all Americans is making the Trump tax cuts permanent. We look forward to working closely with the members of this committee to pass this bill into law.
That is all they care about.
Together, we
these
can
fucking
build a
tax
stronger,
cuts.
safer, and more prosperous America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize myself for the first questions. Secretary, let's fast forward a year. Where do you see the U.S. with respect to tariffs and the overarching strategy? Do you anticipate all trade deals being bilateral, or could there be multi-country trade pacts of which groups of countries agree to a tariff schedule?
Mr. Chairman, this will be path dependent on our trade partners. As I've said before, there are 18 very important trading relationships. We are currently negotiating with 17 of those trading partners. China, we have not engaged in negotiations with as of yet. So I expect that we can see a substantial reduction in the tariffs that we are being charged, as well as non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and the subsidies of both labor and capital investment. So that is proceeding very well. Many of our trading partners
It's going really well.
have approached us with very good offers, and we are in the process of renegotiating those. With the economy, you know, I would say that this is a three-legged stool: trade, tax, and deregulation.
A three-legged stool. I love how he's using the analogy of the three-legged stool. That is amazing, because the three-legged stool I think of the most is the Social Security savings, and what's the other one? What's the third leg? Oh, pensions, and how all three of those things are under attack under the Trump administration. But he's talking about a different stool over here of trade. Meanwhile, they keep talking about all these deals, and they've announced none of them. They keep getting closer and closer. They're like, oh, I could do 50, 100 deals tonight, tomorrow. And yet we've seen zero of those deals. According to Scott Bessent, our allies have been sending all sorts of great stuff to us they're just going to renegotiate it, apparently. So that's, yeah, it's all great. It's going to be great. There's no way that it doesn't happen, that they don't manage to talk to 200, well, less than 200, but like, 180 countries or something like that, and reach deals with them all by, any times, it's gonna be any minute now, I'm sure.
Testifying before the House Appropriations Committee Tuesday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says progress is being made on foreign trade talks, but not with China.
There are 18 very important trading relationships.
18.
We are currently negotiating with 17 of those trading partners. China, we have not engaged in negotiations with as of yet.
We haven't?
His comments come after President Trump told NBC's Meet the Press that, quote,
She's gonna glaze over that one? I mean, Scott Bessent just said that we haven't yet negotiated at all with China. I was told by this, and this is from earlier today on Tuesday. How many times has Donald Trump said that we've been negotiating with China? He said it like half a dozen times. But the Treasury Secretary is completely contradicting the president here.
With as of yet.
His comments come after President Trump told NBC's Meet the Press that, quote, at some point I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them, and they want to do business very much. The current tariff rate on Chinese imports is 145%. Last week, China's Commerce Ministry says it's assessing whether it wants to begin negotiations with the U.S. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins us now. I feel like every day we're sort of doing the will they, won't they. Is damage already done, though?
I think for many, yes, especially small businesses. I mean, we've talked to a lot of small businesses. I don't care what industry. They're just getting their first invoice that has that tariff surcharge, if you will, especially if you're ordering from China. And a lot of them are saying this is costing me thousands or maybe even, near $1 million, depending on how much inventory they're bringing in. And they're saying, I'm just not going to be able to handle this. The other thing that I will mention, though, this just broke within the last half hour. We are learning that Treasury Secretary Bessent will be meeting with China's lead economic representative in Geneva this Thursday, May 8th. So that, I think, will at least give some investors hope that maybe, we heard from him.
Yeah, we have to give the investors hope. I mean, come on. Come on! Those are first. I love how those are the first people that CBS News thinks of. We must remind the investors to have hope. Not those people struggling to buy food. Fairly certain that investors can buy food. But yeah, geez. Thursday, everything's gonna be fine. Scott Bessent's gonna meet up with the foreign minister of China. That'll solve it. That'll be the end.
China.
I'm sure that everything will be solved. Speaking of business, some Republican businesses, and I know you might be asking yourself, what is a Republican business? Well, apparently there is an app out there which is being used in a way it was not intended. Rather than showing Republicans businesses which they can feel good about supporting, is that they have right-wing ties, Democrats and lefties are now using this app to target businesses with boycotts.
Thank you, Public Square, for making it so easy to find an adorable little French cafe to go on a date. We are so glad to support businesses that align with our values and that celebrate the freedom that America was built on.
What's up, kids? So I've got some interesting information today. Apparently there is a website out there dedicated to MAGA small businesses. It's called publicsquare.com. Yes, all these MAGA businesses can sign up and you can find all their locations on a map provided on the website.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm thinking, I think we take this information and use it in a different way, like businesses not to shop at.
So even though conservatives have been putting us through hell on a daily basis in this country for decades now, I've got to admit that sometimes their stupidity can be a blessing in disguise. And I say that because they inadvertently handed people on the left a really nice gift without even realizing it. What do I mean? So anti-fascists are catching on to a tool that right-wingers have been using for years now to support supposed anti-woke businesses in their communities. But instead of creating a map of so-called woke businesses to avoid, the app in question compiled a database of pro-Trump businesses to support. But the app is not really being used in the way that its creators intended. So if you go to publicsquare.com, you can enter in your zip code and immediately see a list of pro-Trump businesses in your area, and you can effectively choose to avoid these businesses now that you know that they are pro-Trump. And this platform reportedly has more than 50,000 pro-Trump businesses in its database. So through word of mouth on TikTok, Reddit, Facebook, and Instagram, the app is gaining popularity among people on the left and also liberals because of how useful it is to them, because now they know which businesses support fascism and thus know which businesses they should avoid. And the app has blown up to the point where some businesses registered with Public Square are now publicly distancing themselves from the app, as explained by the Seattle TikToker.
So apparently a liberal newspaper a few days before I posted...
That is so sad. Poor Republican business owners. However will they get the word out that they have political leanings? Running away from this app because leftists found it. Seriously, it's a self-own. Seriously. Big time self-own. I hope somebody creates another app where they can't take themselves off of the app. Just whatever, what's it called? Wayback Machine it or whatever. Like, take it back and just add them themselves. I think that's the best strategy. By the way, Sue Fairy Dust B with the Galactic membership message highlight. Love what you do, GSL. I love what you do, Sue. All right, well, we're talking business. Let's talk business ethics.
Illegal.
Democracy Now! From 11 hours ago. Trump's newest grift.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Damn, Joshua Keller with a sweet, sweet super chat. I'm temporarily a thousandaire. Here, have some money. Oh. Oh, big money coming from Joshua Keller over here. Thank you, Joshua. Getting us closer to space confetti. I know chat's been waiting for this. You went above and beyond. We only need 2 more $2 super chats, and you just went blam here. Space cash, Earth cash.
Senators Elizabeth Warren and Jeff Merkley are calling for a federal investigation into the Trump family's cryptocurrency venture after a fund backed by Abu Dhabi announced it would make a $2 billion investment in crypto exchange Binance using a Trump-branded crypto coin. The deal could generate hundreds of millions of dollars for the Trump family. In their letter, Senators Warren and Merkley wrote, quote, "The deal, if completed, would represent a staggering conflict of interest, one that may violate the Constitution and open our government to a startling degree of foreign influence and the potential for a quid pro quo that could endanger national security," unquote. Senator Warren also released this video last week blasting the deal.
The United States is getting ready to bless Donald Trump's latest grift. A shady Abu Dhabi investment firm just announced it's going to make a $2 billion business deal with a foreign crypto company called Binance. So here's the kicker. Binance and the foreign investment firm are going to use Donald Trump's stablecoin to finance their transaction, essentially giving Trump a cut of that $2 billion deal. Boy, looks like corruption, smells like corruption. So yeah, the Senate is going to put a stop to it, right? Wrong. Right now, the Senate is getting ready to greenlight the grift by passing the so-called Genius Act next week. This is a bill that would make it even easier for the president and his family to profit off their own stablecoin and oversee their own financial company.
President Trump is headed to the Gulf next week. In related news, last night,
Speaking of big money, this money isn't illicit, though. Sue Fairy Dust B with some English pounds donated over here. We're now 4 of 5 on the goal. Give us some sweet, sweet chat confetti. My gosh, so much generosity in chat today. I'm overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by all of your generosity. It's beautiful. I can feel that. So it's gonna be a double confetti night? That's crazy. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
on Monday.
Whoopsies.
President Trump spoke at a crypto and AI innovators dinner.
Meet our team. I love how Eric, Trump, Donald, I love how all 3 of his sons are on the team. I have no idea what it is they did to actually make any of this happen. Then you have Steve Witkoff and his 2 sons, Zach and Al. I assume, I mean, Witkoff's not the most, it's not the most common. Oh, you can't even see it, can you? Hold on, I gotta put down the message. Sorry. Look at it. Steve Witkoff, Zach Witkoff, Alex Witkoff. This is just a Trump loyalty scheme. Essentially a re-enrichment. Steve Witkoff's already plenty rich. It's fucking wild. It's the level of corruption going on here. And nepotism.
To raise money for a pro-Trump super PAC. Tickets were $1.5 million a plate. The event was held at the President's Golf Club in Virginia. The co-host of the dinner was David Sachs, the White House AI and crypto czar. Sachs is a South African-born tech investor who is part of the so-called PayPal mafia, founding PayPal with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. On May 22nd, Trump is also hosting a private gala dinner for the top 220 investors in his meme coin. The dinner will also be held at the Trump National Golf Club. The promotion also offers an ultra-exclusive VIP reception with the president and a tour of the White House for the top 25 Trump meme coin investors.
It's like, this presidency is like if Firefest was held at the White House. I swear to God, it's out of control.
The anti-corruption group CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, called the promotion, quote, one of the most blatant and appalling instances of selling access to the presidency we've ever seen, they said.
Illegal.
We're joined now by Molly White, an independent cryptocurrency researcher who runs the Citation Needed newsletter. She recently wrote an article headlined Trump's Newest Grift, Building a Cryptocurrency Empire While Destroying Its Regulators. Molly, welcome to Democracy Now! If you can start off, for folks who aren't following cryptocurrency that carefully, explain what cryptocurrency is.
Cryptocurrency is a digital asset, so it's an entirely digital form of speculation, essentially.
I think we all know what cryptocurrency is. Not gonna lie.
In a piece, Molly, you wrote that the scope of the Trump family's cryptocurrency conflicts illustrates a degree of corruption that makes the emoluments concerns of Trump's first term seem quaint by comparison. Could you explain?
Give me a joke. Yeah, so Trump's crypto ventures are growing seemingly by the week. It seems like every week something new is announced, whether it's his World Liberty Financial crypto platform or his Trump meme coin or rumors of a new crypto game that his backers are working on.
Donald Trump launched his own crypto trading platform now? Jesus Christ. I somehow completely missed that story. I have no idea how.
Rumors of a new crypto game that his backers are working on. And so he is really allowing for bribery and the types of corruption that we've never seen in the American presidency. He's allowing people to send him money. He is profiting directly from the cryptocurrency industry while he is simultaneously influencing policy, legislation, calling off regulators who previously oversaw the crypto industry in ways that are benefiting him and his family very directly.
And given the fact that cryptocurrency has become sort of the favored money laundering method of criminals, drug dealers, anybody who wants to hide their money, what is the impact of the growing size of the crypto industry in terms of the financial system?
Well, it's definitely concerning. I mean, there is this major potential for criminal activity using cryptocurrencies. We've seen it dramatically increase for use in money laundering, as you mentioned, terrorist financing. Ransomware is primarily these days done with cryptocurrency. And there's very little in the way of regulations or laws that crack down on that type of activity. And under the Trump administration, we've actually seen what few regulations were in place be pared back. The Securities and Exchange Commission, which previously was essentially the primary regulator of the cryptocurrency industry, has been called off the beat. We've seen cases against cryptocurrency companies dismissed with prejudice, investigations of crypto companies dropped. We've seen the cryptocurrency investigations teams at the SEC and the Department of Justice dismantled. And so under the Trump administration, I think we are seeing dramatic expansion of the potential for criminal activity within cryptocurrency, as well as the, complete reduction in consumer protections that would allow those who choose to get involved with cryptocurrency to.
Yeah, and I mean, part of the problem that I find with the discussion around cryptocurrency is I feel like in many ways, I'm not blaming Molly here or anyone necessarily for this. I think it's just something that's been happening alongside this discussion of it. I feel like in some ways we launder cryptocurrency, right? Too much by focusing on illegal acts being taken with cryptocurrency when it is all just a scam, right? It is just a pyramid scheme. Now, pyramid schemes are technically legal, but these are this is basically a multi-trillion-dollar market made up of crypto scams, right? Just they might have different names and different logos, different white papers, whatever you want to call them, different mathematics behind them, but it's all the same idea. You know, it's first in benefits most. You know, you get in later on, you might lose a bunch of money. Hey, you know, hold on until someone dumber than you comes in and buys, and then maybe you'll make some more money. Sue Fairy does be with a sweet galactic membership gifted to Cheetah Man. Cheetah Man's in chat. Look at that. Someone's seeing the direct benefit of that gifted membership immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you, Sue, for that sweet donation. By the way, I would, what's the word? What was I gonna say? Would like to point out to everyone that this is a second goal of tonight, and this is specifically for confetti. So the only way to complete it is with a super chat, just $2 super chat. But yeah, I appreciate all sorts of donations. I assume everyone's aware of that right now, because we said it a couple of times already. People just wanted another goal for confetti only, not for content. We already have the content goal. We've already received confetti one time tonight. We just want more chat, just insatiable on the confetti. I don't blame them. Having a goal, having goals in life and chat, it's all good. All constructive. Speaking of economics, people who've enriched themselves with pyramid schemes. PBD had on a guest. This one felt like a fun day, sort of, so I just figured I'd throw this one in here. Oh snap! We just got a goal achieved. Confetti engaged. Look at that. Becky D, Sue Fairy Dust, both with super chats. I'm going to change the color of the confetti again, just for fun. Ooh, that's a fun color. I like that one. Wow. So many sweet super chats. Becky D with a completely blank. Same thing for Sue. I just noticed that these are completely blank. Wow. The love is overwhelming. You know, people? You're too much.
That's too much, man!
No, it's not. That's not true. Keep being you. Joshua Keller. With an actual super chat containing texts. I appreciate the free content. Here's a pittance of compensation. Well, thank you, Joshua. I do appreciate you. Every pittance, it all adds up, okay? It all adds up. That's what's so great about having entire space fams. We can all combine with our with our powers combined, we can save the galaxy. All right. Great job, everyone.
Don
Oh,
James
shit.
1676 just cheered 500 bits.
Don James with the 500 bits over on Twitch. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. I don't know. Is that the first? No, I don't think that's the 1st of May. Might be, though. We barely streamed all month because of the freaking technical difficulties. Anyway, what a celebration. Blasted through that second goal. Got a ton of confetti. And a Twitch donation from Don. Keeping us alive over there on Twitch. Alright. Let's go to the PBD podcast. Talk economics. PBD's got some interesting plans over here.
Let's have some fun, shall we, folks? You all remember Patrick Bet-David. He is that multi-millionaire business consultant, former owner of, it was an insurance company that was really sort of like a membership program where you could join up to be one of the, you could pay a fee to be one of their insurance salespeople. And apparently, like, if you were top tier, you could make some cash. If you were not top tier, you would probably spend some cash.
Top of the pyramid tier.
Top tier, and then you recruit some other people beneath you.
And I want to be absolutely clear: a totally legal
Completely.
enterprise. Yeah, but just one that like the wealth seems to flow up. Anyways,
in which salespeople pay the company that's supposedly employing them?
How to buy insurance.
Well, I don't know if they were actually technically employing them. They were more like part of the gang. And
part of the scheme.
Part of the schematics of the gang, I guess you could say. And here he is. He's invited Andrew Callahan from, what is that, like Channel, what was it?
All Gas, No Breaks, Channel 5.
He's Channel 5 now.
Now, right, yeah.
And they've been doing, his channel's been doing some really good, like, on-the-ground work. Like, I think a few months ago, they were down at the border. He tried to cross the Rio Grande himself. So check out Channel 5. I think that he's doing really good work over there.
California's been trying to do it.
Well, the thing is, talking about Gavin Newsom and homelessness.
Right, that's the thing is everyone sees Gavin Newsom as like an enabler for all these destructive democratic policies, but he still makes concessions to conservatives who are like bullying him into not carrying it out. For example, let's take the Tenderloin in San Francisco, which is it's still the biggest open air drug zone in the city. Been that way for decades. He, obviously during the Biden administration and when Newsom was in control, he still is. It was a crazy scene out there. There was people smoking fentanyl on the streets, people defecating and sleeping in the streets.
San Francisco.
Yeah, in this particular area.
Is there a clip you want him to show?
No, I think we can just overlay it or something. But I mean, in general, Governor Newsom was being kind of like shit on for letting that happen. But the reality is, and people on the ground know this, there was supposed to be a safe injection site that was 2 blocks long, 2 blocks wide, that was supposed to be maintained by the state and the city. So it made it so people wouldn't be able to use heroin, fentanyl, and meth on the streets. They would have to go to a controlled environment where the public and children and people who were living in that community wouldn't have to interact with them, and they could have the access to the services they need. At the last minute, Governor Newsom didn't build it because he was too scared of getting another media smear campaign and being made to seem like someone who lets people do drugs in the open, but he still does drugs in the open. So with the Democratic establishment in California, there's a lot of hypocrisy, and there's a lot of, we don't know where the money's going. There's not much transparency as far as what's happening with all these taxes that are being taken away from people who worked hard to make that money. We do know that $1 trillion of wealth have left California in the past 4 years. We do know that cities like San Francisco and LA that are still generating a ton of money, much of that money isn't even being pumped back into the city because so many workers have gone remote. There's a lot of people working in California that decide not to live there because they can do their work for tech companies remotely elsewhere in a more affordable state like Montana.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think that
I'll just say Montanas don't appreciate all the people doing that from the West Coast. But go ahead, Brett.
When you look at progressive policies and you look at poverty, and it's not changing, and then you look at the tax rate going up and down, it can be easy to say, you know what, nothing's ever going to change, and that's why there's so much like a sense of apathy and nihilism when it comes to the billionaire thing. That's why people.
I will say this, we just saw a video showing that Austin's real estate market is imploding right now. Down 20%. Home prices in Austin, with people leaving Austin in droves. Could be because of Silicon Valley's push to return to work. They may be all going back to San Francisco.
Saying, oh, billionaires are the worst, kill them all, like on the internet, because they've seen nothing change, and they're seeing, okay, the cost of living is high, there's homeless people everywhere, there's so much poverty, yet there's this class of people who are unaffected by it. So the question is then, if we don't raise the taxes, what can be done to change that situation on the ground?
No, I think a really good case there by Callahan. Let's see the wisdom we get from Patrick Bet-David.
No, I mean the situation with inequality and poverty.
Yeah, but that's not how it works, though, because to me, here's how it works. Okay, let's just say you got 3 sons, and they're all 25 years old, okay? And you're...
Pause it for 1 second. Now, I just, I want to stop him there. I mean, like when I called for higher taxes, he said, communist. Yes. But here's the thing. Okay, well, I guess you could have triplets. That's how they would all be 25 years old. But he's going to pivot off. And one of the things I noticed that Patrick Bet-David did, and I don't know if the other 4 stooges are there in studio, but when they actually have to address something that's real, they immediately turn it to some type of like aphorism.
Hypothetical.
Salesman type of spiel.
Let's say you had triplets and they're all 25 years old. The triplets are now 25 years old. Go ahead.
But that's a hallmark of conservative.
Yeah, I like it's basically a DIY fable. It's like on the spot. PBD's like, let me tell you a story. This fantasy land. You have 3 sons.
You'll see it all the time. People bring in facts and figures.
Marvel movies.
And reality. Marvel movies. Like, what if we saw it this way? What if it was this way?
You're making a case for universal healthcare, but have you ever thought about, what's the guy that compared to Sam? I'm blanking. What's the Marvel guy?
Thanos.
Thanos, yeah.
I remember what it is.
To change that situation on the ground.
The taxes?
No, I mean the situation with inequality and poverty.
Yeah, but that's not how it works, though, because to me, here's how it works. Okay, let's just say you got 3 sons, and they're all 25 years old, okay? And you're 60 years old at this time. Could you be, 60, 25, 60, let's just say you're 65 years old. You have 3 sons, 25, 26, 27.
You had triplets when you were 35. Okay.
Oh, wait, they're not triplets. They're not triplets. They're
your wife was like, popping them out.
It's like you got busy right at one after another. You decided after the first 2 babies, you're like, I got too much time in my hand. I'm going to have a third.
I mean, it could be 3 different women.
So they're 26, 27, 25.
Okay, gotcha.
By the time he's done, you completely forget what he's talking about. That's the whole point of this. Also, did I show you the hats I have here behind me? That's okay.
Well, wait until you hear the role geography plays in the analogy here.
Okay, let's just say that all 3 sons had hats. They all have 3 different hats, like these. These, incidentally, you can purchase. All right, good.
Okay, and you're 60 years old at this time. Could you be, 60, 25, 60, let's just say you're 65 years old. You got 3 sons.
Oh, I'm positive.
25, 26.
On the screen, the image. No, it's okay.
27. They're all out of college. You give each of them $100,000. First one to give $100,000, he goes to Singapore. He parties, he comes back, has a lot of stories. Says, Dad, I tried an opportunity. I met with this businessman in Singapore. Didn't work out. I need another $250,000. I'm up to something big. Second son comes up. You give him $100,000.
Second son. I love how
he takes $100,000.
I love how the question. He's like, no. The question's not about inequality or poverty. It's not about those things. It's about this fictional story about your 3 sons. Who you give 6 figures to. You just whip it out of your bank account. You got millions of dollars in your bank account, and you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna throw $100,000 at each one of my kids. See how that turns out. It's not about poverty. Don't ask me about poverty and inequality. Come on. That is not what society is about. That's BBD's answer. This guy is fucking idiotic. It's like, I don't, how does that even, like, nobody can possibly take this seriously, but they do. I don't understand it. This man, people take this shit seriously, but it's quite obvious this guy is unable to address poverty. The only thing that he's capable of talking about is capitalists who have enough money to invest, whether it be in their own family or in companies. If you're poor, you're a failure. And why should we do anything to help you? Because according to his analogy, we've already given you $100,000, and what have you done with it? I mean, that's basically the argument that he's making here, right? Is, he's trying to make an analogy between this story of his, like it's supposed to be analogous to the government giving handouts to people, right? And it would just be better, though. Or really, it's like an alternative solution. Instead of the government giving money, why can't parents just give out $100,000 to their kids and that'll solve it? Your one son will go create a hotel, your other son will gamble it on crypto or something, and everybody will be fine. If you don't have the money for that, then you should be working in the coal mines. Okay. Speaking of bootstraps, well, actually, before, you know what, this is probably a good place to pause. Yeah, we'll pause here. We'll go to Canada news after the break. But first, some brief space messages for you folks. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Bell icon as well. Gotta click that bell, otherwise you won't know when the spacecast is live. You'll be sitting, twiddling your thumbs, wondering where the content is. Well, it's here, in a place that you are not, because you didn't click the bell. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the myriad ways we have available to you. So YouTube, the Twitch, the Cash App, and the PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a patron. $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits, including getting an avatar on this stream. Anyway, chat, that's enough space benefits messages from me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. Well, you know what that sound means, of course. It means it's time for us to get back to the show. Immediately. If not sooner. All right. Well, we left off talking economics in the United States. Let's switch to talking economics in Canada, our close neighbor and one-time friend. CBC News from 4 days ago. How far does Quebec's new minimum wage actually get you?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Minimum wage in Quebec is now at $16.10 an hour. But how far does this salary get you? Let's break it down. If you work a standard 37.5-hour work week, your pay, minus taxes and deductions, comes out to about $2,000 per month. Housing is going to...
Now, I'm fairly certain $16 and whatever cents an hour she just said is something around $12 an hour, or 11, somewhere between $11 and $12 an hour in US dollars.
Your biggest expense. According to province-wide property listing database Centris, the average price to rent a one-bedroom apartment in Montreal is about $1,500 per month. So your best bet is to find something way under market rate, share an apartment with a partner or roommates, or move out of the city entirely to where rents are cheaper. So now we're down to $1,250. Experts often say that you should only spend about a third of your income on housing, but that's likely not going to be an option for you.
I love that framing. Now, all of the financial experts say that you shouldn't do this thing that you're definitely gonna do. So sorry. Let's just move past that sensible thing that's definitely not happening.
Now let's take a look at food. The average cost of groceries for someone in the city is about $300 a month. So just covering food and half the rent, it's going to leave you about $950 to spend on utilities, clothing, transit, and entertainment. So if you're trying to save any money or support a family, you're likely in the red. A Quebec research institute that studies social and economic issues estimates that a living wage for a single person in the city is more like $28 an hour. So the current minimum wage isn't enough to lift someone out of poverty.
The distance between the starting point and just starting to get outside of poverty is so huge, and a lot of people who have full-time jobs don't make it.
The institute says the solution here isn't necessarily to dramatically increase the minimum wage.
Damn, that poutine is making me hungry. Something about a big pile of potatoes with gravy on it just looks really appetizing to me right now. But yeah, shockingly, Quebec's minimum wage not enough to lift people out of poverty. Who could have guessed that?
What'd you drum up?
Yeah, shocking.
Come on!
I'm shocked. But the minimum wage is not the only thing to talk about in Canada. If you didn't hear somehow, former, now current Prime Minister Mark Carney won the election. At least the Liberals won enough seats in Canada's Parliament to give Liberals the majority in Parliament. Carney is the new PM. Truly shocking everyone in the massive turnaround of the Labour Party in the last few months. Let's talk about the ever-changing political landscape in Canada. Here's CTV News from 2 days ago.
Talk of Western separation arrived on the steps of the Alberta legislature. Hundreds gathered to advocate for independence, while Indigenous groups stood in opposition. CTV's Kathy Lee on the growing divide.
The sound reverberated off the stone walls of the Alberta legislature building. Hundreds supporting the separatist movement gathered in Edmonton, denouncing federal policies.
We have been dominated by Eastern politicians and Eastern politics. Our resources have been landlocked.
And pushing Alberta's autonomy.
If I have a vote, resounding yes.
An Angus Reid poll conducted before the election found 30% of Albertans would vote to separate from Canada if the Liberals were re-elected. This week, Premier Danielle Smith introduced legislation making it easier for voters to force a referendum. A group is mobilizing the public to register their intent to vote yes.
This one is wild. And we're going to be talking about this for a second. I've got a few videos on this situation. The fact that Danielle Smith, she is... I already hate Danielle Smith enough. But the fact that she's trying to enable Albertans to secede from Canada. Oh my god, it is wild.
At referendum.
I believe we've reached about 100,000.
With the rally happening in front of the legislature, Indigenous groups are also here expressing their discontent with talks of separatism.
You have caused disruption, eruption, and distortion. First Nations leaders across Alberta and Saskatchewan and members of the Indigenous community say the bill breaches their treaty rights.
We're here protecting the land and the resources. When treaties were made, there was a sacred covenant between our people and the Crown, and they're not being honored today.
They seem to think that they can just do whatever they want, trash talk us and trash talk the treaties. It is going to be a battle.
Smith, fresh off a meeting with Prime Minister Mark Carney, in which she called their conversation a first positive step, reiterated on her weekend show her stance on the bill.
The First Nations.
Wait, Danielle Smith is she still a radio talk show host while also being Premier of Alberta? Is that legal?
Illegal.
What? I had no idea. I had no freaking idea. That's wild. That's hilarious. Danielle. She's got a lot of horrifying stances. But this might be one of the most shocking. I know it's saying a lot for our Canadian viewers who are like, really, StreamLord? You're the most shocked? Yes, I am actually most shocked by this one. Considering Alberta's a big oil state, I think some of that is to be expected. I'm not appreciative of her stance on oil, but I think this is in just pure insanity.
Hundreds gathered on the steps of the Alberta legislature today for a rally calling for Alberta to separate from Canada.
We wish to be in charge as Albertans of our own nation.
A smaller but vocal counter-protest also showed up, arguing that separating would violate treaty rights.
Canada does not own this land. Alberta does not own this land. Our people own this land.
The day after the federal Liberals were re-elected, the provincial government introduced legislation to make it easier for citizens to ask for a referendum about Alberta separating from the rest of Canada. On her weekly radio show this weekend, Premier Danielle Smith said the timing is a coincidence.
We've been working on this legislation for a year. It just so happens, having released it now, that is the topic that people have suggested they want to try to do a petition campaign on.
A recent poll found about 25% of
Totally,
Albertans
yeah.
support the idea of separatism.
There's no connection between it. Oh my god.
Give me a joke.
But it is a fascinating convergence of things, isn't it? United States talking about Canada being the 51st state. Alberta might be the potential. I just cannot even imagine. This would be insane. We'd just be cutting a massive slice out of Canada and beyond the whole native, the indigenous nations. I mean, that's another thing that is just being completely ignored by them. This whole thing, it just sounds insane. Alberta voting in a referendum. Kexit? Is that... That's going to be the next thing? The Kexit referendum? Go ask some British people how Brexit's been working out. Okay. CBC News 3 hours ago. Well, 3 hours before the stream. Why Alberta's separation is seen as a real possibility. Shut up.
This is ridiculous.
Could it actually happen? Alberta calling it quits with Canada after a 120-year-long marriage? Most Albertans apparently think so, even if they don't want it.
We're looking at a majority of people who are right now looking at Alberta separation as an issue that is real. It's certainly different from what we see in other parts of the country where the numbers are lower. We don't see any other part of Canada where we reach such a high number of people who say this is a real possibility.
Mario Canseco asked 1,200 Canadians who had just voted to think about the effect a Liberal win could have in provinces where most people vote Conservative, Alberta in particular. The pollster found 65% of Canadians don't want Alberta to leave. 64% of Albertans say the same. However, he also found that 58% of Albertans think separation is a real possibility. And 28% of voters in the province...
That's a very strange dichotomy.
So why would a majority of...
It's a very strange dichotomy. 65% of Canada and Alberta think that they should stay in Canada. But at the same time, 60% of Albertans think separation's a real possibility. Someone explain that strange dichotomy.
28% of voters in the province would welcome it. So why would a majority of Albertans think separation could happen if only a minority actually wanted to? I mean, there's always been an element at the fringes with an appetite for the idea. What's changed? Well, in recent months, Trump's talk of a 51st state has normalized a new challenge to confederation. And then domestically, those who've been keeping an eye on this stuff for decades have been warning that the idea of Alberta separating is not feeling as fringy as it used to.
There's a danger that if the Carney Liberals are returned to office, you're going to trigger a secession-type movement.
Since the Carney Liberals were returned to office, organizers of a push for a referendum on the question of secession tell CBC News they've seen a surge in interest. So much so, the group thinks it'll be no problem securing the number of signatures needed to trigger a vote, in part because Danielle Smith is making that easier by lowering the threshold for a referendum, something she announced.
It's wild. I thought I already hated Danielle Smith enough. Everything that she's done. But nope. Never ceasing to amaze. But I don't know if you heard, newly minted Prime Minister Mark Carney made a little trip south of the border. That's right. Mr. Carney met with Donald Trump at the White House earlier on Tuesday. Let's go here.
Thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focus on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl and other opioids, and securing the world. And I've been elected with my colleagues here, with the help of my colleagues here. I'm going to spread the credit. To transform Canada with a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders, again on fentanyl, much greater focus on defense and security, securing the Arctic and developing the Arctic. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to, addressing some of those issues that we have, but also finding those areas of mutual cooperation so we can move forward.
That's great. Very nice. Thank you very much.
It's very nice. It's a great job.
I have a lot of respect for this man, and I watched him come up, in a sense, through the ranks when he wasn't given much of a chance, and he ran a really great campaign. He did a really great debate. I think the debate was very helpful. I was going to raise my hand. I don't know if that's good or bad. I shouldn't say that. That might hurt you.
That might hurt you. I mean, I love how like Donald Trump thinks people are never not campaigning, and he's like, I don't know, is that election over? That might hurt you. I'm still campaigning for 2024. But this whole meeting was wild. Donald Trump barely let Mark Carney talk for the entire thing.
Great election, I thought. And yeah, something could happen. Something could happen. Yeah, please.
What's the top concession you want out of Canada? The top concession you want out of Canada?
Concession?
Yes.
Friendship.
But that's not a concession.
No, we're going to be friends.
Concession is not a friendship is not a concession. I mean, she makes a fair point, but that's not how Donald Trump sees it. You don't. That is so, I mean, revealing of Donald Trump's psyche. What concession? Friendship. I'll be your friend, as long, it's a business deal, friendship sometimes.
Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada. My parents had relatives that lived in Canada, my mother in particular. And no, I love Canada. I have a lot of respect for the Canadians. Wayne Gretzky, I mean, how good, the great one.
The great Gretzky.
We happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of respect. He is a big, tough cookie, too. He just broke the record. And he's a great guy, and we had the team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now Canada is a very special place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to get your response to this too. Mr. President, you have said that Canada should become the 51st state.
Yeah. No. Well, I still believe that, but it takes two to tango, right? But no, I do. I mean, I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous
free military,
medical cares, and other things. There would be a lot of advantages, but it would be a massive tax cut. And it's also a beautiful, as a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line.
Somebody drew that
ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together,
the beautiful formation.
I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said that's the way it was meant to be. But it's I do feel it's much.
Watching Mark Carney's face throughout this is fucking hilarious. He's looking at Donald Trump like, dude, are you genuinely this insane? It's like
for Canada, but we're not going to be discussing that.
He's trying to get in there, but Donald Trump will not shut up.
There are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada.
Already giving you free. Canada doesn't have a military.
I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace, you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign.
That just made Donald Trump so upset that Mark Carney would dare say, Canada's not for sale. There are some places that aren't for sale, like the White House. And Donald's like, oh, I hate that. Look at that begrudging.
The owners of Canada
oh my
over
God,
the course of the campaign,
it's amazing.
Last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and
never for sale.
What we can build together. We have done that in the past, and part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing a full
Did
weight,
he?
in NATO. And
Is that what we're calling it?
And they have.
Is that what we're calling it, Mark? A revitalization? Donald Trump revitalized NATO. I brought it back. NATO was basically dead. And then I made it much, much better.
They have, I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, they were low and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never.
Never say never. I said never.
What would it take to get the tariffs off of Canada?
Well, we'll be talking about different things. Like, we want to protect our automobile business, and so does Mark. But we want to make the automobiles, and we want to, we have a tremendous abundance of energy, more than any country. We have, just in Alaska alone, ANWR has been reopened now. ANWR is probably the largest find anywhere in the world. They say it's larger than Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but it's a lot. But we have tremendous amounts of energy. Other countries don't. We're both lucky in that way. They have energy. We have energy. We have more than we can ever use and more than we could ever sell.
More than we could ever use.
The same thing. So we're two countries that are lucky. If you look at China, they don't have that.
What does Donald Trump just think that there's just an infant? This guy is so fucking baby brained. Does he genuinely believe that in Alaska there is enough oil that we could live off of it forever? What? It is so hard to fact check this man because everything is the biggest, the best, more than you could ever imagine. It's tiring. It is tiresome.
Other countries, most countries don't have. Most countries don't have that. So Canada and us, we have a lot of advantages over other places.
When you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start on?
No, not at all. No, not at all.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Time will tell. It's only time.
It's
But I
only
say,
time.
Never say never. I've had many things that were not doable, and they ended up being doable, and only doable in a very friendly way. But if it's to everybody's benefit, you know.
I've only been... Donald Trump claiming to be a friendly person is maybe one of the most laughable. Well, I might be going too far with most laughable, but it is truly hilarious to me.
If it's to everybody's benefit,
And very friendly
Canada
as
loves
a
us, and we love Canada.
great man of
That's, I think,
business.
the number one thing that's important. But we'll see. I mean, over time, we'll see what happens.
Is the U.S. prepared to walk away from that pact?
For what pact?
USMCA.
No, it's fine. It's there. It's good.
No,
We
it's a
use it
great
for
one of the
certain
great
things.
deals.
It's there. We have the USMCA is a good deal for everybody. I won't say this.
USMCA is a great deal for everybody. That's the trade agreement under which the United States and Canada and Mexico operate right now. And Donald Trump is here saying, he just got done saying for months that Canada is taking advantage of the United States. And now he's actually saying, oh, actually, USMCA, it's actually great. It's a really great deal.
There. We have the USMCA is a good deal for everybody. I won't say this about Mark, but I didn't like his predecessor. I didn't like a person that worked for. She was terrible, actually.
Very
She was a
nasty,
terrible person.
that lady.
And she really hurt that deal very badly because she tried to take advantage of the deal and she didn't get away with it. You know what I'm talking about. But so, you know, we had a bad relationship having to do with the fact that we disagreed with the way they viewed the deal, and we ended it. You know, we ended that relationship pretty much.
It's over.
The USMCA is great for all countries. It's good for all
good
countries.
for all countries,
We do have
actually.
a negotiation.
All the countries, all 200 of them, all great. You can call it the USWA. U.S. World Agreement.
Up over the next year or so to adjust it or terminate it.
Mr. President, I'll say a word on USMCA, if I may, Mr. President. It is a basis for a broader negotiation. Some things about it are going to have to change. And part of the way you've conducted these tariffs has taken advantage
Did you
of
see
existing
Trump's
aspects of
reaction to that?
So it's going to have to change.
Oh my god.
There's other.
Did you see? I honestly, he just got owned by Carney. Did you see Trump? I gotta watch that again. Did you see how? Look at that.
Some things about it are going to have to change. And part of the way you've
This is the first time Donald Trump is hearing this, and I find his reaction to be incredibly telling of what what his psyche has been around this trade war. He genuinely believes everybody's got to come to him. Everybody wants exactly what he wants. He's just realizing that maybe this sequence of events, which have been completely his doing, might actually get us in a worse deal than the USMCA. Something that he was railing against just recently. Now he's coming out and saying the USMCA is great, and then Mark Carney comes back in and is like, actually, yeah, it was okay, but you know what? We're rethinking our relationship with you right now. You know, it's like a classic high school movie trope, right? It's like the young guy, he's got a great girlfriend. She's a nice girl, and then the cheerleader says, "Hey, you want to come to a party this weekend?" He takes that to mean that oh great, we're gonna be blah blah, and then turns out that was a trick, and then you get out of the party and you go back to your old girlfriend. You're like, "Hey, remember all those great times we had?" And then she's like, "You know what? I've been thinking about it. All those times weren't so great, actually. They were okay. I think we need to change some things around here if you want to get back together."
These tariffs have taken advantage of existing aspects of USMCA. So it's going to have to change. There's other elements that are come, and that's part of what we're going to discuss.
Right.
During the campaign, Prime Minister Carney talked about the American betrayal. How do you react if Canada decided not to shop in the American store as much as before and decided to partner with other countries?
Well, we don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint. They do a lot of business with us. We're at like 4%, and usually those things don't last very long. You know, we have great things, great product. The kind of product we sell, nobody else can sell, including military. Look, we make the best military equipment in the world, and Canada buys our military equipment, which we appreciate. But we make the best military equipment in the world by far. The missiles, the submarines, everything. Everything we have is really top notch. I rebuilt our military during our last term. Stupidly, we gave some away to Afghanistan. Which
You gave the whole military to Afghanistan. Thankfully,
I think it was the most
in 100 days, I've rebuilt it better, bigger and better than before. So yeah, this meeting went on actually without any Zelensky moments. Carney kind of shutting down as much as he could with Donald Trump. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's like a good 15 minutes long. But suffice to say, Mark Carney tried his best to get in there and correct Donald Trump on a number of occasions there. No matter how awkward it got, nobody called him disrespectful or yelled at Mark Carney, which I would say was something of a win. Let's see some of the breakdown of this meeting. Forewarning, got a Dana Bash jump scare.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a very substantive. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we have been watching a very lengthy Q&A session with the President of the United States and the new Prime Minister from Canada, Mark Carney, talking about a lot of issues, but I do maybe want to start where that left off, because despite the fact that the two men, and frankly the two governments and countries, particularly Canada, have been very rhetorically aggressive towards one another, particularly with regard to this trade war that is going on. At the beginning, it was extremely cordial, really almost throughout the entire thing. Then at the end, you did see and hear President Trump start to get and give more jabs, talking about the fact that the United States doesn't need Canadian goods, doesn't need to have cars from Canada. And if you can see right there, the body language from and by the Canadian Prime Minister, he was not happy. And then the president ended the session, and now they're going to go behind closed doors, and we can only imagine how that conversation is going to go. I want to bring in CNN's Kevin Liptak and Paula Newton. They are both at the White House today. And Paula, I do want to start with you, because if I am in Canada watching my new prime minister, who got elected largely because he said, President Trump, back off, hear him say not once but twice, we're not going to be the 51st state. I can tell you right now that the
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's not going to happen. I'm sure they will be pleased by that. Maybe less pleased by the lecture on economics that we just heard from President Trump at the end of that session.
Listen, Dana, you hit it right on the head there. The issue is here in terms of tone. Look, this was completely different, not just from what President Trump had been saying really for months, but also from the election campaign of Mark Carney. And he had a very strident campaign and had harsh words for the president. They sat there in the Oval Office, couldn't be more cordial, right? What's that issue now? Substance. And in terms of substance, these two countries remain very far apart. Just fact check.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it was honest. I thought it was a good meeting. It was a win for Mark Carney, right? Whatever comes of it, it's hard to say exactly, but I think in terms politically at home for Mark Carney, I think it was decent. I can't say for sure. I'm not in Canada. But he put up a fight against Donald Trump, tried to correct him on a number of occasions, which has not gone well for some other leaders. And, you know, sort of reasserted that Canada will not be the 51st state. I'm going to stick with CNN. This is from 7 hours ago. Daniel Dale, a local, what do you call it?
CNN senior reporter Daniel Dale is
journalist
with us now.
and
Daniel,
Canadian.
You are, of course, our
God
fact checker, as always, but sort of a bonus perspective in this moment is that you are as well Canadian.
Yes.
So I wonder what stood out to you from this meeting.
Well, I'll start as a fact checker. President Trump did not repeat a lot of the lies about Canada that I've been fact checking for months. I counted at least 11 false claims from the president about Canada in 2025. He told 2 of them by my count during this meeting, so better than usual, but it's worth fact checking those
only
so
1/5.
First of all, let's listen to a figure he used when talking about the U.S.-Canada trade relationship.
It's hard to justify subsidizing Canada to the tune of maybe $200 billion a year. It's not fair. But why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year, or whatever the number might be? It's a
So this 200 billion figure he uses to describe the trade deficit with Canada, and it's imaginary. The trade deficit with Canada is not close to that high. It was about 36 billion, not 200 billion.
36 billion instead of 200. I was starting to believe the 200 billion number at this point. Thank you for reminding me that that's wrong. $36 billion is the trade deficit, and it's not the subsidy. Okay, we are not subsidizing Canada. That is, I mean, anyone who knows anything about trade knows that a trade deficit is not a subsidy. Like, you can pretend to yourself, you can call it a subsidy, but it's not a subsidy. The U.S. government is not just giving money to bolster Chinese, Canadian industries, right? Like, that's just not happening. We're buying stuff from Canada, yeah. But a subsidy is what, you know, we do with our farmers, right? We give farmers all sorts of subsidies, as well as some other industries in this country, right? But that's government giving money to what it sees as being necessary industries, right? And it's just a complete conflation of what's happening when he calls them that.
Last year, even if you only count goods trade, ignore the services trade, at which the U.S. excels, about 71 billion, so just wrong. I also want to listen to something he said about the importance of Canada to the U.S. As a trading partner.
We don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint. They do a lot of business with us. We're at like 4%.
So that 4% figure is wildly inaccurate again. About 17% of U.S. exports go to Canada. I can't definitively fact check this claim that we don't do much business with Canada, but Canada was the #1 buyer of U.S. exports in 2024, again through March this year, the #3 source of U.S. imports. So I think by any reasonable standard, Brianna, Canada is a major business partner, trading partner of the United States.
And as I mentioned, you are a Canadian. It's very interesting to see how...
Yeah, look at that. Donald Trump lied about the numbers again, or was just blatantly wrong about them. Whichever one you want to pick. It's either incompetence or or fraud. Because he's either saying something that he knows to be wrong, or is too stupid to know what he's saying is factually incorrect. Shocking from Donald Trump. Shocking. One figure off by a factor of 4, the other one by nearly by 10. It's insane. Now, Prime Minister Carney gave a press conference after his meeting with Donald Trump to Canadian media. Let's go here, see what he had to say after his fateful Trump meeting.
Prime Minister JP Tasker, CBC News. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you, JP. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Do you feel better or worse about Canada-U.S. relations after meeting with the president today?
Look, it was a very constructive meeting. I feel better about the relations in the sense of, in many respects, one, the posture, if I can put it that way, or the positioning the president took towards us.
God.
Secondly, the breadth of discussion and how concrete the discussions were. These are the discussions you have when you're looking to find solutions.
This is such a political answer. He couldn't just say it was better or worse. He's like, there was constructive conversations, concretely discussing, and it's like, oh, okay, Mark, settle down. I think we can all say, not. Is this volume for ants? Yes, it is. It should be 3 times as big, but it can't be. I already have it jacked the fuck up. Suffice to say, Mark Carney, not necessarily reassuring anybody with any haste on his feelings about the Trump administration. All right. One Mexican piece of news. Cinco de Mayo happened yesterday. We missed covering this on the day since I didn't stream. Because I was feeling very sick yesterday. Feeling very, very shitty. But some people were having a great day. Now, just so you know, this isn't an actual battle. This is a enactment of the 1862 Cinco de Mayo victory over the French army. That's right. That is part of the, in fact, some say the whole tradition. We come every year to the reenactment since we were born. Our parents passed it on to us. Wow, they're taking this reenactment very seriously. Amount of pyrotechnics going on here. Quite, well, if you weren't awake, hopefully that woke you up. Alright, let's move on to talking environmental stuff. I figured I'd pop this in here since we didn't get... I don't know if this is technically fun. Actually, I take it back. This isn't fun at all. I don't know why I think this would even qualify as fun. Anyway, forget what I was just saying. Let's go on to environmental issues. Let's go to this Democracy Now! Interview with Naomi Klein and talk about end times nationalism, sort of disaster capitalism, all of these things as they all tie into environmental issues, really. Really, I'm not really stretching at all if I say that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We spend the rest of the hour with award-winning journalist and author Naomi Klein. She has a major new piece out, co-authored with Astra Taylor for The Guardian newspaper. It's headlined, The Rise of End Times Fascism. It looks at the apocalyptic fervor of the far right. In it, they write, quote, "The most powerful people in the world are preparing for the end of the world, and they themselves are frenetically accelerating. That is not so far away from the more mass-market vision of fortress nations that's gripped the far right globally, from Italy to Israel, Australia to the United States. In a time of ceaseless peril, openly supremacist movements in these countries are positioning their relatively wealthy states as armed bunkers," Naomi Klein writes. She's also professor of climate justice at the University of British Columbia, founding co-director of the UBC Center for Climate Justice. Her latest book, Doppelganger, A Trip into the Mirror World. Naomi, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. If you can start off by talking about your piece and what exactly you mean by talking about the end times, fascism.
Well, it's very good to be with you, Amy. This isn't the most cheerful piece I've ever written, with Astra Taylor, a very close collaborator, founder of the Debt Collective. And we were trying to kind of map what is similar and what is different about the type of far-right politics that we're seeing today. And I should say the piece is not only grim, it also looks at what this can mean for a response to this particular form of fascism, because we can't fight it if we don't understand it. So I think a lot of very good scholarship attempting to understand authoritarianism today, whether it's Trump or figures like Duterte or Modi, have looked at similarities between these far-right figures and, say, Mussolini or Hitler, and have taken a kind of a checklist approach of looking at what is similar to the past, right? And I think there's a lot of value in that, but the risk of it is that it doesn't look at what is new and what is particular to our time. Fascism always is an attempt by the right to resolve a crisis of its own era, right? So in the 1930s, they were attempting to resolve, in Germany, the humiliations of the First World War, the impacts of the Great Depression, and to propose a unity in the face of that, for the in-group. But our moment is different, and one of the things that makes it different, if you think about fascism in the 1930s, this is before the atomic bomb. It's before they understood climate change. And we are in a moment where our elites, whether they admit it or not, do understand that our economic model, and I've written books about this and talked about it with you in the past, is at war with life on Earth, right? And they are barreling down this road of more and more extraction of fossil fuels, of all kinds of, basically anything they can extract from this earth and turn into energy and money, particularly now with AI, which is a energy and resource hog, water, LNG, critical minerals, all of it. So we're trying to understand how this is informing the kind of fascism that we're seeing. And also, we're trying to understand what unites this kind of strange Frankenstein coalition that Trump represents, where he's bringing together these, the richest people in the world who have ever existed with, many working class people. So what binds the vision, right? And what we come up with in this piece, or what we propose in this piece, is that they all have given up on this world. Like they all have bought into a kind of apocalyptic fever, right? Whether it's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and their investments in outer space and sort of writing off this planet, whether AI, which is willing to sacrifice this animate world in order to build an artificial world, or whether it's the more populist MAGA vision of the fortress nation state, right, which is thinking, okay, we know more and more people are going to be coming. We know that disaster is on the horizon. I've listened to a lot of Steve Bannon for when I was writing Doppelganger, and it's all very survivalist, right? It's all of the commercials pretty much are selling gold because the economy is going to collapse, ready to eat meals for 90 days because you never know what's going to happen. So it sees the nation and the in-group as
Yeah. And honestly, the whole crypto ecosystem is completely tied in with all of this sort of stuff, right? Like, if you listen to the sort of rhetoric that goes around in these crypto bros bubbles, it's all a ton of sort of like libertarian minded Bitcoin, when the dollar collapses, we're all living in bunkers, we're gonna we're gonna be transact in crypto, it's gonna be the only thing that anybody will accept, and all this other kind of stuff. It's just all very much within the same sphere of influence, feeding the same narrative, feeding off of the same narrative.
inside the bunker, and then it's exiling the outgroup to all of these lawless territories that you've been covering on the show. So it's not the same vision, but what it shares is this apocalyptic fever. And then, of course, all of it is following a similar structure, like narrative structure, to the biblical rapture. And of course, you have people who believe in that within the Trump coalition, who are Christian Zionists like Mike Huckabee and Pete Hegseth, who believe that the actual end times is coming, and they think it's all going to go down in Israel, and all of the horror that you report on so well and so committedly on the show. These are all good signs if you believe in the rapture, right? Because it means that the end is coming and the faithful are going to be lifted up to a golden city in the sky. So what we're looking at is like the religious version of that story, the fundamentalist religious version of that story, where you literally believe you're going to be saved and taken up to heaven. But also the secular vision, where your wealth protects you or your citizenship protects you, and you get your own version of that golden bunkered city.
You mentioned Gaza, and you just came from the Jewish Voice for Peace conference in Baltimore, where several thousand people gathered from around the country. Our latest headline, the Israeli military calling up tens of thousands of reservists as Israel's security cabinet unanimously approved plans this weekend to expand its assault on Gaza, where Israel's already killed over 52,000 Palestinians, and that's by far an undercount. In the last 19 months. Israel's killed more than 2,400 Palestinians just since it shattered the ceasefire in March. This comes as Israel's devastating blockade and food aid has entered its third month. Palestinian health officials say 57 Palestinians have already starved to death. According to UNICEF, more than 9,000 children have been admitted for treatment for acute malnutrition so far this year, and aid groups like Norwegian Refugee Council blasting a new Israeli proposal to take control and distribution and put U.S. security contractors in charge. If you can...
one thing about all of this religious stuff that ties in with this end times fascism that Naomi Klein describes is the climate, right? Now, while they all tend to ignore, or what's the word? Deny the existence of climate change, they do see, they're not blind, they see all the weather events, and oftentimes, from what I can tell, they get, instead of having anything to do with human activity on the planet, the only activity that they seem to think it has any correlation to is sin, right? It's like, oh, this is God's, this is a sign from God and all this other shit, right? This is all, they see the destruction, they see that as just being confirmation of their belief in this sort of end times, this apocalyptic moment. But it's got nothing to do with you, like actual, like the reality of why these things are happening, and it gets used to continue this narrative.
Talk, as you so often do, about what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank, and what the centrality of Israel in President Trump and the current U.S. government, although it was also the past, President Biden's worldview and approach to foreign policy?
So I don't think there is a single answer to understanding what the driving forces are, and this is what we're trying to get at, is that there's a kind of an overlap of these different apocalyptic worldviews. Some of them are religious and some of them are secular, right? So I think that people who subscribe to this like literalist version of the rapture believe that all of this is good news, in the sense that, according to the story that they believe in, that the Israelites have to return to Greater Israel. Those are the preconditions for the return of the Messiah. They have to rebuild the third temple. So you have this convergence of interests between the religious extremists in the Netanyahu government, who are absolutely committed to rebuilding the third temple. They really want to do it. They want to destroy Al-Aqsa. This is why so much attention is focused on it. But then, does Trump believe that? I don't think Trump believes that. I mean, what he views for Gaza is he sees resources, he sees money, he sees a private, resort. Exactly. But this is something I've been saying from the beginning. I think the interests have been fairly consistent in terms of what the end goal is, which is a depopulation of Gaza, pushing Palestinians out, whether through death or whether through forced exile, whether through ethnic cleansing. And under the Biden administration, there was a denial that was what was going on, and under the Trump administration, it's all out in the open. So, this is what is going on now. What the reason for that is, I think, differs. But this is part of what we're getting at in the piece, Astra and I, is that there's a confluence of interest in terms of what Israel represents. Some of the supporters of the Trump administration in the tech industry are talking about wanting freedom cities, for instance, these privatized corporate cities. And they talk about this as tech Zionism. They have a lot of admiration for the idea that Israel was created, they say, from a book, Theodore Herzl's books. And they said, well, why can't we start our own country, our own private countries? Why do we have to, abide by the rules of the nation state?
Yeah, which is why I think they fetishize the end time so much, right? Because they prefer a time without laws, where they get to benefit from all of their wealth still, but don't have to follow any rules that they don't like. They can just have private militaries and whatever else, sort of just roaming the land, protecting them in their insulated apocalypse bunkers and all this other garbage.
Of a company town is not entirely new, right? And Disney had Celebration Florida, and there are lineages to this, right? Colonial lineages to this. I live in Canada, which started as the Hudson's Bay Company, right? So it was a company before it was a country. So there is some precedent for this. But I think I've been following this out of the corner of my eye, Amy, because this is where the libertarians have been going for a while. There was Peter Thiel has been obsessed with this idea. It's increasingly being called exit, so exiting the nation and just starting your own country, where you can set your own tax level, you can make your own regulations. Or not. And countries and these little corporate countries will compete with one another to try to attract capital, right? So in a way, it's an extension of the free trade zone, right? Where this is in a way like a denationalized country within a country. But Trump started to float this in 2023, the idea that he would create 10 freedom cities on the campaign trail. I don't think his base much knew what he was talking about, but now you have all these lobbyists who fully intend to take him up on it. And we're starting to see the beginning of
a freedom city. Exactly.
So, You also write about El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, the notorious prison Saycat, where so many hundreds of people have been sent from the United States. And at the same time, in the last 24 hours, President Trump saying he wants to reopen the notorious Alcatraz, an island in San Francisco. If you can talk about the prison as a model for what Trump wants to put forward, and particularly in relation, as we see, motivating so much to immigrants.
Well, this is an incredibly bleak vision. So repression is always a huge part of any kind of fascist project, right? You need to contain the outgroup. You need to disappear the outgroup. So this part of it is not new. But I think what is so worrying to me is that Trump was elected promising all kinds of things to his base, right? He promised to eliminate inflation. He promised to bring these great jobs home. He's not delivering on any of that. So the sadistic part of his project is really all he has to offer, right? I think one of the most chilling things I've ever seen in the United States was Trump sharing that video at his 100-day rally of just pure sadism, of just looking at prisoners as entertainment, being shaved, being shackled, being paraded. And he's not delivering on the price of eggs, and he's not delivering on the jobs, by the way, because he's throwing all in. He's going all in on AI. So the jobs that are coming back seem to be mainly for robots.
Yes,
it's not actually
yes,
for his base.
Exactly. I said this earlier. I literally said this earlier. And I'm so glad that someone like Naomi Klein is reiterating this for me right now. Holy shit. Sasha G gifting 5 Galactic News Network memberships. Who got them? Morby Daslow, Atticus Among Us, Forbzilla, Love, and Annie Fitzgerald. I'm sure all those people will genuinely appreciate that generous gift from you, Sasha G. But do anybody remember me saying this earlier? I literally said this on the stream last time we were talking, which was days before this came out, I would point out. But this is literally what I was saying. Oh my god.
He's throwing all in. He's going all in on AI. So the job.
Because I'm sorry, I had lost my train of thought by Sasha's beautiful gift, and I forgot what I was talking about. But yet, I mentioned this earlier, with the massive investment of whatever $500 billion from a SoftBank in Japan that Donald Trump has been touting this whole time. All this investment is in much of the investment that he's been touting is in AI. Something that is going to actively take away the jobs, right? That we all know the Silicon Valley bros want to. They keep saying that maybe at some point it'll take away jobs, but for now it's not ready yet, right? It needs more data. It needs all this other stuff. But most of this investment that has been touted, over $1 trillion worth of it has just been supposedly in AI. None of it's actually even come to fruition yet. It's just been pledged ahead of time. But this is all going to actively take away human jobs in the United States. Robot jobs are going to do good. We're going to bring back the robot jobs. They took our robot jobs. Now, there's been supposedly some promises, pledges from a couple of car makers, if I recall correctly, but there's been a lot of data center promises from Larry Ellison, stuff like that. ChatGPT, I think, right? Didn't Sam Altman promise a bunch of money via OpenAI? I can't remember exactly how that one went down. All right, let's get into the environmental stuff here in full. We'll start off with this. Some people may have seen this one already. We watched this on Saturday, I think. But let's go to this, to Hawaii to start things off. As the state of Hawaii is suing oil companies in defiance of the desires of Donald Trump.
The Trump administration is trying to stop the state of Hawaii from suing big oil companies, but Hawaii leaders are not backing down. Our Annalisa Burgos has more on the legal battle over climate change.
Hawaii is one of several cities and states suing big oil companies, including BP, Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Shell, as well as the American Petroleum Institute, claiming they failed to warn of the environmental damage their products cause.
The focus of these complaints typically has been about the deceptive marketing practices of companies that have sold fossil fuels, as opposed to being about the emission of carbon into the atmosphere itself. It's about the extra carbon that ends up in the atmosphere because of the deception.
But the U.S. Justice Department is taking legal action to stop the state's lawsuit, claiming it's a constitutional overreach and conflicts with President Donald Trump's energy policy.
Oh no, it conflicts with the Trump's energy. Oh gosh. It's an overreach. It's a this is America. You can sue for anything. Is that a joke? Donald Trump, of all people, the Trump administration complaining. Look at how Donald Trump, his hair is really falling apart. I've been noticing it, but have you noticed all the bald patches that have been popping up lately? Seems to really getting more and more problematic here. The cloud of hair that he sprays into place seems to be deteriorating. But this is coming from the Trump administration, from a guy who has been incredibly litigious in so many different places. to tell these people that they can't sue is wild.
The DOJ argues Hawaii is violating the Clean Air Act, which gives the Environmental Protection Agency sole authority to regulate air pollution in the U.S. In a statement, State Attorney General Ann Lopez said using the DOJ to fight on behalf of the fossil fuel industry is deeply disturbing and is a direct attack on Hawaii's rights as a sovereign state.
Yeah.
Governor...
No kidding. And for them to justify it by suggesting that the state of Hawaii can't choose to do something that might be in contravention of Donald Trump's desires is wild. That shit is just insane. But the DOJ is acting as Donald Trump's personal attorneys. Donald Trump keeps referring to them basically as his attorneys, which they are not. And it is fascinating to see that. That dichotomy happening right now. It's very strange. It's not supposed to be like that, but Donald Trump doesn't care. Now let's go to this next one. This is some troubling news here in Seattle. Well, not in Seattle, but in Washington State. This is from a couple of days ago out of King 5 Seattle.
This is up in the road that the DNR has pushed up. You can sort of see the smoke.
On Saturday, Beth and Maher took another trip to see the devastation, the still burning fire that took down a portion of the Mount Rainier Scenic Railroad.
We're still in shock because, you know, it's been sort of 16, 17, 18-hour days, really, sort of trying to both manage and contain the situation.
The wooden trestle bridge spanning 28 feet between Mineral and Morton in Lewis County started collapsing on Thursday. It was rebuilt 20 years ago and was supposed to help bring freight and passenger service back to the area.
So it's been really long days, and I don't think we've had a minute to really sort of sit and process yet.
Officially, the DNR classifies this as a wildfire, albeit a small one at about 1/10 of an acre or just over 4,000 square feet. It's still burning because that wood is covered in a chemical preservative, so firefighters are expected to be here at least through the weekend. Intentional or not, the early indication, they say, is that this was human caused. Sprinklers have been brought in as crews monitor the fire. For days, they've tiptoed through the rough terrain and around the dangerously unsound structure. From high above, the totality of it all is both breathtaking and heartbreaking.
It's really disheartening that we know it was human cause at this point, but also the community support is, I still don't have words for that.
Tens of thousands of...
Yeah, it is troubling that somebody intentionally, it would seem someone intentionally set this fire, destroyed this important piece of infrastructure, also put the forest at danger. And, you know, I felt like that sort of tied in a little bit with that video we watched before. Because I do feel like in some cases, some of these people believe that they can they're sort of deluded into thinking that they can do these things to help bring the apocalypse faster. Because they see that as being a good result. Alright, let's go east to Montana, where a wildfire has been going for the last couple of days.
A wildfire west of Wise River in southwest Montana continues to burn. Officials now estimate the sawlog fire to be 383 acres. Just in before airtime, firefighters say dry fuels and 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds hampered efforts today, which fire officials characterize as, quote, unusual for this time of year. The sawlog dispersed camping area is now closed for public safety. 51 firefighters are assigned to the blaze, and a helicopter is helping with water bucket drops and mapping. Investigators...
Yep, the wildfires are, it's wildfire season. It's started. You know, it's probably going to be a bad one. There's wildfires in Canada also, and this is what? This one's in Alberta. This is CTV News from 11 hours ago. 30 evacuated from James Smith due to wildfires.
Begin tonight on the James Smith Cree Nation, where wildfire has been burning out of control. Flames have destroyed 3 homes and forced people to evacuate. Jasmine Pelche has the details.
A cloud of smoke covered the James Smith Cree Nation on Saturday, about 60 kilometers east of Prince Albert. Firefighters from Canistino, Melfort, Garden River, and Muscadet were dispatched to the scene to respond to the wildfire. 3 homes were destroyed in the flames, and over 30 people have been forced to evacuate.
In the past 2 to 3 years, we've been seeing these getting bigger and bigger on each community. A year today, May 9th, we had our own event out here where it burnt over 1,400 acres. And there too, we had a lot of agencies on scene.
The teams worked with the Saskatchewan First Nations Emergency Management Group and the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency to fight the fire that has been contained as of Monday. Nearby areas, including the RM of Canistino, Big River, and Meadow Lake, have triggered fire bans. The James Smith Cree Nation Office of the Chief released a community safety message urging everyone to be cautious of all potential.
Well, keeps you up to date on those 2 fires throughout this week if I get any more on those. Now let's go south to Texas, where this supercell storm has been going through the area. So it was going through the area over the weekend, and I don't think it's still over it anymore. I could be wrong about that. This is from May 4th in Kermit, Texas. These massive clouds. Okay, now let's talk really quickly about endangered. Actually, I should do these in the opposite order. Let's go first.
Nearly everyone in the country lives within a mile of a river, but half of the rivers in the United States have
Let's go first. Before we talk about this, I really should go to this first. Let's go to the EPA. We have not been hearing a lot from Lee Zeldin. He is the new head of the EPA. He had a statement. He made a statement over the weekend. I think that's when this came out. And he came out to talk about the plans of the EPA in the Trump administration. This should be fascinating.
EPA is making a big announcement today to best position us to fulfill all of our statutory obligations, protect human health and the environment, and power the great American comeback. When we came into the agency, we inherited a workforce that didn't come into the office.
Jesus Christ.
In 2024, the record high day of attendance at EPA headquarters in D.C. clocked in around 37%.
Here's a question.
Upon President Trump swearing in,
can you keep track? Is it easier to keep track of the environment at the office? Or perhaps you need to go out into the environment to keep track? I don't know.
around 37%. Upon President Trump swearing in, we immediately ended COVID-era remote work.
Oh, it's the COVID era.
We also inherited a major spending problem.
No.
In 2024, EPA awarded and spent a staggering over $63 billion, including all sorts of new political green slush funds. To give some added context, prior
political
to this,
green slush funds. It's political. Trying to save the environment. Trying to ensure that the planet is still here as it is right now into the future. Of course, Lee Zeldin doesn't believe in climate change, so he sees that as a political thing. The guy who's in charge of the EPA. That's right.
Budget for the EPA spanned from $8 to $10 billion.
By the way, that will be Lee Zeldin's only reference to climate change during all 6 minutes of this planned press conference, press briefing, right? The EPA administrator is not going to say the word climate change during this, and we keep track.
This year and beyond, we are going to
Just gonna call it
massively
political
reduce
green
this
slush funds.
excess spending. We owe it to the American taxpayer to be as efficient as possible. We've already started to make significant progress by re-examining grants and contracts, real estate footprint, travel costs, staff, and more. With the help of DOGE, EPA has identified and canceled more than $22 billion in grants and...
We're doging EPA too. Smart.
These are direct savings for the American people.
No, they're not.
We also inherited a lot of policy issues to fix as well.
I would point this out to you. The EPA is saving people all sorts of money. I don't know what the dollar to dollar figure is, but I can almost guarantee you that the EPA is saving, at least was saving people money in terms of health costs and all sorts of other shit. It's already underfunded.
And that's where today's reorganization comes even further into play. We want to operate as efficiently and effectively as possible. Here at EPA, we are committed to serving you, the American public, to make you proud and to protect America's beautiful environment. This is how we're going to do that. EPA is creating the first of its kind Office of State Air Partnerships within the Office of Air and Radiation. This office will be focused on working with, not against, state, local, and tribal air permitting agencies to improve processing of state implementation plans and resolving air permitting concerns. EPA is also creating the Office of Clean Air Programs that will align statutory obligations and mission essential functions based on centers of expertise to ensure.
When he says centers of expertise, he means big business. He's going to make sure that EPA policy aligns with big business as much as possible so that they can pollute as much of the air and water as they possibly can. That's basically what this plan is from Lee.
More transparency and harmony in regulatory development. Similarly, changes to the Office of Water will better align the development of regulations, guidance, and policy with the science that underpins it. EPA is elevating issues of cybersecurity, emergency response, and water reuse and conservation to ensure they are receiving appropriate resources to address these very real and pressing concerns.
We got to manage the resources. I think we all know what Lee Zeldin means when he says that. We need to make sure that corporations can use resources as much as they deem necessary and not allow, you know, the concerns of making sure regular private citizens have clean water or enough water or whatever else. You know, bother the corporations. Don't let that happen. That's what it's all going to be about. It's fucking insane. What is this? The EPA was already a rubber stamp for corporations. I mean, there may be some inadequacies at the EPA, but what Lee Zeldin is doing, this is the rubber stamping. Okay, like. Fact is, EPA has not been very effective in more recent years. Has been gutted over and over again. Does not get the sort of funding it should get, or the regulatory authority that it should get. Right? The Supreme Court has undermined it so much in recent years, and Republicans have been there for the whole thing. You know, that's part of the problem here.
In this reorganization, the agency is shifting its scientific expertise and research efforts to program offices to tackle statutory obligations and mission essential functions.
So rather than focusing on science, they're going to focus on... I think we all know exactly what this means. The EPA is done doing anything about the environment on a scientific basis. Now it's just basically going to be here to sign off on what corporations want to do. Make it easier. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be there literally to rubber stamp programs that are probably going to be super bad.
This includes the creation of the Office of Applied Science and Environmental Solutions inside the Office of the Administrator to prioritize research and put science at the forefront of the agency.
You're going to get rid of the science to put it at the forefront. Okay, that makes sense. So we're going to get rid of the agencies that were dealing with science. Then we're going to put it under the purview of Lee Zeldin, a non-scientist. And he's going to ensure, Lee Zeldin's going to ensure on his own, him and his staff, they're going to do the science over there. Lee Zeldin, a non-scientist. It's just wild. I just gotta double check something. Lee Zeldin was in the army. And is a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He was he was in the military and got a law degree. This guy doesn't know garbage about science. He's gonna tell us what the science is. That's fucking insane. He doesn't mention climate change one time. The EPA administrator didn't, literally, we're not going to watch the whole thing. He just doesn't. You can go find it yourself. He does not seem to think climate change is anything that the EPA should be worried about. And I mean, as a representative, as a Republican representative, he in the past said on multiple occasions that he does not believe climate change exists. And that's the guy we've got at the head of the EPA. Speaking of the EPA, let's talk about conservation of water resources and the top endangered rivers in the United States. Here's CBS News. Joshua Keller. Soylent Green is people? It's people.
Nearly everyone in the country lives
Supposedly.
within a mile of a river, but half of the rivers in the United States have unsafe levels of pollution that threaten the water we drink. The nonprofit conservation group American Rivers has spent the last 40 years highlighting threats to our rivers with its annual Most Endangered Rivers list. CBS has an exclusive first look at the rankings this year. The top endangered rivers for 2025 include the Mississippi, the Tijuana River, rivers of southern Appalachia, the Passaic River, and the lower Rio Grande. These rivers face a wide range of threats, including pollution, inadequate disaster prevention, logging, mining, aging infrastructure, and more. American Rivers President and CEO Tom Kiernan joins us now. Tom, thanks for being here.
Lindsay, great to be here. Thank you.
Walk us through this list. What do these rivers have in common, and why should people care?
Well, let me start with context. All life depends on rivers, and we get the majority of our drinking water from rivers. They're also very important economic engines for the country, corridors of transportation and recreation, and places for us to get some peace and quiet, to walk along a stream and a river. So they're extraordinarily important. The list that we're releasing today, there's some key issues. We're seeing some rivers that are important to the communities and regions, have significant threats, but there are also solutions. There are actions that we can take this year to address the challenges on the rivers, and that's what our report is calling for.
What's the main goal of publishing this every year, and has it impacted the rivers you feature?
The main goal is to catalyze or encourage action by the American public to speak up, whether it's to their governor or their member of Congress or to the President of the United States, to say, hey, we need this river to be healthy. We want our drinking water to be clean. So we are calling for action by the public and by leaders. And I will point out that our #1 river last year were actually the rivers of New Mexico, where it's a state in a very severe drought. And we called on the governor and the legislature to increase funding for the rivers and enhance protection. And actually, the governor just last week signed the second of 2 bills to better protect the rivers. So we are looking for that kind of.
Yeah, but Lee Zeldin will probably try to undo all of that. You gotta let big business pollute the rivers. And by the way, it's not just rivers that we're going to pollute. We are going to pollute the air some more. That's for sure. Because Donald Trump is trying to bring back coal. It's not clear that that's actually going to be something feasible, but he's certainly talking about doing it. Here's ABC News.
We're going to turn now to an alarming resurgence of a condition known as black lung, affecting younger coal miners, just as recent firings have hit federal health regulators. Jay O'Brien is in Washington for us with more. Good morning, Jay.
Michael, good morning. We traveled to coal country, what miners proudly told us was also Trump country, just as the Trump administration promises a coal comeback, but is halting some health programs for miners.
This morning, 100 days into President Trump's second term, and these 8 retired miners, all who say they have black lung disease, and most of whom voted for the president, now with a plea for help.
There is no block of coal worth any man's life or woman's.
Many here concerned after 10,000 recent firings at the Department of Health and Human Services virtually eliminated the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or NIOSH, tasked with protecting miners from black lung. And the enforcement of a new federal rule cracking down on dangerous rock dust directly tied to the disease also now paused.
We're going to put the miners back to work.
After his promise of a coal comeback, John Robinson voted for Trump and has faith he'll change course.
I think things are
He's going to bring those services. Yes, I do. Yeah. What happens if he doesn't?
I don't understand.
Vital.
One thing I don't understand, right? You got a room full of guys with black coal, but they all with black lung, but they all voted for Donald Trump because they thought he was going to bring back coal, something that is causing them suffering. I don't understand. I don't understand this kind of thinking. Like, it's just so strange to me. It's like expressing, like, it's basically understand. It's like, how do you vote against yourself in such a blatant way? It's such a you've espoused the problem and then said that you're going to it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. What happens if he doesn't?
I messed up.
Vital free x-rays and protections for sick miners now abruptly halted, even as doctors in Appalachia are finding black lung is making a brutal resurgence, impacting younger and younger miners.
This guy is 30 years old? This guy's already passed away. If you had President Trump sitting here, what would you say to him?
You know, I would say that I understand cutting waste in government, but this is not something to cut. This is essential for the health and well-being of the people that helped elect you.
At this West Virginia dining room table, we found former NIOSH employees now mounting a last-minute pressure campaign to save their agency. And they say the lives of the miners it protects.
If there was a miner sitting here, what would you say to them about what this is going to look like for them going forward?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for them. I'm sorry for their families.
In a statement to ABC News, the Department of Health and Human Services said NIOSH and its black lung programs will become part of Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s new Administration for a Healthy America, or AHA. But those critical doctors and employees are all still laid off this morning, and no response from HHS.
Yeah, they just don't care about anyone over there. They really don't. It's pretty disgusting when you think about it. And it shouldn't matter whether or not these people voted for him. I mean, it's pathetic. It doesn't make any sense. But I mean, in terms of what Donald Trump does, like, it shouldn't matter. It genuinely shouldn't. But that's the thing about this administration, is they genuinely want to enrich a certain group of people. They want to take care of a certain group of people. It's just a horrifying moment right now. And I don't understand anybody's desires to bring back coal. Especially people who have black lung, right? Like, you would think that you would see that it is bad and it should not be a thing. And, you know, that we need to move on from it. But even people with black lung from coal mining think that it should come back in any capacity. It just is beyond me. But those people do exist. We got one more story on coal. Here's Associated Press from 3 days ago.
Coal has long helped fuel the economy of small desert towns in the American Southwest. Starting in the 1960s, booming growth across the region prompted construction of power plants throughout northern Arizona and western New Mexico. In the decades since, they provided essential jobs and tax revenue to some of the region's poorest counties. But coal plants have been going the way of the covered wagon as utilities tap more renewable energy sources like wind and solar.
Yeah, the power plant's been huge for our community and our school, with jobs and families, good families that have come and attended our schools and just made our schools what they are today.
Arizona's Cholla power plant shut down in March. Nearby Springerville generating station is set to close in 2032.
The Springerville generating station is very imperative to our town, as it...
Jesus Christ. Our economy is perverse. It is disgusting. And Donald Trump is destroying the Department of Education, which makes it so that people need to turn to things like this for funding. And it's just, I mean, we fund schools mostly on a local tax level anyways, but you know, it is ridiculous. That's what it is to people. It's money, it's jobs, it's capitalism, baby. Who cares if it's horrible for your health or horrible for the environment? It creates jobs and tax revenue. That's the only thing we need to worry about. But don't worry, people. We can definitely just keep burning fossil fuels without worrying about any sort of negative implications. By the way, hurricane season's on the way. I don't know if you know that.
And the Next Weather team is committed to getting you and your family ready to weather hurricane season.
Next Weather chief meteorologist and hurricane specialist Ivan Cabrera has more on the importance of knowing your risks before a storm threat.
Know your risk. Hurricanes are not just a coastal problem. Impacts from wind and water can be felt hundreds of miles inland. Know if you live in an area prone to flooding, if you live in an evacuation zone, and identify any structural weaknesses in your home. While hurricanes, of course, pose the greatest threat to life and property, tropical storms and even tropical depressions can have devastating impacts from storm surge, flooding, inland flooding, of course, from the heavy rains, and tornadoes along with high surf and rip currents. Historically, of course, storm surge causes the largest loss of life during a storm. It's the salt water that is pushed towards the shore by a storm's wind. This rise in water level, which of course can occur very rapidly, can submerge entire areas, cause structural damage to buildings, and wash out roads. Even if you're far enough inland to avoid storm surge, extreme rainfall can occur long distances away from a storm and persist for several days after. Of course, then there are the hurricane force winds, which can cause damage ranging from moderate to catastrophic. That's going to depend on both wind speed, but also how fortified a home or any structure is. Are your exterior doors and garage doors hurricane proof? Do you have storm shutters? Find out your home's weaknesses. The more you know about your home and what you need to do to fortify it, the safer you're going to be during a storm.
That's right, people. We gotta start prepping ourselves. For those of us along the coast and or at least near the ocean, the fact is these freaking hurricanes have been getting worse and worse every single year as the climate gets more and more erratic, as the state of things, like the temperature of the ocean, currents, and everything else continues to feed bigger and bigger, more powerful and destructive storms. Gotta be ready. Even in places that you might not expect. We saw that certainly with Helene. Alright, while we're here, let's do this story that I was planning to do on Sunday Fun Day. Let's go and talk about the state of the race to unlimited green energy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's a pretty sweet premise to start the video off with. Unlimited energy. Iceland running completely off of volcano energy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy.
Yep, that's where the lava comes from. The ground. Who could have guessed? I'll be a little bit more like Iceland. Get our carbon footprint down on the old electricity grid. It would be nice. And to see it right there.
Table of wind and solar.
The United States is doing terrible compared to everybody else. I mean, Jesus Christ. Per capita, United States is way down here. Especially considering we're the richest country on earth, this is a pathetic number.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And we use more energy per capita than anybody else. It's bad. We're not even on the list here for share of generation percentage wise. Sad. We do have a ton of work to do, and with the United States going backwards on so much stuff, it's not going to help at all. Alright, let's hit a few more stories here before we take another break, which is coming on quickly. Almost done with 6 hours of the stream. Let's go to Paris now. See what happened there. Massive hailstorm came through the area. It's kind of wild in Paris. These videos are kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. Paris getting pummeled. Looks like snow. Look at it all. It's wild. Man, obliterating car windshields. This must have been a tree. There's no way this wasn't a tree. It's gotta be a tree. Yeah. Holy shit. Wild weather in Paris over this week. Go further east to Israel. If you miss this, a wildfire burning in Jerusalem. This was from over the weekend.
A national emergency has been called in Israel as strong winds and high temperatures have fueled wildfires outside of Jerusalem. Fire crews have been battling the fires there, with several people reported to have been suffering from burns and smoke inhalation. That's according to Israel's medical emergency services there. Well, let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell. Yolande, talk us through the situation there.
So from what we understand, there are still about 6 areas in the hills outside of Jerusalem where you've got firefighters battling these flames. They're being helped by the Israeli army as well. There are several towns in that area that have been evacuated. About 3,000 acres of land have been burnt. Now, when the
That's quite a large fire for a place as small as Israel. 3,000 acres. Jesus. I think it's a much better use of the IDF's time, though, rather than genociding people, putting out fires. Seems less war crimey. This could wind up being the largest wildfire in modern Israeli history. Let's go a little further east to Iraq, where a sandstorm blew through Baghdad. Here's the AP from 2 days ago. Eerie pictures here in Baghdad. Everything just in some sort of a weird haze. Very, very ominous. Alright, from sand, let's go to something else caused by the wind. Massive destruction in China over the weekend, caused by a windstorm there. A record-breaking windstorm swept through cities in China. Powerful gusts ripped off the rooftops of multiple buildings. Pedestrians struggled to move in the strong winds. Traffic was also affected because of dust and sand. The local meteorological department issued the second highest wind warning signal. Wind speeds reached up to 106 kilometers per hour. Strong winds also broke records in multiple cities. Okay. That's going to end our environmental portion. I think it's a perfect time for us to take another break. We will bring we'll be right back with the content. Space news will start it off on the fourth half of the stream, but before we get to that, some brief space messages for you folks. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, as well as hit that bell icon while you're at it. Make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. We still got to keep working towards those memberships. Thankfully, we have all of you beautiful space fams who've been helping out. I've noticed at least how many gifted memberships this stream. There must have been at least 10, I think, maybe more. 15? A bunch of them. So appreciate that. Of course, the more memberships we get, the more emotes space fams get to use. We got Twitch, of course, too, with the bits and the subs, Cash App, and PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space bennies. also getting the satisfaction of having known you helped produce this stream. Anyway, chat, enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, I think everybody knows what that sound means. Means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Which means you better buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest content, Space Fams. That'd be a goddamn galactic tragedy. Alright, we're back. And we are gonna start it off with some space-related news. Now, of course, Sunday was May 4th. Monday was May 5th. And I forget what they call May 5th. There's like a different Star Wars reference. May the Sith? Is it May the Sith? It's like the counter thing. But yeah, I figured I'd throw this in here because we won't have really a good reason to watch this for quite some time. So let's do a little Star Wars May the 4th be with you action.
Are you Kenneth Oliver Bell?
Yeah. Are you George Lucas?
I am, yeah. May I come in?
Sure.
Right, Revenge of the Fifth.
Yeah, I just thought it was time for me to stop by and thank you for writing Star Wars.
I'm pretty sure you wrote Star Wars, George Lucas.
Yeah, I see why you'd think that, but no.
Is this a hidden camera show? Because I'm not doing that again.
In the year 2053, I was part of a team working in southern New Canada. We were tinkering with rudimentary time travel. One night I was alone with the device. Infinite temporal freedom in the palm of my hand, and suddenly an idea flashed before my eyes like lightning. I was just like, hey, what if I wrote Star Wars? Like I went back in time and then I wrote it.
But what do I...
In the future I come from, I didn't write Star Wars, Kenneth, because you already had. 3 years from now, you create a worldwide cultural phenomenon, you become the most successful artist of your generation. It's pretty great. Of course, in this timeline, you'll never write Star Wars, because before you were even born, I traveled back in time and wrote Star Wars from my memory of your Star Wars pictures.
Could you drum up?
So, you know, thanks for writing Star Wars.
This is gonna sound crazy.
Yeah, probably not as crazy as my thing, but go ahead.
But I've always had this deep feeling, like there was some big masterpiece desperate to come out of me. But every time I sit down to try and write it, I'm always like, you know, they kind of already did that in Star Wars.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is right around the time when you would have finalized the idea, if you hadn't already, and then I took it.
So wait, you just stole Star Wars from me?
Not all of it. No, the trash chute monster, that was a Georgie original.
What about Jar Jar?
Jar Jar was you, but I added the accent.
Okay, how about Force Ghosts?
You.
Lightsabers?
Lightsabers my idea. Well, I said, what if one of them was green?
The holiday special?
An anomaly of time.
In my version, who shot first? Was it Han or was it Greedo? Come on.
I could never remember, so I went back and did the CGI re-releases just to like play both sides, but your guess is as good as mine. A little better, probably.
Okay, what about Yoda? Jar. Really? Okay, well, Yoda's a pretty big thing.
Yoda, sorry. I thought you said Lobot.
Lobot?
Lobot, the guy with metal earmuffs, he hangs out with Lando. Lobot's a Georgie.
Lobot.
Yoda, you.
Okay, other than that?
Yeah, other than that, pretty much exactly yours. I'm trying to think. Okay, here's a fun thing. When I was a kid, your films, they all came out chronologically, right? So the prequels came out first, but then I was like, let's just lead with the strongest stuff. So start.
Can you imagine? I mean, oh my god. I love these guys. They're hilarious.
4, Star Wars A New Hope, big hit, might have heard of it.
I have.
When I was making the 5th film, I was like, oh, I'll do the same callback you did, the Luke, I'm your father thing. And I realized like, oh, they don't even know this yet. So that's sort of plays as like a whole big reveal. So it worked out pretty cool.
Really lucky.
And when I was telling them what to put in the 9th film, I had the realization like, oh, I left out a lot of things that Kenneth had put in the previous 8 that really set up Palpatine coming back and all the clones and stuff. So I'm just like, that's gonna kind of come out of nowhere.
Okay.
Then I couldn't remember where you put the line, I got a bad feeling about this, so I just stuck it in there a bunch, figure one of those is right.
Why are you even here right now, George Lucas? Are you just here to like rub it in my face?
No, it's because today is the day that I'm supposed to be born. And when I am, this old version of Georgie's gonna phase out of this timeline forever. So this is my last chance. Prepared my body, drank my salt water, and came by to say, you know, thanks for writing Star Wars.
Guess you're welcome for the wonderful life you had that you gave me no credit for.
I couldn't give you credit. I mean, you should know how time travel rules work. You're the sci-fi writer, man. But just so you know, it hasn't all been easy, okay? I've spent 50 years being criticized and second-guessed by all my biggest fans, okay? It's been, you know, it's been tough, man.
Yeah, I guess I did avoid all that criticism I might have faced.
Oh, you wouldn't have faced it. No, I'm saying I faced it. You were pretty much like universal.
I do love this. I do love this. Okay, alright, that's enough. We could watch the whole thing. But that won't give you, that would take away the opportunity for you to find this channel and watch the whole thing yourself. Happy May the 4th / Revenge of the 5th. Now let's go to some sad space news. Back down on Earth. Elon Musk's SpaceX launch site has been approved as a new city in Texas. Here's live now from Fox 2 days ago.
Come on!
It's true. I can't undo reality. It's real. I know that one of my expressed goals has been to stop the billionaire takeover of space. Technically, I haven't failed because this is back down on Earth. This is your fault.
Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. There's a new city in Texas, and it's home to the South Texas home of Elon Musk's
What just happened?
company, as they are now formally, finally being named as Starbase. Starbase, Texas, becoming a city will help us continue to build the best community possible for the men and women building the future of humanity's space, place in space. So we're following this very closely as a vote on Saturday to formally organize Starbase as a city was approved by a lopsided margin among the small group of voters who live there. And
the small group of voters, it's basically just all SpaceX employees. Because everyone else has been driven out by Elon. There's some people that still live there that aren't directly employed by SpaceX. But Elon has been doing all sorts of freaky things in this fucking... Ugh, it's just... Ugh. This guy's the worst.
Musk's employees at SpaceX with all
Mean
votes
Street.
coming to a tally of 212 to 6. Elon Musk posting on social media saying now a real city. Starbase is the facility of launch site of the SpaceX rocket program that is under contract with the Department of Defense and NASA that hopes to send astronauts back to the moon and someday Mars. Musk first floated the idea of Starbase in 2021. Approval of the new city was all but certain. Of the 283 eligible voters in the area, most are believed to be Starbase workers.
Yeah, 283 voters. The majority of them work at the company. Shocking. Shocking that they would vote in their own, you know, self-interest, essentially. I mean, Elon would probably fire them. If it didn't pass, I mean, Elon would be able to figure it out pretty quickly and fire them immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There you go. Elon taking over an entire town so that he can get back to taking over space. Alright. Let's get to the Earth news, of which we have quite a lot to get through tonight. Earth has been pretty busy over the last week, and we've been sort of behind. Haven't really done a full Earth half in many days. Mostly my fault. But also due to the stream problems that we've been having. Let's start in Brazil. Something should have been fun. Or I guess was fun, but the fun was definitely being threatened in Brazil. Here's BBC from Monday.
Now, some breaking news that's being reported by the Reuters news agency, and this is in reference to the big concert that happened in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. Lady Gaga there, 2 million people at that concert. Well, we're being told by Brazilian police that they had prevented a bomb attack that had been planned on that historic concert. 2 million people attended, taking part in that concert in Rio de Janeiro on Copacabana Beach on Saturday night. Brazilian police saying that they had prevented a bomb attack that was being planned. The civil police of Rio de Janeiro state saying that they were working in coordination with the Justice Ministry, that the plot was orchestrated by a group promoting hate speech and the radicalization of teenagers, including self-harm and also violent content as a form of social belonging. Now, this is according to the Brazilian police. This is being reported by the Reuters news agency. Our understanding is that just over 2 million people, 2.1 million people attended that concert on Copacabana Beach. And the statement goes on to say that the suspects were recruiting participants, including minors, to carry out coordinated attacks using improvised explosives and Molotov cocktails. They say that the recruiters identified themselves as members of Lady Gaga's global fan base known as the Little Monsters. So just that breaking news from the Brazilian police that they'd prevented a bomb attack on Lady Gaga's concert.
It's a wild story. It's on so many levels. It's just incredibly disturbing that that a group exists which revolves around such things as self-harm and violence. That untold numbers of people were on the precipice of being killed or maimed, injured, while trying to enjoy a musical event in Brazil. But it went ahead. Nobody was hurt. Let's see what it was like on the ground. Here's the AP with live footage from the night.
Gaga, we love you. We've been waiting for many years. We're not devastated anymore. We love you! Poker face, she's got no
Well, glad to see people still got to have fun down in Rio. Get the full Lady Gaga experience. Not a lot of people wearing their poker face down there, though. Seem to be. Oh god, what was the reference I was going to use just now? Son of a bitch. Whatever. People were stoked.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Clearly having a good time. Alright, now let's go way north of Brazil. Back to Europe over here. Talk about what's been going on there. Now, we didn't talk about this, so we're going to be covering a bunch of stuff that we didn't get to over the last week. I don't know if you heard about it, but there was a massive power outage, blackout,
live to Barcelona,
across Spain,
Keating,
Portugal, and shut
there.
up, sir,
Dave,
I am talking right now. Power outage across Spain, Portugal, and parts of France around this time last week.
Well, we're going to cross then live to Barcelona, talk to our correspondent Dave Keating, who joins us from there. Dave, power back there, but a very difficult 24 hours for some.
It was a very difficult 24 hours. Some people were stuck on elevators, stuck in metros. The traffic lights went out all over the city here in Barcelona and indeed all over Spain and Portugal. It was quite a day. At first, people had no way of knowing that this was affecting the entire Iberian Peninsula because not only did the power go out, but also the mobile data went out because the power for the cellular towers went off. And so people didn't actually know that this was impacting, this was so big. People thought, okay, it's just my building or it's just this block. As the situation became clear through word of mouth, people were digging out their old radios to try to get information. They were let out of work, obviously, after it became clear that this was going to go on all day. They poured out to the beach here at Barceloneta Beach in Barcelona behind me, and we're trying to make the best of things, singing songs. When the power did come back on last night, there was a big cheer out here, but for other parts of the country, it took a lot longer. It was overnight, for instance, in Madrid. So this was quite a day. And of course, the question that everyone was asking is, why did this happen? They want answers from their government, from their power providers, but those answers have not come yet.
Yeah, we heard from Pedro Sanchez there saying it still seems very unclear as to why it happened. Are people starting to get critical, Dave? I mean, is a kind of blame game starting, if you like?
For sure. And of course, the opposition is looking for political opportunity in this. It's the governing socialists that are in power here in Spain. And we have the Popular Party, actually, by coincidence, the pan-European group of conservative parties. The European People's Party is having their annual convention in Valencia at the moment. That's the political group of European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. They were already being criticized for choosing that venue, saying that it was trying to take advantage of the tragedy of the floods that occurred.
So yeah, this I still haven't heard a complete explanation of why this happened. It all seems very, very strange. There's been I heard a whole bunch of different theories, but I also haven't looked into it that much since this video, because there was a bunch of videos. I was watching all of them from when it first happened. I just have not heard of a clear explanation of what the hell is going on, or what was going on. It is over now. Everything's back online. It was all very strange. Now, while we're in the area talking France, let's talk about a double standard in France. Because it seems like France has a real problem with treating all the hate, all sort of forms of hate as equal.
Here in France, the other story that we've been following for you has been the fact that there's suspects in the brutal stabbing death over the weekend, of a Malian praying in a mosque in the southwest of the country has turned up in Italy, turning himself in to police in a town northwest of Florence. There was a rally on Sunday night against Islamophobia here in the French capital. The 21-year-old denies an anti-Islam motive. Emerald Maxwell has more.
The target of a 72-hour manhunt. Olivier, suspected of stabbing young Malian Aboubacar Cissé in a mosque in the south of France, handed himself in at a police station on Sunday night in Italy. The 20-year-old Frenchman, seen here on the left, was caught on camera last Friday stabbing Cissé dozens of times, and then filmed him on his phone while shouting anti-Islam insults. Cissé's body was only discovered when worshippers began arriving later that morning, after Olivier had fled. For them, his arrest brings some relief.
He was planning on doing it again. Now that he's caught, at least we know he can't.
Olivier is suspected of getting help for his 700-kilometer journey from southern France to Pistoia, north of Florence, where he handed himself in, accompanied by a close relative and a lawyer. For the mosque's faithful, many questions remain.
He contacted people on the phone while he was here. He sent the video to someone who shared it. So we hope there aren't other crazy people with him who want to do the same thing.
Born in Lyon to a Bosnian family, Olivier was unemployed and unknown to the police. For now, he's primarily suspected of having an Islamophobic motive, but the prosecutor said they weren't ruling out others too.
He had a fascination with death and a desire to be considered a serial killer, and he expressed the desire to kill more people.
A European arrest warrant will be issued for the suspect's transfer across the border to France. The killing prompted President Emmanuel Macron to say there was no place for religious hate in French society. But the anti-terror prosecutor's office has not taken up the case, and the authorities have been accused of a double standard in their reaction.
Well, for more, let's cross to Lille in northern France. Olivier Estève is professor of British Studies and Political Science at the...
Now, while Emmanuel Macron may have come out and made a statement, there's a clear double standard in France, and honestly, France is a serious Muslim hate problem. You know, if you pay attention, you know, it is a massive blind spot in French society, which I find strange, but exists and is not dealt with. And it just I feel like the fact that the left does not do enough, well, and the left, I mean, I feel like it's, I mean, there's the most amount of Muslim hate seems to be on the right, but there seems to be a serious lack of concern seen out of the centered left, like Emmanuel Macron. It just feeds, it fuels the fire. Oh, God. All right, while we're in France, let's go here and talk about how some French people are trying to de-Trumpify themselves. Let's go here to CNN from 4 days ago.
Breaking news, the White House unleashing an all-out assault on Germany over a right-wing political party. Secretary of State Rubio, Elon Musk, and Vice President Vance attacking America's longtime ally. Vance even accusing the Germans of rebuilding the Berlin Wall. This came after Germany's domestic intelligence agency classified the far-right political party in Germany, the AfD, as extremist, which makes it easier for them to have surveillance on it. AfD is an anti-migration party with a co-leader who has been fined for using Nazi slogans. But the White House, once again, is coming to its defense as anti-American sentiment is growing overseas amid Trump's trade war. And Melissa Bell has this special report tonight for us out front.
So before you would have come in and you would have taken these chips?
I used to take this one, but now, well, I took this one.
Across Europe, a quiet protest is playing out in supermarket aisles. American products left untouched. The hashtag Boycott Trump is gaining traction as Facebook groups rally Europeans to push back against US policies with their wallets. Michel joined a French group in March.
As long as we have aggressive policy of American administration, we want to make pressure to say, stop it.
His group even provides an app called De-Trumpify Yourself that lets consumers know if a company's funding traces back to the United States.
Vendetta, I wonder if it is. So we just use the app and it says, yes, it's
American.
So
you put it
American.
back.
Well, we'll try with that. We look like
This is a very French brand.
Very French, but sometimes we have surprised. Yes.
Good,
so
we can buy it. But sometimes you get surprises because you find that a company that you thought was French.
Well, there we go. France, détrompez-vous. Or de-Trumpify yourselves. An app aiding French shoppers in boycotting the United States. All right, let's go on now to the UK, where a lot has been going on over the last 4 or 5 days. Got a lot to cover here. Let's start here. Guardian News. Let's talk about what's been going on with the far right in Britain. UKIP, I mean Reform. Reform Party has been making some gains in local elections recently.
Very clear message tonight. In much of this country, if you vote Conservative, you will get Labour. And what tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space. Think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics.
Well, there's Nigel Farage speaking in a very excited tone about this latest victory for Reform. Now, it's one of the only seats that they've taken from Labour. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the vast majority of seats that Reform has taken have been from the Tories. But he is taking a massive victory lap over this, some of the recent wins by the Reform Party. Let's talk more about this. France 24 from 4 days ago.
Counting has begun in local elections in England, with Nigel Farage's Reform UK party expected to make gains, including taking control of local councils for the first time. The Trump Allies party has also won a parliamentary by-election in Runcorn and Helsby, with its candidate Sarah Pochin defeating her Labour rival. Reform UK has capitalised on disenchantment with both the incumbent Labour Party and the Conservatives to put Nigel Farage's party in a strong position in these polls that will elect 24 local authorities. Let's hear from Nigel Farage.
Crucially, the things that switched a lot of old Labour voters to us in this constituency, number one, working people. They have alarms that go off in the morning. They cross the bridge and work in Merseyside. Mostly, the taxes they pay are going up and they wonder why they're doing it. Secondly, a feeling that somehow Labour is not a patriotic party. And thirdly, there are 750 young men who've crossed the English Channel living in this constituency at the expense of
the existence of immigrants.
Causing great alarm in many streets.
I see.
Dover may be a long way away. Its influence on this by-election was enormous.
And for more on these local elections in England, we can go to France 24's Benedict Pavio in London. Good morning, Benedict. This is looking like a successful election for Reform UK.
Yes, it is so far a success, as predicted, it has to be said, by the opinion polls. And why am I saying that? Because there was just one by-election up for grabs in the northwest of England, it turns out. And let's underline the fact that these were local elections taking place, and this by-election only in England, not in the other three nations that make up the UK. And Reform, a short while ago, won significantly the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by just 6 votes. So I say significantly because of the impact this result and this victory will have. It wasn't a resounding victory. It needed a full recount, not just a partial one.
6 votes isn't exactly a resounding anything. But Nigel will take a victory wherever he can find one. He's come out to act as if this is some sort of a mandate to the Reform Party. A 6-vote win. Don't you see? It's great success.
The first count had found that there was a difference of 4 votes between the Reform Party and the Labour Party, and it turns out that this is the first time ever that a by-election has been won by a mere 6 votes. But a win and a victory it is, and it means that the Reform Party candidate, who's now the new MP, Sarah Pochin, has ousted the governing Labour Party, and that is quite extraordinary when you think that only at the general election last year, in which Keir Starmer and the Labour government were elected and came to power in Downing Street, that was a 14,000 majority. And here we have a win by 6.
All right. Well, Nigel Farage taking a lap over this thing. Let's go here to Channel 4 News, see what Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch had to say in the wake of these disappointing results for Conservatives.
Tesla's new car sales in Britain
Oopsies.
and Germany plummeted to their...
I totally missed this video. Why is this here in this order? Well, speaking of people who have been... let's stick with Reform for a second, kind of. Because, I don't know if you know this, but Elon Musk has been putting his backing behind Reform to some degree. It offered them a bunch of money earlier this year. But Tesla's UK sales are down big. Let's go here. Reuters from 16 hours ago.
Tesla's new car sales in Britain and Germany plummeted to their lowest in over 2 years in April. Data showed Tuesday the electric car giant saw sales fall 62% in the UK and 46% year-on-year in Germany. The numbers come even though demand for electric vehicles rose in both countries. Sales of Elon Musk's EV cars also plunged to multi-year lows in some other key European markets last month. National data showed the brand's sales in Germany dropped to 885 cars in April, a 4th month of declines this year. Britain had been a rare bright spot in Europe for Tesla so far this year. But only 512 new cars were sold last month, down from more than 1,350 in April last year, according to data. It comes as Tesla...
Only 500 cars sold for Tesla in all of the UK? Wow. Very sad for Elon. I don't think that's going to hold the stock up. Those 500 cars. Alright, now let's talk about Conservatives' reaction to these disappointing election results.
We've seen lots of disappointing results. What I saw everywhere I campaigned was that people are fed up with the Labour government. They were angry about winter fuel payments. They were angry about the jobs tax, but they are still not yet ready to trust us. We have a big job to do to rebuild trust with the public. That's the job that the Conservative Party has given me, and I'm going to make sure that we get ourselves back to the place where we are seen as the credible alternative to Labour. Country, we are seeing that our economy is not growing. Growth has halved. We are seeing taxes rising, unemployment is rising. We need to make sure that Keir Starmer is a one-term Prime Minister. And the election...
Wow, so Kemi Badenoch continuing to go after Labour, even though Reform are, you know, seemingly taking away a lot of their voters. It's fascinating. But hey, you know, I'm gonna assume that's because Kemi agrees with much of what UKIP, aka Reform, is espousing. So instead, blaming Labour for the state of the economy, even though Conservatives had power for 15 plus years and then handed it over last year. As if you can solve the economy in a year. It's yeah, okay. Should solve 15 years of austerity policy from the Conservatives in less than a year. It's fantastic. Magical. Speaking of magical stuff, let's talk about the royal family. Prince Harry would like reconciliation with his estranged royal family. Which I found to be an interesting departure from previous stuff I feel like I've heard.
There have been so many disagreements.
He's really thinning up there, isn't he?
Some of my family. This current situation that has been ongoing for 5 years with regard to human life and safety is the sticking point. It is the only thing that's left. Of course, some members of my family will never forgive me for writing a book. Of course, they will never forgive me for lots of things. But, you know, there is. I would love reconciliation with my family. There's no point in continuing to fight anymore. As I said, life is precious. I don't know how much longer my father has.
Wow. What do you think, King Charles? Seems like Prince Harry is suggesting that King Charles is on his last legs here.
He won't speak to me because of this security stuff. But it would be nice to reconcile. I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point. And the things that they're going to miss is, well, everything. You know, I love my country. I always have done, despite what some people in that country have done. I don't want history to repeat itself. I think there's a lot of other people out there, the majority, they also don't want history to repeat itself. Through the disclosure process, I've discovered that some people want history to repeat itself, which is pretty dark.
That's quite a statement. Who do you think that is?
I'm not going to share it at this point.
Some of this is being said in a rather unclear fashion. But I'm fairly certain that when he's talking about history repeating itself, I think he's talking about Princess Diana as it relates to his wife, which is fascinating. I did not realize it would even come to that level. But, yeah, supposedly Prince Harry would like his family to be able to come back to the UK and have a real relationship with his family. Be able to hang out at whatever the old homestead. Should be fascinating to see if that ever happens. Here, there's been a lot of stuff said. Might be offensive to a man in his situation. You're surprised he still has his hair is hanging on for dear life. It's definitely thinning. It's thinning dangerously up top there. Joshua Keller with a super chat. Trump in an interview said the good things about the economy are from me. The bad stuff is from Biden. Yes, no, everything is clown shit. Certainly everything Donald Trump says is clown shit. I mean, he said that it was the Trump stock market at the end of January, and by the end of April, he was tweeting out it was the Biden stock market. Dude will only he'll only take credit for the good things. He'll undo his taking credit of things just so that he doesn't take credit for anything bad. It's pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
It's very weak. Very, very weak. All right, speaking of the royal family, I think the next people we're going to talk about probably don't have the best regards for the royal family. Which, hey, I mean, I don't blame them, considering. Although I don't know their actual espoused opinions on the royal family, but I can guess. Kneecap, that's right. Irish band Kneecap is being cancelled.
Illegal.
Navarro Media from Saturday.
Irish hip-hop trio Kneecap have been hit with a wave of gig cancellations. That's after two controversial videos emerged of statements made by the band at previous gigs. The first was this from November 2023.
You're Tories. The only good Tory is a dead Tory. Kill your
So they said, they're fucking Tories. The only good Tory is a dead Tory. Kill your local MP. That's just in case you were listening and you didn't quite catch what they said. The second video was from November 2024. Now, expressing support for Hamas or Hezbollah in the UK is illegal. They are both defined in law as proscribed terror groups. The videos both surfaced after Kneecap provoked the ire of the Israel lobby with a performance at Coachella where they had these statements projected on stage. One read, "Fuck Israel, free Palestine," and the other said, "Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people. It is being enabled by the US government, who arm and fund Israel despite their war crimes." Those projections led to Sharon Osbourne, of all people, calling for Kneecap to have their visas revoked. And the backlash to the Coachella gig and the clips from previous gigs has included Kneecap having 5 gigs in Germany cancelled, as well as one at the Eden Project in Cornwall. There's also been pressure, including from MPs, for Glastonbury to pull them from the bill. And the UK counter-terrorism police are investigating the band for their statements about Hamas and Hezbollah. Under pressure, Kneecap released the following statement. They want you to believe words are more harmful than genocide. Establishment figures, desperate to silence us, have combed through hundreds of hours of footage and interviews, extracting a handful of words from months or years ago to manufacture moral hysteria. Let us be unequivocal. We do not and have never supported Hamas or Hezbollah. We condemn all attacks on civilians, always. It is never okay. We know this more than anyone, given our nation's history. We also reject any suggestion that we would seek to incite violence against any MP or individual, ever. An extract of footage deliberately taken out of all context is now being exploited and weaponized as if it were a call to action. This distortion is not only absurd, it is a transparent effort to derail the real conversation. All 2 million Palestinian people in Gaza are currently being starved to death by Israel. And their manager has spoken to RTE.
You know, we said a video emerged. A video didn't emerge. There was a concerted campaign emanating from the US to analyse every single thing that Kneecap have ever said in 7 years of performances. They've gigged to hundreds of thousands of people in about 20 countries, hundreds of gigs. And why this happened, and you mentioned at the intro, is around what they said at Coachella. And what they said at Coachella was the right thing to say. It's something that we've said at Leeds Reading, at Glastonbury. We've said it in Dublin and Belfast. And what it is a message aimed at governments who are enabling a genocide in Gaza. And what really, really scared the state of Israel and what led to this campaign is the reaction of young people in America, young people who aren't willing to support a genocide and young people who have empathy and sympathy towards the Palestinian people.
And I hear you on that, Danny. Let me come back on that. I suppose if we look at last night's statement, you said, you know, let us be unequivocal in it. We do not and have never supported Hamas or Hezbollah. But like, it's only last November, Daniel, when one of the band members was clearly heard and can be seen shouting up Hezbollah, up Hamas. So I suppose that's what the current controversy is about. So even within the context of what you're saying, when is it ever right to say something like that?
Well, we're in the space, I'll address those comments in a second. We're in the space now of moral hysteria and moral outrage. And you have a band being held to a higher moral account than politicians who are ignoring international law. Keir Starmer was an international lawyer. He said that Israel had a right to cut water and food into Gaza. They do not. Children are starving to death, and we're spending 6 or 7 days speaking about Kneecap. We spent less than a day speaking about 50 executed medics. And what I'd say on your point there, it's not about whether somebody supports or condemns any group. That's not part of the discussion.
But isn't it, in a way? I mean, for somebody, hang on, to say, you know, up Hamas, or Hezbollah, you even know, many...
Jesus Christ. The pearl gludging is out of control. The Gaslight Express has left the station. Shit is just out of this world sort of gaslighting. She just basically ignored everything he just said. It's like, but isn't it more important that we focus on what Kneecap says than what Keir Starmer says? Like, come on.
Come on!
All right, let's go on to the rest of Europe here. Some Americans, sorry Europe, but some Americans in the wake of Donald Trump's fascist takeover of our government are considering a move to a place near you. Here's Reuters from Monday.
Love this country, but we don't love what it has become.
Doris Davis and her wife Susie Bartlett are eyeing a move to Europe. Their reason?
I am officially running.
U.S. President Donald Trump. The New York City couple say they were willing to give Trump a chance during his first term, but they had watched in alarm as he returned to the White House and ended a range of policies aimed at promoting racial equity and rights for LGBTQ+ people.
There are only two genders.
When your identity is being attacked, there is a personal sense of just, you know, anger frustration. If he had won by one electoral vote, we were still leaving, because the end result is that he would be president. But the magnitude of it just really underscored how pervasive his thinking had permeated society here in the States.
They are now working with an immigration lawyer to assess options in Europe. Davis and Bartlett are part of an increased number of Americans considering relocating, though the overall figures of those leaving remain quite small. That's according to government visa and citizenship data and Reuters interviews with 8 relocation firms. U.S. applications for Irish passports were at their highest level in a decade in the first 2 months of this year, up around 60% from the year before. And applications for UK passports in the last 3 months of 2024 were a record of any quarter in the past 2 decades. While one Italian...
Wow. Americans considering leaving the United States in droves. I think there's a couple of chatters in the Galactic chat who have also taken the plunge already. But yeah, people all over the United States questioning their love of country after everything they've witnessed recently. But I'm afraid to tell you, America, you may be leaving one problem and you might run into the exact same problem when you get out there. Because, of course, Doge is trying to go global.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yes, that's right. First of all, some of the things that I say might be incorrect. Elon Musk is going abroad. Here's Democracy Now! From last Friday.
Paris Marks, I also want to ask you about Elon Musk, who you have reported on extensively. As President Trump marked his 100th day in office, the New York Times front page headline, "There have never been 100 days like this." I want to ask you about the role of Elon Musk, the world's richest man in Washington, over these 100 days. A new Senate report finds Musk and his businesses could avoid over $2 billion in potential legal liability thanks to cuts Musk enacted as head of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. When Trump was inaugurated, Musk was facing up to 65 actions from 11 federal agencies targeting SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, and XAI. Senate Democrats now say Musk has largely averted those actions thanks to DOGE helping him, quote, evade oversight, derail investigations, and make litigation disappear whenever he so chooses on his terms and at his command. Paris Marks, tell us more.
Yeah, it has been a really stunning 100 days, and even the period before that, right? Before Trump came to power, was reelected, you could see that Elon Musk was already making the shift to the right globally, you know, by supporting other extreme right-wing parties. And then, of course, to get publicly behind Donald Trump, to give hundreds of millions of dollars to support his campaign. But I think even then, it was hard to imagine that he would really play this outsized role in, you know, the actual governance of the country, right? Heading up this agency that seem to have such broad power to start, you know, going into these various different departments and agencies of the U.S. government, remaking it, laying people off, you know, forcing decisions on it. And what we have seen as part of that is, you know, this ability for Elon Musk to use this kind of profile that he has as, you know, this tech leader, this tech genius, regardless of whether that's true or not, to come in and kind of help legitimize this right-wing program that we had seen in the making for quite some time, right? Through Project 2025 and, you know, the larger kind of Heritage Foundation and these other right-wing right-wing groups and their ambitions. But then beyond that, you know, as you were saying there, one of the key pieces of this was not just to, you know, lay a lot of people off, to kill certain departments or significantly reduce the capacities of others, but also to ensure that what comes out on the other side of this is much more beneficial to Elon Musk specifically and some parts of the tech industry more broadly, with the rollout of Starlink in many different agencies, the gutting of regulators who were looking into Elon Musk's businesses. And we see that, you know, a section of the tech industry wants to really see a remaking of not just the aerospace industry, but military procurement as well. And I think that we're starting to see changes in that space too. So it has been a really significant 100 days. Obviously, there's talk now about whether Elon Musk is going to continue. He's talked about reducing the amount of time he spends there to 2 days a week. But even then, 2 days a week is quite a lot of time to cause a lot of havoc.
And this issue of Musk's Doge is not just centered in the United States per se. You've reported, for instance, that several Canadian tech executives recently launched the initiative Build Canada. The website lists as its goals: building more pipelines, firing over 100,000 federal workers in Canada, and increasing immigration restrictions. What do you see as the possibility of this approach of dismantling the liberal democratic state going global?
Yeah, so I think it is a serious worry, right? We often see things that happen, say, in the United States, eventually get exported to other parts of the world. And I would not be surprised if there's not a push from the political right in other countries to try to do something similar with a Doge organization, kind of wrapping it in this, you know, kind of cloak of efficiency and you know, the use of technology and things like that, but actually allowing this further gutting of the state.
Yeah, and Elon seems to be very interested in funding everyone who's interested in doing such a thing right now, whether it's in the UK or in Germany. Those are at least the two biggest profile ones outside of the United States that he's been involved in recently. But, well, it'll be seen whether or not he has any effect outside of the United States, as Elon's popularity has been falling not just in the US but across the world, and so it should be interesting to see whether or not Elon's, well, I don't know about interesting. I don't know if watching fascism unfolding is interesting, but I guess I'm saying that in the sense that we will be watching as Elon across the world attempts to do things, so whether it's messing around with the AFD or with reform, and whether or not those two decide to take Elon's money or not as his popularity wanes. All right, let's go on to the Vatican. A lot has been going on since the death of Pope Francis, including some architectural developments, some, I guess you might call them add-ons. Apparently, the Vatican's been installing a chimney to prepare for the conclave. Smoke signals. This one threw me off. In my mind,
it is really, really amazing. It's fantastic. Really
is it fantastic?
Historical, isn't it?
Is it? I would never describe this as fantastic. It's not at all that exciting to me. But was I the only person who thought that chimney was just always there? Why do they need to? Why would they uninstall and reinstall a chimney? That seems strange.
It's fantastic. It's really historical, isn't it?
Black smoke will signify no decision. White will announce that a pope has been elected.
We are excited because we are awaiting the result. We are hoping that it is quick. That way we will see the white smoke very quickly.
I don't care. right, let's go here from 3 days ago. What is happening at Sistine Chapel ahead of conclave?
Preparations for the May the 7th conclave have started with the Sistine Chapel being prepped for 133 cardinals to elect the new pope. Vatican workers installed inside the chapel the iconic stove that will burn cardinals' ballots and inform through white or black smoke whether a new pontiff has been chosen.
Does this not feel incredibly inefficient?
Wooden tables were lined up to allow the cardinals to.
Why do they have to install and uninstall it? You would think this process has been around for a long ass time. And it's not like they're planning on changing it anytime soon. I just don't understand why they didn't have a stove already, just always there. It's so strange to me.
And cast their votes. On Friday, fire crews were also seen on the chapel's roof, attaching the chimney from which those symbolic smoke signals will rise. Black for no decision and white when a new pope has been elected. The conclave is set to begin Wednesday morning with a mass in St. Peter's Basilica, and then in the afternoon, now sequestered from the rest of the world, the cardinal electors will process inside the Sistine Chapel, hear a meditation and take their oaths before casting their first ballots.
Yay, democracy. Wait, is that what this is? I guess internally speaking. Okay. Now, one thing that caught the attention of people in many corners of the internet, as well as the Catholic Church, was a Truth Social post. Donald Trump decided to veil his followers. This whole thing is wild. But yeah, Donald Trump posted a Truth Social a picture of himself on Truth Social, which has caused a great deal of hubbub out there in the Catholic world. Trump posts AI photo of himself as the Pope after joking he'd like the job. Haha. Hilarious. President Donald Trump posted an AI-generated photo of himself as the Pope on Friday evening. You gonna show us the photo, Forbes? There it is. Sharing the image a few days after he jokingly suggested he would like to be the next head of the Catholic Church.
Illegal.
The Catholic Church will soon vote on the late Pope Francis's successor. Trump posted the image to his Truth Social and Instagram profiles. We've got to get it on Insta. That Trump Pope thirst trap, garnering over 1 million likes on the photo, showing him donning a headdress, a golden pectoral cross, and the Pope's traditional white cassock. Trump's posts came days after the president joked about wanting to be the next pope, saying he would be the #1 choice for the position. This image is wild, though. Donald Trump pretended to be the Pope. I mean, this guy has insane narcissistic personality disorder. He's posted pictures of himself as King of the United States, as well as posting photos of himself as the fucking Pope. This guy genuinely believes he was ordained by God. This is wild.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Now, one Catholic official had a response to Donald Trump's posting of this image. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. According to them, New York Cardinal says that Trump's AI Pope image, quote-unquote, wasn't good. What does that mean? Not good. In what way?
The Archbishop of New York on Sunday said that U.S. President Donald Trump's posting of an AI-generated image showing him dressed as the Pope, quote, wasn't good. Trump, who is not a Catholic and rarely attends church, posted the image to his Truth Social platform late on Friday. The White House then reposted the AI image on its official X account. It comes less than a week after Trump attended the funeral of Pope Francis, who died last month. The AI picture made the front pages of many Italian newspapers on Sunday, with most condemning it or expressing outrage. Some right-wing newspapers said it should be seen as a joke. Pilgrims and tourists in St. Peter's Square on Sunday expressed a combination of disbelief,
I love
dismay,
that, though.
and disinterest.
They are nothing if not consistent. These right-wingers are constantly saying, oh, Donald Trump, he's just joking. He does a lot. He posts a lot on Truth Social. It's always a joke until he does it, and then they come up with some sort of justification for why he did it. You know? Ever pushing that goalpost. The second Donald Trump does the joke, it's, Donald Trump is entitled to do the very serious non-joke thing that he just did. Okay. Truly insane. Truly an insane decision. All right. Got a ton of freaking videos to get through today. Oh, 8th support character. Okay. Okay, we can do that. Well, this right here, this is the live view of St. Peter's Square. As people await, staring at this fucking chimney with bated breath. What will the color of the smoke will there be? We must know who will be the next pope. What was the spark? Okay, we don't need to watch more of that. It's just the live view. The Pope cam. No smoke out of that chimney. That chimney, true. Okay. Where are we? All right, let's go to Ukraine. A lot has been happening there over the last week, and we basically haven't been able to talk about it at all because we haven't made it this far in the stream for quite some time now due to all the technical difficulties we've been having. But let's go here. As of last week, Putin announced that for the next... Sorry, between May 8th and May 10th, there will supposedly be a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Why it should last 2 days and not longer, I don't know. Not clear. Not at all clear.
Russian President Vladimir Putin on Monday declared a 3-day ceasefire from May 8th to the 10th in its war with Ukraine. The 72-hour truce would coincide with Putin hosting international leaders for lavish celebrations to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Putin's move appeared aimed at signaling to the world that Russia is still interested in peace, something that Ukraine and its European allies dispute. On Monday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said U.S. President Donald Trump wants more than just a 3-day truce.
He wants to see a permanent ceasefire. I understand Vladimir Putin this morning offered a temporary ceasefire.
Speaking to reporters in New Jersey on Sunday, Trump said he was disappointed that Russia has continued to attack Ukraine.
I want to see what happens with respect to Russia, because Russia had been surprised and disappointed. Very disappointed that they did the bombing.
Very surprised that Russia would continue bombing after I said they wouldn't do it. It's very weird. Nasty, nasty Russia. I thought we were friends. You're making me look bad, Putin. Oh, Jesus, my stomach really hurts again. I'm fine. Jesus. How long have we been going for? 7 hours? Anyways, 3-day ceasefire from the 8th to the 10th. Not clear why Russia wants to do that. Although I'm fairly certain there's some sort of there's something important that's going on around that time, which very well might be the reason. It's not entirely clear. All right, let's go here. See what Ukrainian residents had to say about this supposed Russian ceasefire.
Я думаю, що цей час, ці 2 доби, не буде таких жорстких обстрілів, які є кожен вечір у нас. Але бойові дії таким чи іншим чином будуть вестися.
Sorry. Take 2.
Я думаю, що цей час, ці 2 доби, не буде таких жорстких обстрілів.
I think that during... Oh my god, it's going by so fucking fast. Jesus Christ. I think that during this time, these 2 days, there will be not such a harsh shelling as there is every evening, but fighting will be conducted in one way or another, and everything will be done in order to simply transfer new forces and supplies to the front line, and that's it. Well, that is not a truce. We have been fighting for over 3 years, and you are now talking about a 2-day truce? It's ridiculous. I don't even pay attention to it. It won't happen. Everything will be as it is.
Я вважаю, що це проба.
I think this is Vladimir Putin's attempt to keep America at the negotiating table, because Trump is still trying hard to bring Russia to negotiations for some kind of a truce. He hopes that it's still possible, although recently he has had some flashes of understanding. He tried to say that maybe Russia is not ready for negotiations. Then Putin announced a truce for Easter. Now I think this is another attempt to keep America engaged. Yeah, I think that's actually a fair assessment of things. And the fact is, this Trump administration's eating it all up. They've got a real estate mogul doing negotiations on behalf of a different real estate guy. None of these people are foreign policy people, and it's fairly likely that none of them quite understand the game that's being played with them. Okay. Now, as of last week, North Korea admitted that they have been sending soldiers to Ukraine.
Это видео снято на одном из полигонов на Куршине. Такие занятия всегда предшествовали ожесточенным боям за каждый из 59 сейчас уже освобожденных населенных пунктов.
The state media declared that North Korean soldiers are heroes in an April 28th broadcast. Under the order of the head of state, the subunits of the armed forces of the Republic regarded the territory of Russia as one with their country and proved the firm alliance between the two countries of North Korea and Russia. The spirit of battle to the death and practical combat action accompanied by sacrifice. God, I'm losing it right now, chat. Oh God, I'm too tired right now. It's crazy late. We've gone 7 hours. Might have to call it. Oh God, I'm just. Feel like I've hit a wall over here. Barely read these subtitles. We got through a lot of stuff. I'm just exhausted right now. Might have to call it here, chat. Don't worry, I'm planning on streaming as many days as I possibly can in a row, starting today. So, I think we're gonna do a what do you call it? We'll do an after-hours stream, quick portion there. We're gonna at least finish up the Ukraine news, and then we'll end it. 2 videos left. Let's go here to Reuters. A few days ago, Russian drone attacks injured dozens of people in Ukraine's Zaporizhia.
Something with a reactive engine was flying. Those are probably the same Shahed, but this time they didn't do. But instead, that's how they flew. Not those buzzing things that sound like a chainsaw, but something reactive. Oh hell, more than 10.
It sounded like an airplane was falling. It was very scary. And when they fell, yes, there was a scary sound, as if a missile fell.
Yup. Russia is honestly not slowed down whatsoever. While all these ceasefire talks continue to drag on, 2 days later they hit Kyiv again. It's just wild. It's wild that the U.S., the Trump administration is, seems to think that this counts as ceasefire negotiations. Russia continuously bombing as many regions of Ukraine, day in and day out. That's what ceasefire negotiations are supposed to look like, I guess. Well, it looks like we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Arwell by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, and Daredevil. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just hopefully got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.